Ding. System successfully bound. Ultimate shelter system activated. Who's talking? In a cramped rental apartment in Shanghai City, I suddenly stood up, scanning my surroundings. No one. Ultimate shelter system. As soon as the words left my mouth, a translucent panel appeared out of thin air before me. Host, Suchin. Age, 22. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. Constitution, 5. Mentality, 7. Shelter, none. Resources, none. I pinched myself hard, ouch. Not a dream. The legendary cheat system had actually landed on me. But the words shelter felt like a thorn stabbing into my heart. Is a disaster coming? Ding. The blue star, your planet, is on the brink of an apocalypse. Only by building a shelter can you survive. I took a sharp breath. The end of the world. The apocalypse of the entire planet. Scenes of helpless people from disaster movies flashed through my mind like fleeting shadows. Without this system, I'd probably be one of the billions who would turn to dust in the coming catastrophe. A cold sweat rolled down my back, immediately overwhelmed by a surge of excitement. Fate had handed me a one-of-a-kind ticket to survival. When will the apocalypse strike? How do I build this shelter? Starter gift pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it? 3 days remain until the apocalypse. 3 days. Not nearly enough. Claim it. Congratulations, host. You have received Level 1 Shelter. All-purpose drone. Space ring. Details of the 3 items unfolded before my eyes. The shelter was 500 square meters, accommodating up to 15 people, with an additional 3,000 cubic meters of storage space. The all-purpose drone was designed for extreme environments, capable of reconnaissance, vigilance, and armed defense. The space ring contained 1,000 cubic meters of storage, where goods remained eternally fresh. I grinned wide. The item that thrilled me most was the space ring. Stockpiling supplies was no longer something I needed to worry about. Grabbing my phone, I pulled up a map of Shanghai City and let my fingers slowly trace over the display. A bustling metropolis of 30 million people, with prying eyes lurking everywhere. Finally, my finger landed on Taihu Park. The area was under redevelopment. Most of the residents had moved away, leaving behind abandoned warehouses and sparse human activity. Even more importantly, it was my hometown. The compensation for one demolished building was the only inheritance my parents left me. And now, it was going to be my ticket to survival. Tom was not on my side. In a neighborhood near Taihu Park, I knocked on a door. Who is it? The door creaked open. Zhang Wei looked at me with a face full of impatience. When he realized it was me, a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. Well, if it isn't young Master Su. Got tired of the city center, have you? His family and mine used to live right across from each other. Nowadays, my house has been torn down, but his hasn't. That jealousy? He never hides it. I can't be bothered to argue and say directly, I want to rent your warehouse. After some back-and-forth haggling, he demands 1.5 times the original price. With a smile, I nod, take the keys, and walk away. But inside, I feel nothing but icy coldness. When doomsday arrives, you'll know what it means to regret. This money, think of it as my treat for your last supper. Oh wait, global apocalypse. Who could even manage a proper meal? The warehouse is about 1,000 square meters, more than enough to store supplies. But its true value lies elsewhere. It's the disguise. The real safe haven is hidden underground, beneath it. Concealed below ground level, it offers protection from most surface-level catastrophes. I look up at the empty rooftop, as though I can already see the fleeting calm before the storm. Construction of the shelter underway, estimated time, 1 hour. An underground fortress in just an hour. I stare blankly into the air, surprised there isn't even the faintest sound of construction. Time stretches endlessly while waiting. Ding. Construction of the shelter is complete. Please proceed to check it out. I take a look around. Nothing has changed. Just as confusion sets in, a square opening silently forms in the ground beneath me. An elevator coated in a metallic sheen rises smoothly from below and halts before me. When I reach out to touch it, a beam of light sweeps over my entire body. Biometric data collection complete. Welcome home, Master. The cold, electronic voice fades as the doors slide open. So that's how it is. Who would have thought that under this rundown warehouse lies a fully equipped refuge? I take a deep breath and step inside. The doors close silently. Soft white light illuminates the elevator's interior, bright but not harsh. Destination: 100 meters underground. Please be patient. 100 meters deep. Unnervingly deep. But if the system deems it necessary, there must be a reason. The descent is so smooth you barely feel it. Arrival. The doors part, revealing yet another thick iron door. I silently applaud the meticulous design. Master, I am your AI assistant, Xiao AI. Binding permissions to your profile. As the iron door slowly opens, the entire shelter seems to come to life. Lights turn on one by one, illuminating every corner. Shelter 01 is ready, awaiting your name. I scan the luxurious, tech-infused underground fortress and already know what to call it. Dawn, I whisper. Let's call it Dawn. May I find light in the apocalypse, even when all else is dark. Shelter 01 officially renamed Dawn. The two characters light up above the entrance, permanently marking it as mine. AI introduced me to the place. It's fully sealed, with self-produced oxygen, multi-layer filtered groundwater, constant temperature, and even lighting that mimics natural sunlight. No wonder that, even 100 meters underground, the air feels fresher than up on the surface. The living space is fully furnished, move-in ready, no extra work needed. In one word, perfect. But this is just a level 1 shelter, designed to meet the bare minimum for survival. To truly survive long-term in an apocalyptic world, I'll need more. Farming zones, livestock areas, production facilities. The supplies I bring in from the outside won't last forever. According to Xiao AI, the shelter is powered by a micronuclear fusion reactor, but upgrading it requires massive amounts of system points. Points, this world's new currency. And the system store only opens after the apocalypse has officially begun. I glanced at my phone, 2:30 a.m. The stores have long since closed. Just a few more hours until sunrise. I lay down on the enormous bed inside the underground haven and closed my eyes. I needed to recharge. By morning, my frenzied shopping would begin. Morning came. I woke up in the master bedroom, lying on a 3-meter-wide bed, feeling completely refreshed. This was, without question, the best sleep I'd ever had in my life. After freshening up quickly, I stepped into the elevator and headed back up to the surface. The elevator is equipped with a detection system. If there's an unknown person on the ground, it will warn me and let me decide whether it's safe to go outside. The system is designed with a level of thoughtfulness that ensures I won't stumble into danger the moment I step out. The entrance closed seamlessly behind me, blending perfectly with the environment. I exited the hidden bunker, my surroundings empty and silent, and made a beeline for the city's largest department store. Before the end comes, I had one mission: to turn every last cent in my accounts into life-saving goods. Once the apocalypse begins, cash will be worthless, even less than scrap paper. Any money sitting idly in my bank cards will just be meaningless numbers. At the department store, I called for the manager and made my demands in one clean swoop. All of your food, rice, meat, flour, anything edible. Wrap it all up. I want everything. The manager looked me up and down with a less than friendly expression and waved me off impatiently. You joking, kid? Do you have any idea how much something like that would cost? Go on, don't make me call security. I didn't bother to argue. People like him only recognize one thing: money. I slapped my bank card onto the counter. I'm dead serious. Money's not a problem. The manager hesitated, his attitude softening a little. Sir, would you mind if I verify the balance on the card? He asked cautiously. Be quick about it, I replied. My time's valuable. And it really was. I didn't have much time left before it all began. A short while later, one of his subordinates returned, whispering something in his ear. I stood there, watching as the manager's expression visibly shifted. He broke into a sycophantic grin almost instantly. Oh, my apologies, boss. I must apologize for my lack of discernment earlier. Please don't take it personally. Going from calling me buddy to sir and now boss, the manager's tone shift was as swift as it was amusing. Even I had to admit, I couldn't pull off a change that fast. Now, do you believe me? I said with a faint smile. Deliver this shipment to the address on the card. Get it done right, and you'll be compensated handsomely for the effort. Money talks. A little extra goes a long way when you want things sped up. It's worth every cent. Of course, boss. You can count on me. The manager lit up like a kid on Christmas morning, eagerly ushering me to a private lounge for VIP clients. If I may ask, why buy so much food, boss? You just focus on doing your job properly. No need to concern yourself with anything else, I replied firmly. Under his guidance, I began clearing out everything from fruits and vegetables to meat, oil, spices, and seeds, leaving no commodity untouched. Onlookers gawked, murmuring amongst themselves, likely convinced I was on a mission to empty the entire supermarket. They were wrong. My laser focus was strictly on food and related necessities, ignoring everything else. I repeatedly emphasized the urgency, making it clear everything needed to be delivered within the same day before moving on to my next stop. And the next, rinse and repeat. Money in hand, and obstacles melt away. While it's true that money can't buy everything, it can certainly solve 99% of the problems you encounter. By my calculations, I now had enough food stock to feed 1 million people for an entire month, around 30,000 tons. Expiry dates? Not an issue. The shelter's storage system integrates advanced tech that extends shelf life indefinitely. According to Xiao AI, it could preserve goods for a millennium, if necessary. With spoilage off the table, there was no such thing as buying too much. Having secured enough food, I turned my attention to pharmaceuticals. People inevitably get sick, and medicine is non-negotiable. With money paving the way, I struck lucrative deals with regional distributors, sweeping up all common medicines in bulk. The more people the shelter could house post-upgrade, the better prepared we needed to be to meet their needs. After all, I already decided. In the future, admittance will require proven skills: nurses, doctors, teachers, and other professionals who can pass my evaluation. The more, the merrier. But first, I needed to take care of myself, recharge, refuel, and put my body in its best shape. I didn't forget the small comforts either: gaming consoles, DVDs, music cassettes, anything I might need to keep the inevitable isolation from driving me mad. The money in my account evaporated at breakneck speed until I finally hit zero. Not a single penny remained. Every dollar transformed into supplies. Truck after truck arrived, filling the warehouse parking lot with the commotion of cargo being unloaded. Managers barked orders at their crews, hustling to keep pace, while I stood back and surveyed the mountain of resources piling up. I chuckled to myself. This stockpile right here would be my lifeline in the years to come. But soon, a new problem arose. One warehouse wasn't enough. I quickly rented out several nearby vacant warehouses, using a classic "too good to be true" pitch to the landlords, promising tenfold returns on rent once I recovered from a temporary cash flow problem. Of course, they had no idea my future payments would never materialize. Then another issue cropped up. The sheer volume of supplies was starting to exceed even the upgraded shelter's storage capacity. Can't fit everything. Thankfully, the system is user-friendly and offered two options. Upgrade the storage room for a permanent solution, but it costs a ton of points. Or rent a temporary storage space, charge daily, way cheaper. Since I'm still unsure about the value of points, better save where I can, I chose the second option. Ding. Temporary storage space available. Deducting 10 points per day. Do you want to proceed? Of course. Almost instantly, a massive new space appeared next to the storage room, perfect for holding the remaining supplies. Being a newbie comes with benefits. I can use credit. Starting off in debt may feel frustrating, but I have no regrets. My greatest advantage? Knowing exactly when the apocalypse will hit. The points can always be paid back eventually, but that golden window to stockpile? Miss it, and it's gone forever. After the apocalypse, how many people will resort to tearing each other apart for a bite to eat? After the delivery guy left, I locked the storage room door and got to work hauling supplies. Lucky for me, the newbie starter pack included a space ring, boosting my moving efficiency 100-fold. Without it, who knows how long it'd take me to move all this stuff? Probably a lifetime. By the time the afternoon was over, I had emptied every warehouse I had stocked up. Word about my recent shopping spree had already spread throughout town. Some laughed at me for wasting money. Some called me crazy. Even my landlord, Zhang Wei, said I had too much cash with nowhere to spend it. Their words don't faze me one bit. Being in the spotlight is unavoidable. I need to move everything underground before the authorities catch wind and show up at my door. By then, it'll be too late anyway. I'll already be 100 meters underground in my bunker, watching the chaos unfold from a safe distance. As for those mocking me now, when the apocalypse arrives, zombies aren't going to sit around debating them on the internet. They'll tear them apart and make them realize just how terribly wrong they've been. A new era is coming. A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. Finally, I finished moving all the supplies into the storage. Completely drained, I collapsed onto the couch. From this point forward, there's no reason for me to step outside. I'll remain here, waiting calmly until the apocalypse begins. Breaking news: government authorities seem to have taken an interest in me. After all, I've practically bought out every grocery store in the area. Let them check. They'll only find empty warehouses. My supplies, my whereabouts, nothing for them to catch. Who would guess there's an underground bunker hidden 100 meters below one of these empty spaces? And honestly, with the apocalypse approaching fast, they won't have the time or resources to investigate me properly. System notification: time until the apocalypse, 3 hours. I leaned back on the couch, lazily swirling a glass of wine, watching TV in complete relaxation. The bunker's firewall is airtight, immune to all hacking attempts, and even 100 meters underground, the Wi-Fi works flawlessly. No risk of exposure whatsoever. Just then, a breaking news alert flashed on screen. The announcement grabbed my attention. A shocking event unfolded. World leaders from every nation simultaneously issued a statement. Scientists had detected anomalies with the planet. The apocalypse, the end of humanity, was imminent. Chaos erupted worldwide. If a single nation had made such a claim, people would have dismissed it as conspiracy, ridiculing and condemning the source. But this was a unified announcement from every country. That could only mean one thing: it was real. In an instant, panic gripped humanity. Riots broke out across the globe: looting, violence, utter mayhem. Thankfully, in Longxia, Dragon Summer Nation, the government had been prepared. Stability forces swiftly intervened, suppressing the unrest with swift and decisive action. However, the real reason nations believed in the apocalypse wasn't just the scientists. They each had received an unidentified message. The message warned that, before the apocalypse, all large-scale weapons of mass destruction, such as nuclear warheads, would gradually become inoperable. When the world leaders discovered that nuclear weapons did, in fact, fail across the board, they were struck with deep panic. This undoubtedly confirmed the end was coming. And so, they collectively issued warnings to their citizens. A frenzy ensued as people scrambled to stockpile supplies. Meanwhile, in the region where I live, the situation was particularly dire because I had cleaned out nearly all the available goods. Those who arrived later were left empty-handed. As the news program wrapped up, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. I didn't need to look to know it was the sellers, desperately trying to reclaim their stock. That wasn't going to happen. Not a chance. Once something's in my hands, there's no way I'm giving it back. Even more so when I paid for it fair and square. I switched off my phone, letting the silence return. Unable to contact me, they turned to the warehouse, only to find it stripped bare. They lost it. Both the goods and I had vanished without a trace. Whatever unfolded outside was no longer my concern. I resumed eating meat, drinking wine, and basking in the comfort of my shelter. From the news, it was evident no one knew the exact timing of the apocalypse. No one realized there were only 3 hours left. I'd considered revealing the truth, but what good would it do? The internet was already a chaotic mess of misinformation. Who would believe the words of an ordinary person like me? No, it wasn't worth the effort. System: who leaked the message about the apocalypse? Was it you? Ding. This system communicates exclusively with the host. As for the message's origins, your current permissions are insufficient to access that information. For the first time, the system refused to answer me. Oddly, this only intrigued me more. Looks like you're hiding quite a few secrets, system. Even if you didn't do it, you're definitely involved somehow. The system stayed silent, so I didn't dwell on it. Once my shelter upgrades are complete, and I've unlocked higher permissions, the truth will come to light. I opened my laptop and scrolled through the latest online updates. It was now impossible to buy supplies, no matter the price. Vendors had shut down their shops, hoarding food for themselves. Conflicts flared wherever you looked, bloodshed all around. Local governments imposed curfews, commanding everyone to return home. Even with peacekeepers on duty, the fighting only got worse. Eventually, authorities mandated total lockdowns to maintain order. I let out a sigh. It wasn't a bad idea. But unfortunately, it was far too late. The apocalypse was almost here. It's almost here. I pulled up the system panel and stared at the countdown. Doomsday countdown. 0 days, 0 hours, 10 minutes, 34 seconds. Only 10 minutes left. It's too short. So short that humanity has no time to prepare for anything. The seconds ticked away. When the numbers hit 0, I whispered quietly in my mind. It's here. The sky changed dramatically. A layer of blood-red mist appeared out of nowhere, slowly pressing down upon the earth. The entire world froze, captivated by the eerie phenomenon. The red mist touched the ground and silently dissolved. The next moment, the world descended into hell. Countless people witnessed their family members and neighbors twisting, mutating before their eyes, transforming into the zombies of nightmares. They shrieked and lunged at the living, biting, screaming, blood everywhere. The apocalypse was real. It didn't come with floods or fire. It arrived silently, simply turning people into monsters. The blood-soaked carnage unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the globe. Within minutes, the majority of humanity was infected. The survivors stood in shocked confusion, utterly lost about what to do next. And yet, the world outside my shelter crumbled while my base remained untouched. I scrolled through endless photos flooding the internet, desperate pleas for help. If not for the system, I would undoubtedly be one of them right now. As I looked, I silently prayed for my remaining fellow humans. Stay safe. Ding. All system functions activated. Store unlocked. Missions unlocked. As the apocalypse began, the store I'd been waiting for finally launched. Open the store, I commanded. A semi-transparent screen unfolded before me. Weapons, gene serums, robots, an array of dazzling items filled my vision, making my heart race. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford any of it. I was already loaded with a massive debt. My priority was to earn points, pay off my balance, and then sweep through the store. Reluctantly, I shifted my gaze away. The system, however, hit me with even worse news. This was just the appetizer. This catastrophe was called virus invasion. More perilous disasters were on their way, each ushering in ever stronger mutated creatures. The threats to humanity would intensify step by step, as if the world itself had developed consciousness and resolved to erase the human race entirely. I subconsciously clenched my fists. But I firmly believed I could survive, not just merely scrape by but thrive, even flourish in this apocalypse. That confidence stemmed entirely from the system. I'd already made up my mind. I wouldn't leave my shelter for now. Not until I could acquire the beginner-level gene serum, unlock my body's potential, and achieve a significant leap in strength. After that, I'd consider anything else. That serum, it was something I craved deeply. According to its description, after consuming it, a person's potential would be fully unleashed, granting terrifying levels of strength. Though I wouldn't turn into Superman, I'd be close enough. Well, no points in my pocket. I turned my attention to the system's tasks. Completing tasks is the only way to earn a decent amount of points, and right now, that's the most crucial aspect. As for earning points by killing mutated creatures, that's off the table for now. I'm just an ordinary guy at the moment. Taking on zombies head-on would be no different from throwing my life away. When you're not strong enough, the key is to play it safe and build yourself up steadily. Thankfully, the shelter is rock solid. I've got all the time in the world to grow stronger. Ding. Task released. Main task 1, survive. Every time you successfully make it through a type of apocalypse, you'll earn 1,000 points. Easy points, though the timeline is just way too long. It's not going to solve my immediate problem. Main task 2, rescue. For every new resident added to the shelter, you'll earn 1,000 points. Now this one sounds good. The shelter was always going to need more people. It's too lonely being by myself. But I've already made my rules clear. Only women are allowed. Not taking in any men, period. Doesn't matter if they're trustworthy or not. Men are just walking liabilities. No one knows men better than other men. For now, though, that's out of reach. I scrolled further. There were only 2 main tasks, the rest being side tasks, most of which required going outside. Finally, after flipping through for what felt like forever, I found one that clicked. Side task 3, flaunt. permanent while others are suffering and struggling. The host enjoys a cushy life in the shelter. It would only be fair to let those unfortunate souls see what high-quality living during the apocalypse looks like. Points are awarded based on the emotional reaction of each target, 1 to 10 points per person. My eyes lit up. The rewards were generous, and better yet, this was something I could easily handle right now. No risk involved. I just stay in my shelter and earn points. The method? Piece of cake. I just post a few photos in the group chat. I could only hope my group members weren't all dead yet. Otherwise, there'd be no one left to contribute to my score. The one drawback of this task is, it's bound to fuel resentment. They're out there suffering, while I'm living the good life. The sheer disparity is too much for most people to stomach. Honestly, I don't want to do this, but the system's rewards are too tempting, and my debts are crushing me. I have no choice but to harden my heart and temporarily be a bit of a jerk. What's the harm in showing off a little? Fine, I'll do it. The thought of others wading through misery while I revel in feasting and toasting, it's such a stark contrast. It's undeniable. To be frank, I'm finding myself somewhat enjoying the idea of this task. Deriving joy from others' suffering? Turns out, I'm not really opposed to the concept. I admit it, I might be a little twisted. But the timing isn't right just yet. I have to wait until they've spent a few days struggling in the apocalypse and truly felt the despair. The more intense their emotional reaction, the more points I'll rake in. The apocalypse just started, and right now, everyone is too busy running for their lives to hop online and chat. You can tell just by the activity online. I secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At least our tech foundation is solid. Even if the sky falls, the internet still works. As long as the satellites up there keep running, connections won't entirely cut off. Without that, I'd have no clue how to approach this task. At that moment, an official announcement began circulating wildly online. The message was simple: to reduce the load on satellites, only one official announcement website and one messaging app will remain operational. Everything else is to be shut down. Smart move. Humans can't exist without community. Loneliness can drive people crazy or push them to extremes. Leaving one communication channel is at least a small comfort for the human psyche. On top of that, the internet was divided regionally. You could only contact people within your local area. Cross-region communication was capped at 3 times per person per month. Reading this, I couldn't help but admire how carefully thought out the plan was. Even under such dire circumstances, the authorities had considered every angle. It wasn't hard to understand why. Short-term maintenance for satellites was impossible, so reducing their workload and extending their service was the only option. No one knows how long it'll take for humanity to recover. In other words, faced with this sudden apocalypse, humans are utterly powerless and reduced to just scraping by. When I went online again, sure enough, all other websites and apps had gone dark. It didn't affect me much, though. Movies, games, music, I had downloaded and prepped everything ahead of time. Plenty of entertainment to keep me occupied. I opened the messaging app. The group chats were noticeably more crowded than before. I clicked into one randomly. The chat was a mess, with people arguing about the announcement. Some understood the reasoning. Others complained bitterly, while a few resorted to outright cursing. But quickly, the discussion was derailed by far deadlier concerns. Help! My landlord came to collect rent, but he turned into a zombie right there, and I barely managed to lock myself in the bedroom. What do I do? Does anyone know if there's a cure after getting bitten by a zombie? QEQ. Holy crap, I was hooking up with my girlfriend, and mid-act she turned into a zombie. I was so freaked out I think I'm scarred for life. When I read that last one, I nearly burst out laughing. That experience. Yeah, I don't think that person's dating again anytime soon. One by one, people shared their situations, and almost none of them were lucky. It was tragedy after tragedy, a constant stream of chaos and despair. I thought to myself, if it weren't for the system or the shelter, I'd probably be just as miserable and helpless right now. I stayed silent, simply observing. The time wasn't right yet, but I did notice something strange. Some of the group members were clearly in other regions. Technically, I shouldn't have been able to see their messages under the new rules, but my connection to them seemed completely unrestricted. I asked the shelter's AI assistant about this, and got the answer. The shelter's signal isn't subject to any restrictions, allowing me to communicate freely with the outside world at all times. As expected, The system had truly outdone itself. Right now, it might not seem like such a big deal. But the longer this situation drags on, the more devastating this advantage will become. In the face of this apocalypse, humanity's future will inevitably reestablish myself and create a whole new order. By that time, those confined to specific zones would know nothing about the outside world, while I could exploit the information gap and gain the upper hand. Of course, that's still far in the future. I glanced at my phone for a moment before putting it down. The world had officially entered the apocalypse, and it was time for me to strategize and secure my place. Despite having a huge advantage, overconfidence was not an option. The real challenge was figuring out how to turn my edge into a snowball effect, ensuring I always stay ahead of everyone else and survive this seemingly endless end of days in style. Yet for now, I found myself with nothing to do. I wanted to chat with someone, but clearly, everybody else was busy running for their lives. There was no time for them to entertain me. With no other choice, I resumed browsing the marketplace. Earlier, I had only skimmed through, leaving plenty of interesting items unchecked. The more I looked, the more addicted I became. Every single item had extraordinary uses. One item, in particular, addressed my biggest concern: the loyalty of future recruits. Soul contract. Anyone who signs the contract would be incapable of harming me in any way. Even more fascinating, it has a hidden mechanic. The longer someone remains under the contract, the more loyal they become, until their loyalty eventually reaches the maximum level. And the price for such a magical item? Only 50 points. Perfect. The system was way too generous. With that, my last remaining worry was gone. I could proceed with recruiting goddesses without any hesitation. 3 days passed since the apocalypse began. The initial chaos and bloodshed were gradually subsiding. Having paid a significant price in lives, the survivors were barely beginning to adapt to this grim new reality and were no longer as panicked as they were at the start. While everyone else was struggling to survive in hunger, cold, and fear, I was living an unremarkable life in my shelter. Wake up at 9, groom, and exercise. Breakfast, milk and eggs. Lunch, 3 dishes and a soup with 3 full bowls of rice. Dinner, just a simple bowl of noodles. See, very ordinary. But if anyone outside found out what kind of life I was living, they'd probably turn green with envy. The apocalypse came too quickly for humanity to prepare. People didn't have enough time to stockpile food. Many didn't even have a safe place to stay and were at constant risk of running into zombies. From my calculations, it was the perfect time to start tackling missions. After enduring 3 days of darkness and despair, people's spirits were at their lowest. The greater the emotional turmoil, the more points I could earn. As for how to provoke those feelings, I had already thought it through. It just happened to be dinner time. I decided to indulge myself with a hearty meal. A single picture of an ordinary dinner would be enough to make the majority seethe with jealousy. And so, I got to work. I personally got in the kitchen and casually prepared beef, fish, lamb, pork. Of course, I didn't forget the vegetables. Snap a photo, edit it, upload it. All done in one go. To test the waters, I selected the group chat with my old classmates, a group that still had the most active members. In comparison, the other chats were basically ghost towns. It's all gone, not a sound left. Before I shared the picture, the group chat was already filled with collective wailing. As the only connection to the outside world in this apocalyptic moment, the chat was particularly lively. It felt like only by talking here could we convince ourselves we were still alive, not yet consumed by isolation. Does anyone know how to reduce physical consumption? My food supply is running low. I'm trying to stretch it out, but this is just too tough. What? You still have food? My house is completely empty. I'm already preparing to venture out for something to eat. Y'all seriously have it rough. Luckily, I still have a few boxes of instant noodles at home. If I ration them, I can last about a month. This is what you call rough? Thank God my mom prepped a huge stockpile using some connections. We've got enough to last a good while. Though, sadly, not much meat, just rice and potatoes. Total humble brag. That was everyone's immediate reaction. Whoa, big shot. So jealous right now. Just as everyone was getting ready to collectively envy Xiaohua, my photo uploaded successfully. Su Chun, dinner.jpg. A table overflowing with meats, fresh fruits, and various colorful dishes. The caption was simple, just an average dinner. Too much food, not sure how to finish it all. The group went dead silent, as if someone had hit the pause button. Even Zhao Hua, who moments ago was ready to flex, was left dumbfounded. They were triggered. Everyone was triggered. As these folks were busy comparing who had it worse, here I was, living my best life. Steak paired with red wine, fresh fruits and veggies, balanced and plentiful. Before the apocalypse, this wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. But after? This was the epitome of luxury. Forget meat, so many people couldn't even scrape together a bowl of rice. If this counted as normal, then what they were eating didn't even qualify as pig slop. Su-chun, my dinner's just super average. What are you guys eating these days? I silently muttered to myself. Forgive me for this sin. I knew everyone's desperate situations all too well, and I had to admit this was pretty uncalled for. But hey, blame the system. It made me do it. This wasn't Su-chen's fault. I'm a kind-hearted man at my core, Su the compassionate. If something bad happens, that's all on the system. If the system had a mind of its own, it would probably applaud the magnificent way I just passed the blame on to it. That final comment of mine, it set the group on fire. Seriously, Su-chen, you've gone too far. I'm so jealous, I feel like crying. Su-chun, step outside and take this beating like a man. Jealousy is literally disintegrating me on a molecular level right now. Enough talk. Su-chun, drop your location. I'll crawl if I have to and raid your place. Su-chun, are you living in heaven or what? Even the typically silent lurkers came out of the woodwork, each one bursting with righteous indignation, united in pointing their digital pitchforks my way. Between every line, though, their envy practically oozed. The gap was just too much to handle. And their sad Zhao Hua, simultaneously embarrassed and frustrated. He had intended to flaunt his life in the chat and bask in a little self-satisfaction, only to have me swoop in and ruin the moment. He couldn't even enjoy his small flex, especially since his situation didn't even measure up to mine. All that pent-up emotion, what could he even say? Couldn't swallow it. Zhao Hua at Su-chun, who are you kidding? It's not about eating well now, it's about eating more. Stop trying to show off by pulling out everything in your stockpile. Careful, or you'll starve to death later. People should know their place. Zhao Hua, a broke loser like you. Where do you even get that stuff from? Giving it to you is such a waste. He came out guns blazing, no mercy at all. Once those words were said, our classmates surprisingly felt he had a point. Their attitudes started shifting, now striking a voice of reason pose, all of them telling me to conserve food. Especially those who were most triggered by me earlier, they got extra nasty, using advice as an excuse to vent all their jealousy. Though their words weren't as harsh as Zhao Hua's, every single sentence was dripping with an unmistakable hostility. Watching Zhao Hua yapping in the group chat, I just smirked. Since he's sticking his face out, I've got no reason to hold back. Me. Huh, what are you barking about? Me. Zhao Hua. Maybe worry about your own issues. Your little stash at home? Please. Still not giving up? Fine. I'll show you what reality looks like. I casually snapped a picture of one corner of my storage room and tossed it into the group chat. Let the facts speak for themselves. Let my strength do the talking. Mountains of rice and meats.jpg. As soon as the photo dropped, the once buzzing group chat fell dead silent. It was like every one of them had a hand clasped over their throat. Nobody could type out a single word. Then I let loose. Me. People really should know their own place. Don't go running your mouth when you don't know the truth, or others might actually think you've got rabies. Me. And Zhao Hua, everyone in the group knows exactly what kind of person you are. Back in the day, your family had influence and power. But now, you're irrelevant. Acting cocky like this, careful, or you'll really end up zombie lunch one of these days. I showed no mercy. This grudge has been brewing for too long. Back in college, Zhao Hua's family connections overshadowed me constantly. Scholarships, awards, he meddled behind the scenes and ruined every opportunity one had. But now, with the apocalypse upon us, his little background means absolutely nothing. He thought he'd teach me a lesson, but the clown turned out to be him. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Hua was furious. He was so mad, he almost smashed his phone. But with what little rationality he had left, he managed to stop himself. Back in the day, he could shatter 10 phones without blinking. Now, break one, and you're out of luck forever. God damn it. God damn it, he screamed, storming around his room. seething and itching for a fight. After venting for what seemed like an eternity, his anger barely subsided. If this were the old days, I'd have someone deal with him properly. Zhao Hua despised this apocalypse. Women, power, admiration, it was all gone. Now he's nothing more than a prisoner in his own home, unable to move an inch. As for everyone in the group, they'd seen the situation for what it truly was. They'd known for a while about the grudge between me and Zhao Hua. All this just for a girl. Back in college, Zhao Hua relentlessly chased after the campus belle, Li Tingting. But she couldn't care less about this playboy. By some twist of fate, she and I ended up as lab partners. From that day on, Zhao Hua set his sights on me, constantly playing dirty tricks behind my back. But I'm no pushover. And that's how we've clashed, year after year, up until now. Our hatred runs deep, like an ocean with no end. Seeing Zhao Hua finally retreat into the shadows, I let out a long-held breath. Truthfully, this is just collecting a tiny fraction of what he owes me. The tables have turned, and now I intend to settle every score, one by one. Don't give me the spiel about being magnanimous or forgiving. If it were an unintentional mistake, something of little consequence, I could let it slide. But considering what Zhao Hua has done over the years, forgiveness is entirely out of the question. After grinding my way to gain the upper hand, only an idiot would let such an opportunity slip. The once quiet group chat suddenly sprang back to life. The same people who preached to me about forgiveness are now getting metaphorically slapped in the face. Behind Zhao Hua's back, they cursed him for his downfall, and now they're all figuratively raising their banners to side with me. Zhang Yang, Su Qin's absolutely right. Zhao Hua's been riding too high for too long, and now in the apocalypse, he still doesn't know how to lay low. Wu Tao, I've never liked him anyway. He went way too far back then. Li Li, he's exactly the type who'd die first in this new world. Everyone started to realize, this is the apocalypse. Zhao Hua's so-called power and influence is now nothing but empty words. He couldn't even take me on anymore. What's there to fear? The topic quickly shifted to railing against Zhao Hua, painting him as though he were the villain of villains. Years of pent-up frustration poured out from everyone all at once. Zhao Hua's barely suppressed anger flared up again. All the spineless yes-men who used to suck up to him, now they've all turned their backs. With nowhere else to vent his fury, he straight up left the group chat. I watched the scene unfold, cold and indifferent. To me, these people are no better than Zhao Hua, the only difference being that they haven't outright committed the same crimes. At most, they just played along by turning a blind eye. Toward them, I feel no affection. They're simply tools I can use to rack up points. The moment Zhao Hua left the group, everyone fell silent. The righteous anger that had fueled their bravado evaporated almost instantly, leaving them unsure of what to say next. I, however, felt nothing. Losing one source of points? It's barely a blip on my radar. A few seconds later, someone broke the awkward silence by shouting, "Let me join your team." And just like that, the screen exploded with similar pleas. "Take me with you. We're on your side. Please, we need you." To them, anyone thriving this well in the apocalypse must possess extraordinary skills. They thought sucking up to me might earn them some future benefits, no matter how slim the chances. After all, what if their gamble pays off? I didn't bother responding to their flattery, because at that moment, the system's familiar notification sound began exploding in my ears. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Zhang Yang. Plus 7 points gained. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Li Wei. Plus 9 points gained. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from Zhao Hua. Plus 10 points gained. The time to reap the rewards has finally arrived. I've spent so much time playing the game with this group of people, and wasn't it all just for the points? Messing with Zhao Hua? That was just a bonus bit of fun. With the twists and turns from earlier, plus the combination of my words and pictures to provoke them, emotions have been stirred to their peak. Especially Zhao Hua. He was definitely maxed out. Can you imagine how furious he must have been? Likely close to dropping dead from rage. If he hadn't run off so quickly, I'd honestly consider provoking him on a daily basis. What surprised me, though, was that from the notifications, it seems like there are way more active lurkers in the chat than those actually speaking up. Sure, we're all former classmates, but no one really knows what's on anyone else's mind. But for me, that's great news. The more engaged they are, the more points I earn. And honestly, As long as they're feeding me points, I couldn't care less. The alert stopped chiming, and I glanced at my earnings from this little session. 566 points. All within minutes. A flicker of excitement crossed my mind, tempting me to push them further, but logic held me back. You have to shear sheep slowly. Take too much at once, and you'll scare off the whole flock. If I provoke them to the point where they kick me out of the group, that'd be a major loss. They're my source of points, my bread and butter. I need to treat them with care, tease them enough to keep things flowing, but not cross the line. Sustainable harvesting is the key. This time, I pulled in a lot because it was a first. Over time, they'll get used to my antics. Their emotional reactions will dull, and the points will naturally shrink. That's fine though. It's about the long game. If I have enough tools in the toolbox, those small, steady gains will add up over time. Enough to fund things like temporary storage at least. A rough estimate tells me that before long, I'll have enough points to buy a basic genetic enhancement serum. I've had my eye on that for ages, but I've always fallen short on points. Sure, I can wait for other things, but that serum? That's non-negotiable. The sooner I get it, the faster my strength and safety will improve drastically. Since I'm treating these people like treasure troves, it only makes sense to want them to stick around for as long as possible. My precious little point-generating machines can't afford to dwindle away. So, I'll have to think about helping them improve their survival odds a little. Giving them some guidance won't kill me. These are still my crops, after all, and you gotta nurture your crops to get a steady yield. Once I made up my mind, my fingers started flying across the keyboard. You all think so highly of me that it's making me a bit shy. But since you insist, I'll share a few survival tips for the apocalypse, along with some weaknesses of zombies. Believe me or not, that's up to you. With one sentence, the chat fell completely silent. Whether or not they trusted me didn't matter. Everyone wanted to hear what I had to say. After all, what did they have to lose? If it turned out to be legit, it could save their lives when it counts. 3 tips. First, and the most crucial, don't trust anyone easily. And I mean anyone except your closest family members. Without the constraints of law and order, the depths of human selfishness and darkness will shock you. Second, pick your safe house carefully. Whether it's your own home or somewhere else, it needs to be somewhere that can physically keep out the zombie and human invasion. Third, if you encounter zombies, don't panic. They hunt based on hearing and smell, with fresh blood being the most irresistible to them. When heading out, avoid getting injured at all costs. If you're in danger, stay calm and don't make any noise whatsoever. Plain and simple, but there was some debate about the first rule. Some felt it was overly cautious, others wholeheartedly agreed. No one argued further. I had already said my piece. Whether they chose to believe me or not was their choice. I wasn't about to waste time explaining or proving myself. The fact that I was willing to offer advice was already out of goodwill, and honestly, for the points. Wu Tao, no wonder. I've run into zombies several times, and they always gave up chasing me halfway through. Turns out they were drawn away by someone else screaming instead. Wu Tao, Su Chun, you're my savior. Now I know what to do. If I make it back alive, I swear I'll kneel and thank you for saving my life. Wu Tao was overwhelmed with gratitude. He completely bought into the advice about zombies' weaknesses. He was short on supplies and had no choice but to go out and take risks. Guided by personal experience, the more he thought about it, the more it made sense, especially the third rule. It could save lives. Regardless of whether others fully believed me or not, they all expressed their thanks. They were waiting to see if Wu Tao would return safely before deciding whether to follow the advice themselves. Amidst a flurry of compliments, I humbly responded, then prepared to log off. The goal was achieved. No point in sticking around. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to take a bath. Before leaving, I threw in one last parting shot. The apocalypse had arrived, and no one was maintaining basic infrastructure. Right now, running water was still available, but who knew how much longer that would last? For most ordinary people, even having hot water to drink was a luxury, let alone taking a bath. In the chat, the girls went absolutely wild with envy over my comment. Smirking at the flood of envious messages, I logged off. After leaving the group chat, I noticed my inbox was flooded with private friend requests. I intended to ignore them all, but there were a few names among them that made me pause. Curious, I decided to approve them one by one. Let's see what they want. The first request was from Wang Yuning. I approved it solely because of what she had sent me. Wang Yuning. A few days before the apocalypse, there were rumors about someone hoarding supplies like crazy, including massive amounts of food. Could that have been you, Suchin? Of course, I knew Wang Yuning. She was the famously wealthy and beautiful girl in our class, well-off and stunning, rivaling evenly Tingting. She had transferred schools halfway through the term, which was the only reason she hadn't been in the running for the class beauty title. But no one ever thought she was any less impressive. Her family background alone attracted legions of admirers, let alone her looks. Reading her message made my eyes narrow. Apparently, she'd gotten wind of my stockpiling efforts. Not that I cared. I hadn't exactly tried to keep it a secret when I was preparing for the apocalypse. It wasn't something that could be hidden anyway. In fact, the more you tried to conceal it, the more attention you'd draw. Many people already suspected, so what's one more? Even if someone had nefarious intentions, it wouldn't matter. First, no one knew my exact location. Second, I was hidden underground. A shelter within 100 meters. Who could pull me out? Without enough strength, there's no way I'd step outside to meet death. I thought for a moment before replying. Me. Who I am isn't important. I doubt the reason you're looking for me is to ask that, right? Speak plainly. I don't enjoy beating around the bush. At that moment, I started growing curious about her background. Judging purely from this encounter, her family is anything but ordinary. Discovering my actions in such a short amount of time means she must hold significant clout in Haiching. Ordinary people might hear rumors about someone buying things in bulk, but tracing it back to me? That would be nearly impossible. On the other side of the screen, Wang Yuning smiled silently. At first, she had no impression of me. It wasn't until my dramatic turnaround in that group chat that I caught her attention. Piecing things together, she's already managed to figure out most of my background. In fact, she had even bigger suspicions that I might have foreseen the apocalypse. Otherwise, why would I hoard so much food? But without concrete evidence, she kept her thoughts to herself. Toward me, she bore no malice and had no desire to be enemies. Still, our relationship was shallow for now. It'd be best to build rapport first. Wang Yuning. If the opportunity arises, I believe we could work together in the future. The corners of her lips lifted into a slight smile. In her eyes, I may not yet be qualified to collaborate with her, but based on my careful preparations before the apocalypse, the potential was there. Her confidence? It came from the power behind her. The Wang family of Haiching, the most powerful family in the region. Nearly half of Haiching's industries were tied to the Wangs, who held overwhelming influence. Even after the apocalypse struck, the Wang family's capabilities far outmatched ordinary people. Long before the official announcement, they had received information through their own channels, stockpiling supplies, and securing guards ahead of time. While chaos erupted in the early days of the apocalypse, it was quickly suppressed in their territory, and the surrounding zombies were wiped out. The reason she valued me was her investigation. Before the apocalypse, I, along with an enormous amount of supplies, had seemingly vanished. There had to be a shocking secret behind it. What she needed was an ally, a powerful force within outside factions. Of course, I knew none of this. Before the apocalypse, all I was aware of was that her background was extraordinary, a level where even Zhao Hua wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of her. As I read her words, I couldn't quite make sense of what she was getting at. Me, collaborate? You want to work with me? Wang Yuning. That's right. I see great potential in your future. By working with me, you'll undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. Of course, your current strength isn't enough yet. I hope you can grow stronger as soon as possible. She didn't bother hiding and revealed her identity outright. Interesting, so very interesting. I chuckled quietly to myself. I hadn't expected her to be the only daughter of the Wang family in Haiching. As someone born and raised here, I was more than familiar with how terrifying the Wang's influence was. If it had been the old me, I'd likely only. The pressure feels overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down on me. But ever since I got the system, I firmly believe that I'll eventually surpass those families of old. I'll no longer have to fear anyone. In the apocalypse, it's strength that matters, not status or power. Me. Since Miss Wang has invited me, it would be rude not to oblige. I believe that day won't be far off. I didn't turn her down. In fact, I want to see just what she's scheming. I made a silent resolution. Before that day comes, I must do everything I can to strengthen myself. No matter what kind of collaboration lies ahead, I have to make sure I hold the reins. She didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. When the time is right, everything will be revealed. We chatted for a bit more before parting on good terms. To my surprise, I found myself appreciating her personality. It felt like we were cut from the same cloth. In an era like this, people who can live as calmly as us are as rare as phoenix feathers. Afterward, I opened the last friend request that I had approved. Li Tingting, one of the campus beauties from Seaside City University and the catalyst for Zhao Hua's obsession with targeting me back then. Neither she nor Wang Yuning had said a word in the group chat, but both had added me as a friend privately. Since I wasn't busy, I figured chatting wouldn't hurt. These two were already on my list of potential sanctuary candidates. Wang Yuning's status is a bit more complicated. There's no way to bring her in for now. Li Tingting, though, I'm confident she'll agree to my terms. My phone lit up with a message. Li Tingting, Su Chen, are your photos real? Me, of course. Those things don't mean much to me. There was a long silence from her end. Li Tingting, can you save us? I smirked. It's showtime. Me, what happened? In the apocalypse, I never make promises lightly. Even if she's a target, she needs to understand one fundamental truth. If you want Su Chen to act, there's always a price to pay. Free rides? Not a chance. Everyone longs for a hero, but no one wants to be the hero. That's human nature. And in this world, the first to die are always those self-sacrificing saints who take care of everyone else. She explained everything to me, holding nothing back. When the apocalypse broke out, she and her friends had been off campus buying food. Before they could return to their dorm, the zombies attacked. The entire school was overrun in an instant. Taking advantage of the chaos, they managed to hide inside a nearby medical office. By the time they came to their senses, the streets outside were swarming with the undead, leaving them with no way to escape. I quickly pieced it together. They're fine as long as they don't do anything reckless. They've got enough food to last a few days. They're just trapped for now. Me. Sorry, I don't have any plans to venture out right now. If an opportunity arises in the future, I'll try to help you. Not a flat-out refusal, but leaving a ray of hope. The best moment for a rescue is when she's out of food, utterly desperate. That's when I'll have the upper hand. The hero saving the damsel in distress trope might be cliché, but it works. Especially when the person in need has hit rock bottom. Stepping in as their savior is the surest way to win their heart. Her reply took a moment longer than usual. Among the lines, there was a sense of despair. I had already guessed. I'm not the first person she's begged for help. She's the campus queen, after all. Countless admirers surround her. In peaceful times, she's worshipped as a goddess. But in an apocalypse, her status has plummeted. Those guys who used to fawn over her, one by one, they've rejected her. When lives are on the line, who's willing to take the risk? After being turned down repeatedly, her spirits were clearly crushed. She needed some hope. Otherwise, she'd completely give up on herself. Me. If you all survive the next 10 days, maybe when I go out, I might save you guys, if it's convenient. She started to breathe a sigh of relief, but before she could, I twisted the knife. Me. But why should I save you? We're not related. Why would I risk my life for strangers? The streets are crawling with the undead. If I get caught out there, that's game over for me. Me. Give me a reason. A reason I can't say no to. I wanted her to know, I'm not like those lapdogs. If she wanted to enter my shelter, it'd be on my terms. Then, I sent over a few pictures, a stockpile of food stacked sky high, a spacious living room, a luxurious bathtub. I wanted her to see what real leverage looks like. The line went silent. I chuckled. Her intentions were as clear as day. I knew pushing her for a choice now wasn't realistic. Let her go hungry for a few days. Let her taste real desperation. She'd understand soon enough. Me. I have to go for now. Think it over carefully. Before the deadline, I expect a solid answer. I logged off. I could almost hear the sigh coming from that infirmary. The next few days were simple for me. Ever since earning points became an addiction, I'd been on a spree as the ultimate lurker in group chats. Those points had completely hooked me. Unfortunately, the apocalypse killed off too many people. Most group chats only kept close friends, making it hard for outsiders like me to worm my way in. After a lot of effort, I finally managed to sneak into a few newer ones, continuing my toxic joy. I'd casually post pictures of my meals daily, feeding those adorable group members the sight of abundance. Some people, more sensitive than others, would immediately get hurt just looking at my posts and kick me out. Ruthless. Every group I got kicked from felt like a knife to my heart. Reflecting on my losses, I adjusted my tactics. No more blatant flexing, only subtle, understated boasts. It's the art of showing off without showing off. That works best. On the Lisa front, she sent messages every day, complaining and hinting at her suffering, urging me to save her as soon as possible. They had run out of food yesterday, now surviving on empty stomachs. Just then, a photo popped up on my phone. I froze. In the photo, there were 3 people. Besides Lisa, there were 2 others, Vivian Lai and Grace Lee. Both former campus queens of C-City, revered like royalty before the apocalypse. Now, even in their wretched state, they couldn't hide their beauty. A package deal? Buy one, get 2 free? What a stroke of luck. It all made sense to me quickly. A few days ago, I told Lisa I'd only save her. No one else. This is way too blunt. They've caught on to everything. I originally thought Li Tingting would sacrifice herself to save the others. I never expected them to turn the tables, to spill everything about each other. Otherwise, I really would have only saved Li Tingting. What about the other 2? Leave them here to starve to death? But they're not the type to just wait for death. At worst, they'll all submit together. It's still better than wasting away in the school infirmary. In fact, they're playing another game entirely. They want me to know that there are 3 school beauties at my disposal. Their plan? Drive me into a corner. They figure if I'm desperate enough, I'll lose my cool. And once that happens, I'll concede. They hope to turn this from a passive situation to one where they can claw back some leverage from me. Too bad. Do they honestly think I'm the type to lose my head over a pretty face? No chance. Unless they agree to my terms, no one's leaving. Their only bargaining chip is their looks. They want to negotiate with me? Maybe that works in peacetime. In an apocalypse, they barely even have the illusion of choice left. And soon, they won't even have that. Back in the infirmary, Li Tingting put down her phone and glanced at the other 2 girls beside her. Do we really have to agree to all his terms before he comes? Silence. The 3 of them knew the answer. They just couldn't stomach it. Let's wait. Someone finally spoke, voice low. There's still time. Until the very last moment. We'll decide then. The infirmary fell silent again. I could guess their thoughts with about 80 to 90% accuracy. Not that it mattered. In the end, I'd be the one coming out on top. Over the past couple of days, besides Li Tingting, I've received a flood of private messages. Most are cries for help, certain that I have the capability to save them. Some even try the moral guilt trip, as if I'd somehow become humanity's greatest sinner if I don't. Those kinds of idiots aren't worth responding to. I just block them outright. Then there are the ones trying to buy food from me, saying they're willing to pay. My response: I outright mock them. Paper money doesn't even have the value of toilet paper in this apocalypse. How dare you try to trade it for my supplies? Next, they tried to pivot, asking if I'd barter instead. Whether they're being sincere or trying to fish for information, my answer remains the same. 2 words. Not selling. I'm not short on supplies. Why would I risk dealing with these people? Once I wrapped up those minor issues, I turned my attention to something far more worthwhile: my points. After 7 days, I've managed to secure 5 stable point-generating groups. Every day, I rack up a couple hundred points. Right now, my total has broken past 6,000. A huge fortune. When you've got money, you spend it. Open the system shop. The thing I want most is the primary gene serum. It enhances physical potential across the board. But more importantly, it significantly boosts immunity, making you resistant to the zombie virus. Even if you're bitten, you won't mutate. This is the source of my confidence in rescuing people. Primary gene serum, 5,000 points. Expensive, but worth it. Buy, I said without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased the primary gene serum. A vial of serum materialized in my hand. My heart was pounding. I twisted open the bottle cap and took a long swig. Too fast. I didn't even get to taste it, just caught a hint of sweetness, like fruit juice. Moments later, a warmth spread from my stomach, coursing through my veins and enveloping my entire body. The sensation was incredible, like soaking in a hot spring. I knew then it was the serum reshaping me. Half an hour later, as the effects fully absorbed, I came to my senses. What the hell? I was covered in a layer of black sludge. Impurities expelled from my body. I never expected there to be so much. Sticky and utterly disgusting, I bolted to the bathroom and took a long, intense shower. When I stepped out, I felt light as a feather. My skin was startlingly fair, enough to make women jealous. Every little ailment from my erratic lifestyle had vanished. I was completely reborn. Within my once skinny frame was now an astonishing power. A single punch could have killed the old me. This basic gene serum had pushed human potential to its utmost limits. In a way, right now, I was the epitome of mankind. Eager to know more, I pulled up my stats panel. Host, Su Chun. Age, 22. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Endurance, 100. Mental power, 69. Remaining lifespan, 150 years. Shelter level 1. Points, 1,066. The data had multiplied more than tenfold, but I knew there was more to it than just the numbers. Taking down a tiger barehanded? Uprooting a tree? With this new body of mine, it wouldn't even be a challenge. This was just the basic serum. Yet, it had somehow extended my lifespan by a full century. What about the intermediate or advanced versions? Could they make me live 1,000 years, or even 10,000? Excited, I couldn't resist flipping to the intermediate level. Intermediate gene serum, 500,000 points. Nope, I'm out. 500,000. That's 100 times more. My scalp tingled at the thought. If I relied solely on earning points in the group chat, I'd probably die of old age before saving up enough. It was clearly forcing me to go out and complete missions. System, get out here. Why is the gap so insane? Ding. The gene serums enhance you at the genetic level. Their technology far surpasses your current era. The more advanced the tech, the higher the price. Fair enough. Expensive or not, this basic serum was already enough to let me dominate in the apocalypse. The rest could wait. Next, I turned my attention to travel gear. With this newly upgraded body, it was time to put my plans into motion. After some searching, I locked onto 3 items. Sano Combat Vehicle, level 17 m long, 3.1 m wide, 2.2 m tall. Armor thickness, 25 mm, resistant to 9 mm armor-piercing rounds. Passenger capacity, 15. Price, 300 points. Detection device, scans a 500-meter radius for all life forms. Humans, zombies, beasts, nothing escapes. Price, 100 points. Advanced combat technique, master-level hand-to-hand combat skills. Price, 300 points. With these in hand. Expression, tank, check. Regular firearms and zombies out there don't stand a chance against me. A detection device? Check. No more looking over my shoulder worrying about ambushes. Combat skills? Well, I've got strength to spare, but I never learned how to properly wield it. Perfect opportunity to fix that weak spot and level up my abilities even more. These 3 things, once I've gathered enough points, will be mine in one clean sweep. I gazed out the window and let a smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. Time to head out. 3 days have passed. After finishing up my last point harvest in the group chat, I set my phone down, fully satisfied. The time has come. Li Tingting and the others are now at their breaking point, out of food and options. It's time to give them the final ultimatum. Su Chun, today is the deadline. You only get one chance. Make it count. Life or death, it's in their hands. If anyone refuses to submit, I won't force them. In a world like this, I don't lack for people willing to kneel. But I'm nearly certain they'll agree. In their prime, unbroken and healthy, they'd never bow. But hunger breaks all pride. Very few can withstand the primal terror of starving to death. Sure enough, it didn't even take a minute for a reply to come through. Li Tingting, Su Chun, you win. Whatever you want, as long as you save us. I couldn't help but grin. The trap I've been setting for so long has finally snapped shut. And the haul? Better than I ever anticipated. Su Chun, congratulations on making the smartest choice of your lives. Today, you'll be saved. No reason to delay. The longer I wait, the more room there is for unexpected problems to arise. I'm not about to let this cooked duck fly away. Once I got their location, I left my shelter and surfaced. The warehouse was eerily quiet, exactly as it was before the world fell apart. I pulled out my detection device and gave the area a quick sweep. No zombies. No humans. Just me and the silence. This place is perfect. Couldn't have picked a better spot. I packed away the detection device and reached into my spatial ring, retrieving my snow tank. In the blink of an eye, an iron behemoth loomed before me. Thick armor, unyielding presence. There isn't a guy alive who wouldn't get a kick out of something like this. The only downside, it's not equipped with heavy armaments, so it's a bit on the bulky side. But against my current foes, it's overkill anyway. Flesh and bone are no match for steel. I climbed into the driver's seat. The system had been considerate enough to load all the necessary driving knowledge into my head when I bought the vehicle. Easy as pie. Vroom. The engine roared to life as the tank eased out of the warehouse. This is pure satisfaction. No kidding. This feels goddamn fantastic. Sitting in that driver's seat, it felt like nothing could stand in my way. Destination, Haicheng University. The second I left the warehouse, the zombies started closing in, drawn by the growl of the engine. They rushed the tank, crazed and relentless. Too bad for them. They couldn't have picked a worse opponent. A regular car would have been wrecked under their onslaught. But this is a tank. I showed no emotion. With a grim expression, I watched one grotesque face after another slam into the vehicle. The outcome was obvious. Those usually ruthless monsters were all crushed into piles of raw, bloody pulp. In mere moments, the highway behind me had been drenched in blood. The surface of the battle vehicle now seemed coated in a dark crimson armor. But none of that mattered to me. What really got me going was the incessant notification ringing in my head. Ding. Killed a zombie. Earned 5 points. Ding. Killed a zombie. Earned 5 points. Ding. Killed a zombie. Earned 5 points. I had no idea how many zombies I had run over. I'd lost count already. All I knew was that my points were skyrocketing. I couldn't help but laugh. Turns out, mowing down zombies can rack up points. This was way more satisfying than skimming profits from clueless folks in group chats. I glanced at my balance, 2,000 points. That meant I had killed nearly 100 zombies. Earning points while venting my fury, a perfect win-win. If I weren't on a mission to save people, I'd drive this thing around the entire city, clearing it of zombies. Too bad the tank guzzles fuel like crazy, and I can't afford to push it that much. That's why, along with rescuing survivors, I also needed to stock up on gas. Luckily, there's a gas station near Haicheng University. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As I drove further, the road became choked with abandoned vehicles, remnants of the panic on the night the apocalypse began. People had fled for their lives, leaving their cars behind and forgetting all about traffic laws. The road was nearly impassable. If I were in a standard car, I'd have been stuck here, helpless. But this wasn't just any vehicle, it was a battle tank. There was only one solution: crash. I plowed forward. Private cars were overturned and flattened like delicate playthings. The road wasn't just there. I forced a new one into existence. Haicheng University. Under a suffocating gray sky, daylight struggled to pierce through. The once vibrant campus had turned into a graveyard. Most of the tens of thousands of students had succumbed to the plague, now shambling as zombies among the decaying school buildings. The few remaining survivors could only hide in the shadows, holding their breaths, for the zombies here roamed in terrifying hordes, dense as a flood. A university once filled with life was now little more than a prison for the few who dared to cling to it. Ah! A scream suddenly cut through the silence. Nearby zombies, like sharks catching the scent of blood, surged madly toward the sound's source. I didn't need to look to know what had happened. Someone who had taken a desperate gamble had just become their prey. The scream came to an abrupt and gruesome end. Just like that, another life was extinguished. Here, life and death played tug-of-war every single day. Li Tingting slumped in a corner, her eyes hollow and devoid of hope. Even though Su Chun had promised he was coming to save them, until they were truly out of danger, her heart remained on edge. These past days had shown her the cruelty of humanity in the face of an apocalypse. Old friends and brothers fought each other to death over scraps of food. Respected teachers and once admired idols revealed themselves to be monsters, worse than the undead. Right next door to their storage room, a group of burly athletes had set up camp. Armed and in numbers, they stole supplies, killed indiscriminately, and threw the injured into zombie swarms to buy themselves a few extra breaths of safety. Joy. The girls who fought back met an even worse fate. It was witnessing this firsthand that made them truly understand the weight of what Su Chin always said. Never trust anyone lightly. It was for this reason that they placed their last hopes on a man they had never met. At least Su Chun laid everything out in the open. Compared to those beasts who used force, he actually seemed clean. "We're going to make it out alive," Li Yingying said softly as she sat down beside her. "We're going to live better lives." It was a statement meant for Li Tingting, but also a way to reassure herself. Whether Su Chun could truly rescue them, no one could say for certain. What they feared most was the possibility that this hope, which they had clung to for so long, might ultimately turn into despair. Hunger had nearly drained all their energy. There was always the risk of passing out from malnutrition. "Do you think?" Li Wanyan suddenly spoke, voicing the question that had been buried in her heart. "When Su Chun gets to the school, he might get scared off." The infirmary fell silent. The campus was overrun with the undead. By now, it had been over 2 hours since Su Chun had set out. The waiting was unbearable because it was riddled with uncertainty. Beep beep. The sudden sound of a phone notification shattered the heavy quiet. Li Tingting snatched up her phone. As soon as she saw the screen, her hands flew to her mouth, and her voice trembled. "It's Su Chun." The group instantly crowded around. "What did he say?" Li Tingting handed over the phone, her voice thick with emotion as tears welled up in her eyes. "He said, he's already near the school. He'll be rescuing us soon." A burst of excited chatter erupted around the room. Already near the school? How is that possible? The number of zombies outside had only grown. How did he manage to get there so fast? Did he fly in or something? Or does he have some kind of trick for avoiding the zombies? They couldn't imagine how he did it. To them, Su Chun had initially been just a man with lots of supplies, but now their perception of him was quietly beginning to shift. Li Yingying took the phone and flipped to the last photo he'd sent. The gates of High City University. It was real, undeniable. In that moment, the emotions they had been suppressing for so many days finally broke free. Someone wept tears of joy, each droplet filled with the shaky relief of surviving against all the odds. There was hope. Finally, they could escape this hell. Near High City University, I brought my battle vehicle to a halt and inventoried my spoils from the journey. I had run over at least 800 zombies. My total points, 7,000. The number of zombies rushing to their deaths was absurd. I was practically a jackpot winner at this point. At this rate, I'd have enough points for the intermediate gene serum in no time. I've decided to modify my strategy. Whenever I have free time, I should drive this battle beast around more often. Kill some zombies for humanity. Contribute a bit to the survival of civilization. And, of course, rack up a few extra points. It's only fair payment. Because, at my core, I, Su Chun, am a great man. Indulging in my thoughts long enough, I pulled myself back to the task at hand. After sending a message to Li Tingting, I didn't rush to drive inside. Being reckless doesn't get you far, especially not alive. Earlier, when the scanner swept over the area, the screen lit up with dense clusters of signals, probably tens of thousands of zombies swarming the campus. Way too many. While they couldn't penetrate the armored vehicle, they could easily trap me inside. Even if I managed to break out, there was no way I could protect Li Tingting and everyone else with her. If brute force won't work, it's time for finesse. There was one more item from the newbie starter pack that I hadn't used yet. The intelligent drone. Silent in flight, it wouldn't alert the zombies. Perfect for reconnaissance. I maneuvered it into the campus, its camera feed streaming directly to my screen. My expression tightened. It was worse than I'd imagined. Zombies were everywhere, on the roads, in the buildings, filling every crevice. Unless I could fly, the only way in would be through sheer carnage. After mapping out the path to the infirmary, I paused to think. Either I needed to take to the skies, or I had to lure all the zombies off the path. That's it. Lure them away. Zombies are insanely drawn to blood and sound. Those two things could work to my advantage. I chose blood. Fresh human blood drives them to absolute frenzy. But strangely, they seem to abhor the blood of their own kind. A peculiar observation I picked up during my journey here. My tank is smeared with zombie gore, and oddly enough, as I neared the school, not a single one of them was willing to throw themselves at it. I stopped a few times en route to test the theory thoroughly. Call it curiosity, or more accurately, frustration at losing out on potential points because those zombies refused to play the part of cannon fodder. A new anti-zombie trick. Not something I planned to use personally, but definitely worth tossing into the group chat to keep those so-called point farming tools alive a bit longer. The more they live, the more points they'll eventually earn me. What a saint I am. Of course, that's where my charity ends. Lending useful tips to others? Sure. Sacrificing my own resources for some noble cause? Not a chance. I brought the drone back and retrieved the blood bags I'd prepared long ago. Back before the apocalypse hit, when I stocked up on medical supplies, I managed to source these through certain channels. I got a variety of blood types, originally intended for transfusions in the future shelter. To be honest, it wasn't a waste even if I didn't use them that way. Blood happens to act like a zombie magnet. If I ever get cornered, throwing out a single blood bag might just buy me a way out. I attached the bags to the underside of the drone and made a small incision, allowing the scent of blood to slowly seep out. The drone took flight, carrying my hopes toward Haicheng University. And just as I expected, the moment the smell of blood spread, the zombies beneath the drone went berserk. They shrieked and howled in frenzy, clawing at the air as if they could leap into the sky. The commotion quickly drew others nearby, who swarmed in like moths to a flame. The camera feed showed a seething sea of black, a tide surging in unison below the drone. I directed the drone to hover over the path connecting the infirmary to the school gate, keeping the zombies' interest peaked. When the time was right, I switched the drone to automatic mode, setting it on a pre-programmed flight path. Lure the horde outward. The result far exceeded expectations. Roar! Countless zombies surged frantically toward the direction of the departing drone, merging into what looked like a small tide. Nearly 1,000. I sat quietly inside the battle vehicle, watching. Anyone who dared approach that area would be torn to shreds in mere moments. A few minutes later, the scanner swept the area. Most of the zombies on the road had dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers behind. No longer a problem. The battle vehicle roared back to life, heading straight for the medical building. The remaining zombies were drawn to the sound of the engine, but hesitated as they caught the scent of rotting flesh on the vehicle from their fallen kind. They stopped in confusion. A strange, uneasy peace. I had no interest in wasting energy on a slaughter and drove straight through. On the upper floor of the medical building, Li Tingting peered out the window at the suddenly silent street, lowering her voice. Was that his doing? She seemed to be asking others, but also herself. Inside the room, everyone knew exactly who she was talking about. Su Chun. No one's a fool. It didn't happen sooner. It didn't happen later. It happened right as he came to save them. There was a 90% chance it was his doing. The only pity? The zombies outside the building were led away, but those inside the building remained untouched. Their impression of him rose again. The strong are always admired. For the weak, seeking refuge with the strong is an instinct as natural as breathing. Since they had chosen him, his strength meant their safety. Boom, boom, boom. The battle vehicle neared the dorm building. The survivors inside noticed the hulking metal beast and thought the military had arrived. Excited, they threw themselves at the windows, cheering and crying for rescue. They forgot one thing. While the zombies outside the building had been led away, the ones in the hallways inside were still there. Their shouting attracted the undead behind the doors. Crashing, breaking, the doors gave way. Blood splattered everywhere as chaos unfolded. Screams filled the air. The living snapped back to grim reality instantly, silencing themselves. But watching the battle vehicle drive straight past without stopping infuriated them. They had seen a glimmer of hope only for it to shatter before their eyes. They huddled in the shadows, cursing quietly. I remained oblivious to it all. Even if I'd known, I would have said just one thing. Serves you right. I came to High City University to save Li Tingting and her group. The lives of others? They're none of my concern. I parked outside the medical building and stepped out of the vehicle. From the window, Li Tingting inhaled sharply. Su Chun says he's downstairs. Wait, that battle vehicle is his. Everyone in the room froze, disbelief written across their faces. They had assumed he would only bring a larger truck at best, but a battle vehicle? Shock quickly turned to excitement. Their curiosity grew. Just how many hidden aces did this man have up his sleeve? Elsewhere, a separate group of survivors near the medical building had also taken notice of me. At first, they thought it was the military, fearing that their past misdeeds might be exposed. But when they realized it was just a lone, young man stepping out, the expressions in their eyes changed instantly. If we had a vehicle like that, what would there be to fear in the apocalypse? The key is, he seems to be alone. That one sentence lit a fire of greed in everyone's hearts. Their leader was Zhang Chong, who used to be the captain of his school basketball team. When the apocalypse hit, the constraints of law and morality loosened. He gathered his old crew and committed unspeakable acts that even beasts would disdain. Boss, let's take him down. Zhang Chong's eyes burned with determination. To him, this was an opportunity sent by the heavens. No matter how strong one person is, they can't handle a mob attack. But what Zhang Chong didn't know was that I'd already taken a basic gene enhancement serum and mastered advanced combat skills. I'm no longer an ordinary human. Everyone, bring your weapons and follow him. Zhang Chong commanded his men. Miss this chance, and heaven itself will strike us down. Excited chatter bubbled among his gang as they stealthily tailed me. Little did I know, someone dared to target me. The infirmary was on the second floor. As I got upstairs, I ran straight into 5 zombies. I pulled out my Tang Dao, a traditional Chinese sword, from my spatial ring, gripping it tightly in my right hand. This was my first time confronting zombies head-on. My heartbeat quickened, a mix of nerves and exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my mind. The zombies snarled and lunged at me. Instead of retreating, I surged forward. Flash! With the force I poured into the blade, I severed the nearest one's neck in a single strike. Instant kill. Confidence surged through me. In 10 seconds, 5 headless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Taking them down personally, it felt entirely different than running them over in a car. Another 25 points earned. I ascended to the second floor. A dozen zombies roamed the hallway. No wonder the others were trapped up here. My blood surged with adrenaline. Before they could react, I made the first move. Twisting my body, my blade flashed, and another head hit the ground. Satisfaction. Each swing of the sword deepened my understanding of combat techniques. With every attack, my control over my strength became more precise. I cut down 2 more zombies. Soon, only one was left at the end of the hallway. This one was particularly massive, exuding an oppressive presence. Wrath. Its blood-red eyes locked onto me, and its movements were noticeably faster than its kind. I held my blade up in a horizontal block, meeting its sharp claws head-on. A tremendous force ran through the weapon. Something's wrong with its strength. It was a mutated zombie. For an ordinary person, encountering it meant certain death. For me, it was just a tougher challenge. With a powerful push, I sent it stumbling back. Regaining my footing, I chased after it with the sword in hand. I spotted an opening. Time to press the attack. With one strike, I cut off one of its arms. The severed limb and thick, black blood splattered onto the floor. No mercy. I thrust my blade through its eye, piercing its skull. The zombie collapsed, lifeless. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've killed a level 2 zombie and earned 50 points. A level 2 zombie. That explains it. I'll leave where it came from aside for now. The entire hallway has already been cleared. It's time to meet Li Tingting and the others. The whole fight didn't last even 5 minutes. I sheathed my Tang Dao reluctantly, though there were still others waiting for me to save them. I walked up to the infirmary door and knocked 3 times. Open up, it's me. The door swung open almost immediately. Li Tingting stood there, staring at me with disbelief in her eyes. While I had been fighting the zombies earlier, all they could do was listen behind the door. The eerie sound of growling gradually faded away until complete silence fell. That moment, they probably thought I had died. Then, they heard my voice. When the door opened, the way the 3 girls looked at me said it all. They looked as if they were seeing a war god who had emerged from a sea of blood. In my right hand was a blade, smeared with dark zombie blood. My clothes bore splatters of it, and the air around me emanated with a palpable intensity. Hi there. I smiled faintly. I told you I'd come to save you, and I did. They snapped out of their daze and quickly moved aside to let me in. I slid my Tang Dao back into its sheath and stepped inside. The conditions in the room were pitiful. The fact that they'd managed to hold out this long was remarkable. The infirmary fell into an awkward and eerie silence. The 3 girls stared at me with a mix of emotions, saying nothing. They knew, as per our previous agreement, that from today onward, they belonged to me. I broke the silence. As promised, from today, you're with me, I said flatly. With me around, you won't have to survive like this anymore. I won't promise much, but you'll have plenty of food and a completely safe place to stay. That's my guarantee." The words were blunt, but in the apocalypse, people's expectations for life had long been reduced to two things: eating enough and staying alive. Those two things I could deliver. They didn't say much. Just a single phrase emerged in the end: "Thank you." It was obvious they were starving, faces pale, bodies weak, barely standing. Without food soon, they'd collapse. I reached into my backpack, pulling out some bread and water, and handed it over. "Have this for now. Once we're back at the shelter, there'll be meat, fruit, and vegetables. You can take your pick." The three of them abandoned all pretense of politeness. They ripped open the packaging and devoured the food like they hadn't eaten in days. Only someone who's truly gone hungry can understand how hunger leaves no room for dignity. I shook my head slightly. In the apocalypse, people like me, with an abundance of supplies and a secure shelter, were as rare as diamonds. After finishing the bread, they looked noticeably better. "Now," I began, "let's talk business." I pulled out 3 contracts from my bag and handed one to each of them. "These are sole contracts. Once you sign your name, they take effect. There's no backing out afterward." There were only 2 terms in the contract. "My will is the ultimate priority. Betrayal or any actions meant to harm me are strictly forbidden." That was all I needed to establish my authority over them. The girls looked at the contracts with visible confusion, but when they saw the seriousness in my gaze, they realized I wasn't joking. The soul pact, unless met with death, it can never be broken. I didn't elaborate further. Believe it or not, that was up to them. They were skeptical. After all, who would believe in something like this after years of scientific education? But then again, if the apocalypse could happen, what else was off the table? Besides, the terms weren't unreasonable. If it were anyone else offering this, the conditions would have been far harsher. The 3 exchanged looks and, after a brief pause, signed their names on the contract. To be honest, they didn't have much of a choice. After days of suffering through hunger, fear, and exhaustion, they were done pretending to be self-reliant. If there was someone to lean on, why hold back? The moment they signed, the contract transformed into a beam of light and sank into their foreheads. Instantly, the doubt vanished from their faces. In that fleeting moment, they could feel it, an intangible force binding itself to their very existence. "All right," I said plainly. "From this moment on, you belong to me. With me around, no one will lay a hand on you." It was a simple promise, but it carried enough weight to provide a sense of security. After all, I had the ability to back those words. Once they'd rested and regained some strength, I stood up and gestured for them to follow. "Let's go. It's not safe to stay here any longer." None of them were fighters. They were ordinary people. The sooner I got them back to the battle truck, the better. As soon as we stepped out of the infirmary, the hallway greeted us with the stench of blood. Zombie corpses covered the floor, painting a grisly scene. The 3 girls instinctively clutched each other's hands, faces pale and trembling. Descending the stairwell to the first floor, I suddenly stopped in my tracks and signaled them to step back. Ahead of us, a group of men was approaching. They were armed with metal rods and crude, makeshift weapons, their faces marked by cocky smirks. When they saw me, they began to laugh, like hunters spotting their prey wandering helplessly into their trap. Splitting into a semicircle, they spread out and blocked our path. But they'd gotten it wrong. Who was the hunter, and who was the hunted? In times like these, one must be vigilant of all strangers. And every ounce of bad intent radiated clearly from their demeanor. "Stay put in the stairwell," I told the girls sharply. "I'll handle this." Alone, I took my stance at the foot of the staircase. One man against an army, if need be. "Be careful, Su-chun." Li Tingting's voice trembled behind me. "Don't get hurt." Because the moment they signed that contract, their lives became tied to mine. From the pack, a young man with a close-cropped buzz cut stepped forward, gripping a rusty metal rod. He sneered and yelled out mockingly, "Hey kid, that ride parked out there yours?" "Yeah, it's mine," I replied nonchalantly. "Got a problem with that?" "Oh, look at you acting all tough." "Enough, Yongwu. Step aside." A sharp, commanding voice interrupted him. Another man, with a handsome, refined appearance, stepped forward. Yongwu seemed reluctant, but grudgingly obeyed after a stern glare. Zhang Chong. I knew this guy. He was no stranger at Haicheng University, a figure who carried a certain reputation. Before the apocalypse, he was the type people wouldn't openly confront due to his connections. Rumor had it he'd gotten a girl pregnant years ago and had it hushed up with his influence. Additionally, Zhang Chong was one of the more obsessive admirers of my professor, Mei Runan. Unfortunately for him, the feelings were far from mutual. This gentleman, "Hey, buddy, we mean no harm." Zhang Chong forced a smile. "If you're the owner of this vehicle, could you give us a ride out of here? If you help, we'll reward you generously." A lot of people would have been fooled by his act, but not me. Zhang Chong was probing, trying to figure out if I was alone. To someone like him, owning a combat vehicle meant a person had deep connections, someone far from vulnerable or isolated. But if I really was on my own, well, then this prize was something he believed should belong to the most deserving person. And in his mind, he was clearly that deserving person. I scoffed coldly. "Cut the act. I can tell you're scum just by looking at you." My voice was sharp and unmoving. "A piece of trash, that's all. No need to play games. I'm by myself. No backup, no surprises. If you've got the guts, come at me." Zhang Chong's face darkened with rage. In a lawless, post-apocalyptic world, people like him thrived on chaos, clinging to positions of power to indulge their worst behaviors. Leading a gang of a dozen thugs only made his depravity run deeper. "Fine, fine." He gritted his teeth, raising his hand in a commanding gesture. "Take him down. Break his arms and legs. Feed him to the zombies." The first to charge was Yang Wu, his steel rod slicing through the air as he aimed straight for my head. Idiots. I didn't move a muscle. Yang Wu thought I was frozen in fear. His grin widened, until the steel rod came to an abrupt and inexplicable halt just inches from my skull. No matter how hard he tried, the rod wouldn't budge. "What the?" It was only then that he realized his wrist was clamped in my unyielding grip. In a blur of motion, there was a sickening crack. His wrist folded like a brittle twig. "Ah!" His scream tore through the air as the steel rod clattered to the ground. A single punch to his chest sent him flying backward. He crashed to the ground, buckling under the impact. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his chest caved inward, a sign of broken ribs, likely puncturing vital organs. Within mere seconds, the overconfident Yang Wu had become the first to fall. The entire scene froze. The crowd was deathly silent. Was that truly human strength? "What are you waiting for? Get him!" Zhang Chong roared, his composure slipping. He refused to believe that one man could take on a dozen of his crew, unless this was some kind of legendary special ops soldier. But how likely was that? If they'd chosen to attack, then none of them would be walking away from this. The decision had already sealed their fate. Slaying zombies was like swatting flies, and dealing with this group was no different. I lunged into the fray, delivering a masterclass in raw, unbridled violence. Minutes later, only Zhang Chong and I remained standing. His gang lay scattered across the ground, their limbs broken, writhing in agony. Zhang Chong stood there, stunned. Even 10 pigs couldn't be slaughtered that quickly. And now, even the densest fool could recognize they had miscalculated, badly. Too bad he figured it out too late. He swallowed hard, his voice shaky. "Oh look, brother, I didn't realize who I was messing with. Let's just call it even, all right? You let me walk away, and I won't hold it against you for what you've done to my guys. From now on, we go our separate ways." I couldn't help but laugh. Where did he get the nerve to say that? I don't know what it means to just give up. I stepped closer, one deliberate step at a time. I only live by one rule. When you cut down weeds, you eliminate the roots. If someone becomes my enemy, they better not expect to live. Zhang Chong's eyes turned bloodshot. "You're really going to push this to the end?" I didn't answer. The answer was obvious. "Then so be it. If I die, I'll take you down with me." He lunged forward with a facade of resolve, like he was ready to face death. But halfway through, he spun around and bolted for the door. Better to live and fight another day. Only an idiot sticks around when they know they're outmatched. If you survive, there's always time to take revenge. Trying to run? I grabbed a steel rod from the floor and hurled it with all my strength. The rod sliced through the air and nailed him in the thigh. Zhang Chong screamed as he lost his balance, tumbling across the ground in agony. "It's over." He rolled onto his back and saw me walking toward him, slowly, deliberately. "Please, spare me. I won't dare oppose you ever again." In this moment, Fear consumed him. It wasn't an act anymore. Spare you? I arched a brow. Give me one good reason. He clung to this shred of hope like a drowning man to a lifeline. I have money. All of it is yours. And people. We've captured women. Lots of them. They're yours too. Food, water, all of it. Just let me live. Pathetic. Truly the scum of the earth. In the apocalypse, money is worth less than toilet paper. And food, I don't need your meager supplies. I stared at him coldly. As for those women, I don't touch what's been tainted by the likes of you. You. I paused, the judgment clear in my voice. Are completely worthless to me. Are you ready for hell? I raised the steel rod high, aiming for his head. Zhang Chang's face twisted in absolute terror, his mind racing for something, anything, to save his pitiful life. Wait, he screamed, desperation cracking his voice. I have news about Mei Runin. Pant pant. He gasped for air, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Just an inch. One more inch, and his skull would have been crushed under the rod like a smashed watermelon. But I stopped. That name, Mei Runin. He said her name. He had my attention now. She wasn't just my mentor. She was a goddess to me, untouchable, enigmatic. Years ago, when some rich playboy tried to force her into marriage, his entire family ended up behind bars by the next day. After that, nobody dared cross her again. I shifted my foot, pressing down on his injured leg. Zhang Chang held in pain. Don't play dead. Spit out everything you know. But let me warn you. If you lie to me, you'll wish you hadn't died a quicker death today. He trembled, his entire body shivering in pain and fear, but he didn't dare stall. It all came pouring out like water from a broken dam. Yesterday, we heard someone say Mei Runin was trapped in the underground parking lot of the school. She's locked inside a car. The exit's blocked, the car can't get out, and there are zombies everywhere outside. She can't escape. She's completely dropped their guard a bit. Is this your vehicle? It's like something straight out of a movie. Li Tingting exclaimed, her wide eyes betraying a mix of amazement and disbelief. Yeah, it's mine, I replied flatly, brushing off their awe. Don't mess with the controls. This thing isn't just for show. My voice carried a warning edge, but I wasn't about to explain the blood, sweat, and chaos that went into securing it. No need to relive old wounds. The three girls nodded quickly, sitting down cautiously, their earlier curiosity dimmed by my tone. It was better this way. They'd live longer if they stayed vigilant instead of treating the apocalypse like an adventure. Turning away, I headed for the front of the vehicle. As I gripped the steering wheel, I took a deep breath and tried to focus. There was no time to relax. I still had someone to find, and every second wasted could mean the difference between life and death for her. Li Tingting hesitated before speaking up again. Hey, what are you planning to do now? Are you really going back down there? I have to, I answered firmly, adjusting my jacket. There's someone inside who doesn't have the luxury of waiting any longer. You're crazy, one of the other girls muttered under her breath, but didn't dare say it louder. Maybe I was. But in this world, the world of the undead, crazy felt like a prerequisite for survival. Normalcy had died right along with society, leaving behind something raw and unforgiving. Stepping out of the vehicle, I glanced back at them with a single, sharp look. Lock the doors and don't let anyone in unless it's me. No exceptions. Without waiting for their response, I disappeared back into the building's darkness. The stale air reeked of blood and decay, and the echo of my boots on the floor cut through the heavy silence. Each step took me closer to the unknown, but also, hopefully, to her. The odds weren't in my favor, but then again, when had they ever been? Finally, I could breathe a little easier. With that armored vehicle, the zombies couldn't do a thing to them, and there was no longer any need to constantly be on edge, like we were in the infirmary. Just then, a drone slowly descended onto the roof of the vehicle. It had really made a difference this time. It was the drone that had lured away the massive horde of zombies on campus, which allowed me to save people with ease. I pulled up the recorded footage, only to feel a mix of amusement and helplessness as I watched. The drone dropped a bag of blood, and immediately, thousands of zombies swarmed the area below it, an endless mob gathering like a sea of undead. Unintentionally, I had created a full-blown zombie horde. Who knows how far the chaos would spread? Oh well, underneath my secured refuge, no matter how large the horde grows, it wouldn't reach me. And no one will figure out that I was behind it. I just hope not too many people die because of this. Now that I have information on Mei Runen's whereabouts, I'm not letting her slip away. She was the youngest professor at Haicheng University. Once so far out of my league, she may as well have been a dream. But now I have the power, and with it, the hope of making that dream real. The underground parking lot is quite the maze. The armored vehicle can't make it inside, so I have to go in alone. I parked the vehicle in a hidden corner of campus and firmly instructed the three left in the car, no matter what happens, do not come out. Before leaving, I locked the doors from the outside. Only I can open it. The vehicle is the safest place to be. Unless someone shows up with heavy artillery, no one's breaking through that armored shell. Once outside, I pulled out a tang blade from my spatial ring. Crafted from special alloys, it glinted with a sharpness that promised to cut through nearly anything. When it comes to taking down zombies, guns are too noisy. One shot, and a whole crowd will come running. Paired with advanced combat skills, cold weapons are by far my preferred choice. It's cleaner, deadlier. Most enemies fall in a single move. I strolled across campus without care. The zombies that most would fear with every fiber of their being? To me, they were just walking bags of experience points. I hadn't gone far before a few zombies growled and lunged toward me. Good. Bring it on. I stood my ground, waiting until they were just a couple of steps away before making my move. Swoosh. With one swing of the blade, I sliced clean through their necks, as though cutting tofu. Heads dropped and rolled, bouncing on the pavement. They felt no pain, and their fallen comrades didn't stir any reaction in them either. They only knew to charge forward mindlessly. Less than a minute later, they were all dead. I hadn't even broken a sweat. I used to be someone who couldn't even bear to kill a chicken. Yet now, cutting down zombies with a blade in hand, my heart was calm, steady, utterly unshaken. It was as though I'd lived through another lifetime entirely. Since getting my system and the arrival of the apocalypse, everything had changed so drastically in just a matter of days. To put it bluntly, I had been completely reborn, and I liked what I had become. Without the apocalypse, I would have lived my life as a drifting landlord, collecting rent and wasting days. The end of the world felt dangerous, sure, but it tore away all shackles. If you had the strength, you could call the shots and live however you wanted. Compared to the old life, I preferred this apocalypse. As I walked further, more zombies met their end by my blade, and I even managed to save a few survivors in the process. Awed by my strength, they scrambled to join me, offering to serve as my loyal followers, or something more intimate. I rejected every single one of them. My emergency shelter has limited capacity. If I even consider bringing in new people, they better meet my strict criteria. The threshold is anything but low. Some cling shamelessly, but in the end, they still retreat under the weight of my killing intent. Helping someone in passing? Sure. Being everyone's savior? Not a chance. I'm not a saint, nor a hero, just a proficient, meticulous self-preservationist. Human nature crumbles easily when put to the test, especially in the apocalypse. Moral blackmail? As long as I don't care about morals, no one can hold them over me. Talking about morals in the apocalypse? You'd be better off believing that pigs can climb trees. The more swings of my blade, the more attuned I become to the Tang Dao in my hand. System, bring up the status panel. Host, Su Chun. Age, 22. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Physical constitution, 100. Mental strength, 70. Refuge level 1. Points, 7,688. Refuge members, 4. Inventory, spatial ring, detector, Tang Dao, Sano war vehicle. My mental strength unconsciously rose to 70. Everything else maxed out a while ago, but this stat has been crawling. I figure it's blood-soaked battles that spur its growth. Even after saving 3 people, the main quest didn't prompt as completed. The system says I need to bring them back to the refuge for it to count. No problem. They're already in my hands. At 1,000 points each, it's only a matter of time before the balance updates. At this point, my total points are just shy of hitting 8,000, most of which came from killing zombies. Turns out, massacring zombies is the fastest way to get paid. Once I'm back at the refuge, breaking 10K will be a breeze. I've already saved enough points to upgrade to a level 2 refuge. I'm a little curious. What surprises does level 2 have in store for me? After about 10 minutes of hacking and slashing, I finally reached the underground parking garage entrance. The vehicles inside were piled up in a chaotic mess. Dried blood painted the ground. The scene was utter devastation. Deeper within, it was pitch black. Visibility was non-existent. Not an issue for me. After taking the basic genetic enhancement serum, night vision was no longer a problem. To play it safe, I pulled out the detector for a scan. Just around the entrance, there were over 20 wandering zombies. Deeper inside, a crowded swarm. Piece of cake. Those zombies earlier hardly put up a warm-up. This is my chance to really enjoy myself. With such chaotic terrain, even a small horde wouldn't be enough to trap me. My speed alone guarantees I can bolt free at any time. I stepped inside, my gaze calm. The moment a zombie lunged at me, one clean slash. As I marched forward, bodies fell every few steps. But then, something started to feel off. The zombies here were more aggressive, more feral. They lunged in relentless waves, the frequency far more intense compared to what I'd encountered outside. Screech. I whipped around and decapitated an attacker trying to ambush me from behind. No wonder Zhang Chong was so confident Meruo and wouldn't make it out. In a place like this, a single misstep for an ordinary person equates to a guaranteed death sentence. I moved decisively, intent to keep things low-key. But given the unique construction of this underground space, even the slightest noise echoed everywhere, disturbing the surrounding hordes. The detector buzzed. More than 20 zombies were closing in, gradually forming a circle around me. Hisses. The dead silence of the parking lot was shattered by their guttural roars. It was like a cue to attack. All of the zombies lunged at me simultaneously. Something was off. Zombies, driven by nothing more than their bloodlust instincts, had now evolved to control their kin. This was no small matter. If zombies truly developed intelligence, humanity's fate would go from bad to worse. Unless everyone else could become as strong as I am. Blocking blows while scanning my surroundings, I thought, there has to be someone orchestrating all this. Slashing one of the creatures down, I leapt atop a car for a better vantage point. Then I spotted it. At a distance, there stood a single zombie, motionless except for its continuous growling. Its figure was noticeably larger than the rest, and in its otherwise clouded eyes, there was a glimmer of clarity. So it's you. A second-tier zombie. But its evolution path was different from one-eyed face before. One grew in strength, this one in intelligence. The apocalypse just got a lot more interesting. Could zombies evolve in other ways? Were there distinctions between evolution paths? And would humanity have its own way to evolve as well? Questions flooded my thoughts. I shook my head. No time to dwell on this. First, I'd clear out these first-tier zombies, then take on their commander. I needed to know what else it might be hiding, aside from controlling its kind. The only way to get answers was to fight. I tightened my grip on the Tang Dao. The will to battle flared inside me. Time to get serious. With my blade in hand, I charged into the swarm of zombies. The gleam of the sword was like lightning, the blood splatter like rain. Severed limbs and dismembered torsos hit the ground, and crimson-streaked gore rained all over. In just moments, all the attacking zombies were reduced to corpses. What a rush. My blood burned with exhilaration. Only one remained, the puppet master lurking in the shadows. It let out a sharp screech, prompting any remaining zombies to go berserk, mindlessly throwing themselves at me. Interesting, it really could command its own kind. Zombies like this were 10 times more dangerous than ordinary hordes. I wasn't worried, though. With a quick turn, I slashed down the zombie lunging at my back and set my sights straight on the commander. Each step forward cornered it further. Smart as it wasn't smart enough. If it were truly intelligent, it would have fled as soon as I wiped out its army. Instead, it chose to bare its claws and charge at me. Clang! My Tang Dao met its claws, sending them reeling. Stronger than regular zombies, sure, but nothing more. One exchange was enough for me to grasp its limits. I pushed forward, causing it to stumble backward. Not missing a beat, I pounced and severed its arm with a reverse stroke. I didn't kill it just yet. I wanted to see if it had any other tricks up its sleeve. Unfortunately, it didn't. Aside from controlling its kind, it had nothing worth noting. No point keeping it alive. With a single stroke, my blade cut through its neck. Its head rolled to the ground. Ding! You have slain a second-tier zombie, intelligent type. Reward, 50 points. As I thought, Second tier. Killing higher-level zombies certainly pays off. Quick, but too bad there weren't more of them. The moment the commander fell, the horde of zombies scattered into disarray. Their berserk state was gone. I weaved through them, the Tang Dao slicing through the air as heads hit the ground one by one. The last of them dropped. The underground parking garage returned to its eerie silence, filled only with the stench of blood. Crouched amidst the carnage, surrounded by corpses, I flicked the blade in my hand. Blood sprayed off in red arcs. I took a deep breath. This fight had taken down nearly 100 zombies. It was exhausting, even for me. Anyone else would have collapsed by now. Recomposing myself, I made my way deeper into the parking garage. I knew exactly where Mei Runin's car was parked. She hadn't been just a passing acquaintance. She used to be my counselor, and we'd known each other for quite some time. The number of zombies dwindled as I moved further in. A stray one here and there crossed my path, cut down in a flash without much thought. The earlier chaos had clearly stirred the survivors hiding in their cars. Peering cautiously out, they noticed the fewer zombies. But none dared to come out yet. The thought of it being a trap was too vivid. Some might even be fantasizing this was some government rescue team. Too bad they were wrong. I'd already scouted the surroundings. I knew there were survivors here, but saving them hadn't been on my agenda. Clearing the zombies had been the greatest mercy I'd bothered to grant. Whether they managed to keep surviving, well, that was down to their own luck. I was here for just one reason, Mei Runin. There it was. In the far corner of the garage, a shiny red sports car sat silently. I'd recognize that car anywhere. It was hers. Through the car window, I could make out a shadowy figure inside. A small smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. Nearby, a few wandering zombies lingered. I made quick work of them and walked toward the car at a steady pace. Inside, Mei Runin lay weakly slumped against the seat. Trapped in this underground lot for over 10 days, she'd long run out of food and water. If not for her habit of hoarding snacks in her car, she'd likely have starved to death. The sound of the earlier battle must have roused her. Struggling to sit up, she peered out through the window and saw a man standing amidst the piles of zombie corpses. There wasn't any doubt. He was the one who had killed them all. And now, that man was walking toward her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She desperately hoped he was here to save her. I reached the car, glancing down at the ground where empty snack wrappers were scattered. Lifting my gaze, my eyes met hers, two beautiful, pleading eyes staring back at me. I recognized her instantly. Mei Runin, the youngest professor at Haicheng University. Even now, her pale face and cracked lips couldn't diminish her grace and elegance. Her tangled hair did little to mar her appearance. She carried a different charm, so refined, mature, and captivating. Unlike Li Tingting and the others, she had that ripened allure. A freshly picked apple, a juicy peach, I enjoyed both. Mei Runin, overcome with emotion, flung the car door open and stumbled out. Her weakened legs gave way, and she began to collapse toward the ground. I moved swiftly, catching her around the waist. She froze, her cheeks flushing red. She tried to wriggle free, but her body had no strength left. Instead, she ended up leaning against me like a child seeking comfort. As a gentleman, of course, I made sure to hold her even steadier. Tried several times, she finally gave up. "Can you put me back in my seat, Suchin?" She recognized me and rolled her eyes. Because Zhao Hua often caused me trouble, she was somewhat familiar with me. Didn't expect the gorgeous Professor Mei, adored by all, to still remember me. I chuckled, settling her back into her seat. "No need to run. Why the rush? Get in the car too. Let's talk." I slipped into the passenger seat. "Are you here to save me?" she asked. "That's right," I nodded. "I heard about your whereabouts and came specifically for you." Her gaze softened a bit. Risking my way to rescue her meant any earlier improprieties could be overlooked. How are things outside now? She had been trapped for so long, her premonitions had grown dire. Otherwise, there's no way her family wouldn't have contacted her by now. Only I managed to show up. I didn't sugarcoat reality. The sooner she faced it, the better. The entire world has collapsed. Around 70% of the population has turned into zombies, and that's a conservative estimate. The old order is gone, and killing has become the new norm. Everyone's just trying to survive. Each sentence hit her like a blow, draining the color from Mei Runin's face. How? How could this happen? Her eyes were filled with despair. Her family was far away in the capital, far out of reach. The men her family sent to protect her had long gone silent. If I hadn't appeared unexpectedly, she truly thought she'd starve to death in this car. Seeing her panic-stricken, I felt a wicked sense of satisfaction. It was the perfect time to worm my way into her heart. But I couldn't rush this. Mei Runin wasn't someone easy to fool. She couldn't be allowed to see through my intentions. Professor Mei, this place is no longer safe. Who knows when more zombies will show up? Just as the words left my mouth, a few zombies stumbled into view nearby, probably drawn by the commotion earlier. Perfect timing. I was just worrying about an excuse to get her out of here, and this reason fell right into my lap. These zombies. Too cute. For their cooperation, I decided to spare them. Seeing the zombies made Mei Runin's face go pale. She had been frightened out of her wits these past days. My apologies. I scooped her up in my arms. Her body was soft, trembling slightly, likely her first time being held like this. Flustered, she buried her face into my chest, too shy to scold me. The ice-cold beauty of Haicheng University. Who would have thought she had this side to her? Carrying her, I sprinted through the parking lot. My pace was precisely calculated. We were always just 1 or 2 meters ahead of the zombies. It looked dangerously close, but I was in full control. The classic hero saves beauty routine may be cliched, but never fails. Too effortless wouldn't show danger. Too strained, and it might backfire. The balance had to be just right. By the time we were through, Mei Runin looked at me. Her expression was different, noticeably different. Bursting out of the parking lot, the sunlight was blinding. She squinted her eyes against the glare. Can we swing by my dorm? A soft, cool voice came from my arms. I've got a few things there that might come in handy for the apocalypse. My place is in a remote area, not many zombies around. Useful supplies and more time with her, why not? Sure, lead the way. Along the way, we came across several zombies. I avoided them when I could. Normally, I'd take them on directly, but this time, with a beauty cradled in my arms, I was dodging left and right like it was a whole new game. Strange, but refreshing. With my skills, ordinary zombies couldn't even get close. A few nimble moves later, we left them far behind. After what felt like braving 1,000 dangers, I finally brought her to the entrance of her apartment building, safe and sound. It was a private apartment. Her background, as I'd suspected, wasn't simple. We're here. Put me down. I can walk now. Mei Runin snapped back to her senses, hurriedly pulling herself out of my arms. Her snow-white cheeks had a faint blush. What was odd, though, was that she seemed to miss the embrace just a little. For the first time in years, she had felt such a strong sense of security, all because of a man. Even when facing those grotesque zombies, I had shown not a shred of fear. Her feelings toward me were getting complicated. If I knew that, I'd be delighted, of course. Saving the damsel in distress, simple, yet timelessly effective. She pressed her fingerprint, opened the door, and grabbed my hand. Get in quickly. If the zombies notice us, we're in big trouble. Click. The door closed again, and only then did she allow herself to relax. Inside, the luxurious decor of the apartment immediately caught my eye. A private unit. Lavish furnishings. Her story just kept getting more intriguing. Have a seat here in the living room, she said, before rushing upstairs. I'll grab what I need. It won't take long. She didn't even stop to rest as she disappeared up the stairs. But what I was more curious about was, what exactly was she retrieving? Sitting on the living room couch, I saw Mei Runin coming down the stairs soon after, clutching a small metal box tightly in her arms. She placed the box carefully on the table, her every movement exuding caution, as if it were a treasure. The moment the box opened, I froze. Inside were a handgun, several rows of ammunition, and even 3 grenades. The gun, I could overlook. But grenades too? This wasn't your run-of-the-mill college girl. I'm guessing you're the eldest daughter of the Mei family from the capital? The words slipped out of my mouth. She didn't speak, just gave a slight nod. The Mei family, one of the top 5 elite families in the capital. No wonder no one dared mess with her at High City University. The next moment, she pushed the box toward me. These are yours now. I stared into her gem-like eyes. You're just giving me all this? Not worried you're trusting the wrong person? She sat up straight, a faint smile curving her lips. You can handle those zombies, she said with unwavering certainty. At the start, you already took out so many with ease. A few. When you took me away, I saw a trail of zombies lying dead on the ground, all slain. And you weren't even a bit surprised. Even more coincidental, the only place where there were bodies was the path from where I was trapped to the parking lot entrance. Nowhere else. Point by point, her logic was sharp and flawless. After being rescued, she shed her previous weakness, reverting back to the goddess admired by countless people. It was this version of her that was truly captivating. I rubbed my nose and tried to act nonchalant. Ahem, I had to carry you to keep you safe. Even I didn't believe my own excuse. She gave me an "I knew it" look, but didn't press me further. I want to know, why did you save me? She emphasized her tone, the real reason. At this point, there was no need to hide it. The reason is simple, I said, looking straight at her. Because it's you. Before the apocalypse, there was an insurmountable gap between us. Being with you was nothing more than a wild dream. But after the apocalypse, I grinned. I'm going to be the most well-off and safest person in this new world. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. I told her about the bunker and the stockpile of supplies. She'd find out sooner or later anyway. As for the rest, well, that had to wait until she signed the contract. She thought deeply for a while before suddenly asking, "That crazy person hoarding supplies, that was you?" It was. You knew the apocalypse was coming. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. I was silent for a moment. Yes, that's why I prepared in advance. Her pupils shrank. She didn't ask why I didn't warn everyone. It was unnecessary. No one would have believed me. All I'd get in return would be ridicule, labeled a lunatic. She understood. If you couldn't save everyone, you prioritized saving yourself. It wasn't about morality. It was simply human nature. May Rinnan knew that the decision she was about to make would define her life from this moment on. When she charged her phone, she saw that the World Wide Web had been shattered into countless isolated fragments. She could only call her family in the capital 3 times a month. As of now, the only person she could rely on was me. Will the apocalypse ever end? She suddenly asked. Will there be more upheaval in this world? While others were still figuring out how to survive, she was already thinking far beyond. And I was the only person in the world who truly knew the answer. I looked up at her, my voice turning grave. This is just the beginning. The apocalypse is far more complex than you can imagine. The future will only grow worse, the disasters more terrifying. I can't vouch for anyone else. But as long as I'm alive, my people will make it through this apocalypse in safety. Her face instantly paled. Her bright eyes dimmed, losing their spark. Things were already this hard. How would anyone even hope to go on in the future? No hope left. It was me who said it. Me, the only person who could foresee the end of the world. I had no reason to lie to her. She made her decision. Aside from me, is there anyone else in your shelter? I didn't hide it from her and told her about Li Tingting and the others. She gave me a half smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. Men. She had expected this. Capable men in this world generally followed the same pattern. Her father, for example, had multiple concubines. You men are all the same, she said coldly. I won't ask for much, but I need you to promise me one thing. I knew then she had decided to follow me. Name it, as long as it's within my power. She rolled her eyes at me. I won't be anyone's second choice. Her tone was firm and resolute. That was her bottom line. Even in the apocalypse, the eldest daughter of the May family would never lower herself to be someone's lesser option. Of course, I replied without hesitation. Her request wasn't unreasonable. It was, in fact, lenient. It only made me respect her more. As long as you're genuine with me, I'll never let you down, I said, looking at her intently. I'm Su Chun. I may not be a good man, but I always keep my word. At this point, she had no choice but to trust me. But there was one thing I wouldn't forget, the contract. Trust or no trust, anyone who followed me had to sign the soul contract. People's hearts are unpredictable. No one could guarantee absolute loyalty. Well, unless I broke someone's mind and turned them into a thoughtless tool. I could do it, but I didn't see the point. Someone who's lost their mind and sense of self. Is that really still a person? I took out the soul contract and placed it in front of her. Sign this, and we'll be bound as one. This is a soul contract. It ensures the loyalty of anyone who signs it. Once signed, I can trust you completely. Everyone who enters my shelter must sign it. No exceptions. She picked up the contract and leafed through it, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The terms were brief, but gave me absolute authority, nipping potential threats in the bud. Surprisingly, she agreed with it deep down, even approved. In the face of the apocalypse, security came first. If the contract was fake, she had nothing to lose and would only see me as a little less credible. But if it was real, it meant I carried a monumental secret. If I could produce something as extraordinary as a soul contract, what other wonders might I hold? Without a moment's hesitation, she signed her name. The next moment, the contract turned into a radiant light and fused into her consciousness. She froze. Just as I said, under the power of the contract, she couldn't harbor a shred of malice toward me. Any thought or intention that might harm me was locked away. Other than that, everything stayed the same. The only difference was that there was now someone in her heart, a person she could rely on. The future. At this moment, she knew she made the right choice. Even a soul-binding contract. What can't this man accomplish? The deal was sealed. You get some rest first. Once you're ready, we'll regroup with the others, I said as I put away my gun. Using a pistol against zombies is risky. A single shot can attract an entire horde. With a wave of my hand, everything in the metal box vanished. Now that she was one of us, I no longer hid my abilities. I casually showed off the spatial ring on my hand. Is this the spatial ring? She was stunned, eyes fixed on the intricately designed ring. You even have something like that? Yeah, I nodded. It has a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, which should be enough for now. 1,000 cubic meters. She was first shocked, then her eyes lit up. Does that mean I can take all my things with me? She had been reluctant to part with her clothes and makeup. Forgetting about resting, she pulled me excitedly into her room. The moment we stepped inside, her face turned red. It was the first time she had willingly brought a man into her private space. She began laying out the belongings she wanted to take, piece by piece, in front of me. With a wave of my hand, everything disappeared. Her eyes sparkled with envy. Spatial rings. Is there any way to get one for me too? I was slightly surprised. I hadn't expected a mere ring to captivate her so much. Not just spatial rings, I said calmly. Give me time, and I can find items that prolong life. Even bringing someone back from the dead wouldn't be impossible. What? She was stunned once more. The more time she spent with me, the more I left her astonished. Suddenly, as though something had come to mind, she lowered her voice and asked, "Then, is there anything that can preserve one's appearance?" "Of course," I said with a smile. "There are several things that can keep someone looking youthful, though I can't get them just yet." Her excitement surged, her eyes brimming with longing. This icy beauty, usually so composed, was now showing a rare touch of enchantment. Truth be told, once I had earned enough points, I already planned to prepare something similar for everyone around me. If they could stay youthful forever, wasn't the biggest winner ultimately going to be me? "Don't worry," I said reassuringly. "When the time comes, I'll get it for you." As I spoke, I reached out and lightly pinched her soft, snow-white cheek. She didn't avoid me. Her face flushed slightly, though she only gave me an annoyed side glance. Since she had chosen me, she'd already been mentally prepared. A bit of affection like this was still within her comfort zone. Calming herself, she suddenly asked, "Would you mind if there was one more person?" I paused, wondering if I'd heard her correctly. "I want to save someone else. To bring her to the shelter too," she explained in a rush, worried I might misunderstand. "You've probably seen her before, Guanshinhua. My best friend. She's just very low-key and rarely shows up in public." "Got it. Here's your translation. I remember now. I've come across her a few times before, always when I was looking for Mei Runin. In terms of looks, Guanshinhua could easily rival her, but she wasn't nearly as well known. Word had it she had deep connections at Haicheng University, but she barely socialized with anyone. She kept so low a profile that many people graduated without even knowing she existed. I just got a message from Shinhua. We reconnected, she said. She's stuck alone at the university and only has enough food for a few more days. So, I thought of you. She saw right through my thoughts, her lips curling into a barely there smile. Another beauty in the refuge. Surely you won't mind, right? I cleared my throat awkwardly. Since she's your best friend, of course I agree. The shelter's big enough, and there's plenty of supplies. Adding a few more people isn't an issue. Besides, saving a life is a noble act, isn't it? I've got a reputation as a saint, you know. She rolled her eyes, swallowing down the snark that was clearly on the tip of her tongue. After all, she was the one making the request. She knew very well. If Guan Xinhua weren't drop-dead gorgeous, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. Men, we really are all the same. Mei Runan managed to grab an hour of light sleep. When she woke, she looked much better. She was even able to move around without any trouble. Once everything was packed, I led her out of the apartment. I gripped my katana tightly, scanning our surroundings with heightened vigilance. Around her, I no longer bothered concealing my abilities. The zombies we encountered didn't stand a chance. None could withstand more than 2 strikes from my blade. One slash, down they went. Another flash, another body fell to the ground. Clean, efficient, merciless. Mei Runan's eyes were practically sparkling. At first, she'd been uneasy with the gory scenes, but as she witnessed more, she not only adapted but seemed increasingly intrigued. "So, you didn't even need that gun all along," she remarked softly. I smirked but didn't answer. The gun wasn't for zombies anyway. For them, a sword is more than enough. The commotion we caused along the way caught the attention of other survivors. They didn't know me, but they certainly recognized Mei Runan, a top beauty at Haicheng University, no doubt about it. I could feel the jealousy radiating from the women's gazes and the envy burning in the men's. A few men even looked like they were about to throw themselves at me, begging to be taught. I ignored them. These people, cowering in their little corners while only a modest number of zombies stood between them and freedom. It would take just a bit of courage to break through. But no, they'd rather preserve their fragile lives in cowardice. Mei Runan noticed their stares as well, but there wasn't even a flicker of intention in her to ask me to help them. "The shelter can't handle too many people," she murmured. "I'm not a saint." I nodded. In the apocalypse, only those willing to fight could survive, like Zhang Chong from earlier. His actions had been despicable, but that fierce, almost reckless determination of his was something these pitiful cowards should learn from. As for me, I relied on the system. When my blade cleaved through yet another skull, I suddenly felt an indescribable rush of exhilaration. The end. In this world, a woman desires no more than 2 things: safety and sustenance. Both are things I can provide. Under the heavens, how many rivals do I truly have? Thud. Another zombie collapsed to the ground. According to Mei Runan, the library where Guan Xinhua is located isn't far now. On the way, she carefully recounted details about her close friend, Xinhua, the principal's daughter and head librarian. A woman far from the public eye, known for her low profile. Her beauty rivaled Mei Runan's, yet she remained shrouded in mystery, like a veil you couldn't lift. "There has to be something she's hiding," Mei Runan said. We arrived at the library. The moment I stepped inside, something felt off. The entire library was eerily silent, empty. No people, no zombies. It was as if this place had somehow escaped the apocalypse. Everything remained as tidy as I remembered, so pristine it sent shivers up my spine. "Your friend, she's not ordinary," I muttered. I gripped my katana tightly. While there aren't many who could overpower me outright, that doesn't make me invincible. The more unknowns I face, the more vigilant I must be. I took out my detector. The screen showed nothing. Beep, beep. In the silence, Mei Runan's phone rang. It was Guan Xinhua. "Hang tight, I'll be right there." I lifted my gaze and spotted the security camera mounted in the corner. That's how she found us. I stared back down at the detector. If this woman couldn't be picked up by its scan, she deserved my utmost attention. A moment later, a single green dot appeared on the screen. It was coming from beneath us, 10 meters underground. "What's that?" Mei Runan leaned closer out of curiosity, peering at the device. "It detects living organisms in the vicinity. Red dots represent zombies, green dots are humans, yellow dots are animals." She grabbed the detector from me, flipping it over and studying it with fascination in her eyes. "Xinhua's here." No sooner had she spoken than an elegant woman of stunning beauty appeared before us. "Xinhua, Runan." The 2 friends embraced tightly. "I couldn't reach you for days. I was so worried," Guan Xinhua said, her eyes rimmed red. "I'm so glad you're okay." "I'm perfectly fine," Mei Runan laughed, linking arms with her. "Standing here, alive, I owe it all to him. His strength is terrifying. Regular zombies don't last more than a single move against him." She paused, her lips curving into a faint smile, half joking. "I've decided I'm sticking with him." Maybe you should join us too. Guan Xinyue froze for a moment, her gaze falling deeply on me. That doesn't sound like you. They'd known each other for years, and Guan Xinyue knew Mei Runin all too well. For her to hold someone in such high regard, this man wasn't ordinary. Trust me, Mei Runin said sincerely, her tone resolute. If you come with us, you won't regret it. Something stirred within me. Her determination to recruit Guan Xinyue wasn't simply driven by friendship. I'm afraid there are other reasons behind this. Either way, I'm the one benefiting from it. A beauty like this, how could I not be moved? Guan Xinyue, however, avoided answering directly. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me to the lab. It's safe there. It seemed she had no intention of leaving. She pulled Mei Runin deeper into the library, and I followed silently. The two women were quietly chatting and laughing, sharing the kind of words only close friends would exchange. Ever since the apocalypse began, it had been a long time since I felt such a relaxed atmosphere. At the far end, a section of the wall slowly slid open, a hidden door revealing a secret passageway. The laboratory had arrived. The room was packed with various instruments, and in some corners lay what were unmistakably human organs. My pupils contracted. Could it be live experiments? Xinyue. Mei Runin also took notice, her face going pale. What exactly are you researching? Guan Xinyue was silent for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. Given the situation, I have nothing to hide anymore. This lab was secretly built for me by my father, and only I have access to it. The information here must not leak. If it does, both my father and I will be condemned by society. What I'm researching is the potential of the human body and how to activate it safely. Over the years of delving into this, just when I found a faint trace of a breakthrough, the apocalypse struck. I frowned. Potential research alone didn't seem like something that required such secrecy. Guan Xinyue's gaze lingered on those organs as her voice softened. These were provided by my father. Mei Runin's expression changed drastically as she blurted out, "Don't tell me you're actually conducting live experiments?" Guan Xinyue shook her head. "It's not what you think. You know me. I can't bring myself to do something so atrocious. These organs came from the deceased." The deceased. Mei Runin's confusion only deepened. Indeed. But these weren't just ordinary people before they passed. Not in terms of their identity, but because of the extraordinary power they unleashed in their final moments. A gleam of passion ignited in her eyes. Have you ever heard stories like this? A mother, whose child was trapped under a car, suddenly managed to lift the entire vehicle with her bare hands. That's an example of the human body's potential being unleashed. But anyone who reaches such an explosive level of power often dies shortly thereafter. I suspect that at the moment of their burst, they overdraw some kind of force, possibly something embedded deep within their genes. Everyone has a threshold for their potential. What I aim to find is the method to safely bypass that threshold, to allow humans to fully unlock their potential, become stronger, and maybe even evolve. Her voice carried a growing intensity, as if she were discussing some sort of divine mission. Then why don't you partner with those large-scale research institutions? Mei Runin asked. They've got money and power. Xinyue Guan let out a cold laugh. Those organizations? Nothing but the claws of the plutocracy. If any breakthrough actually comes through, I'll either be imprisoned or silenced on the spot. The results will be forever buried, never to see the light of day. In their eyes, they only care about themselves. So, even if I have to do it alone, I will uncover the secret of human potential. At that moment, she radiated an unshakable confidence that could win over anyone. What a remarkable woman. But inside, my thoughts were churning. Human potential. It made me think of the basic genetic serum I took. Perhaps I'm the very answer she's been desperately searching for, the only person in the world who's unlocked their potential. Should I tell her? The upsides were obvious. If she wanted to know how to activate potential, she'd have no choice but to stick with me. With me as a living, breathing example, she couldn't possibly slip away. As for whether she'd dissect me, I glanced at the seemingly delicate woman and chuckled at the idea. Then, a different question popped into my mind. I'm curious, I started. How did a seemingly frail woman like you manage to clear out all the zombies from that library? Xinyue Guan turned to look at me. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to notice. She picked up a vial from the lab table. As for that, it was purely an accident. I happened to come across a zombie corpse and stumbled upon something incredible. Both Nan Mei and I focused intently, hanging on to her every word. A certain virus alters human genes, which is what turns people into zombies. But I discovered that these mutated genes fear one thing: infrasound waves. Zombies are incredibly sensitive to them. When exposed, it's like they've met their nemesis. They immediately turn tail and flee. It all clicked for me. So that's how this discovery could save countless lives. Unfortunately, in today's world, finding a device that can generate infrasound waves would be next to impossible. You're amazing, Xinyue. Nanmei wasn't shy with her praise. Xinyue Guan, however, seemed unimpressed. To her, this was just a lucky fluke. What she truly cared about was the key to unlocking human potential. This was the real hope for humanity's survival, especially in an apocalyptic world. Clap, clap, clap. I slowly applauded. Miss Guan, you're undoubtedly an extraordinary scientist. Her expression remained calm and indifferent. But what I said next shattered that composure. Human potential? Huh, I said lightly. Well, I think I might have already activated part of it. The lab fell silent. Xinyue Guan frowned. For saving Nanmei, I'll let that joke slide, she said, her voice turning cold. But please, don't toy with experiments in front of a researcher. If it were someone else, I'd have already kicked you out long ago. Mei Runin fixed her gaze on me, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if remembering all of my bizarre tools. Xinyue, don't rush, she spoke on my behalf. There are far too many things about Su Chun that can't be explained. For all we know, it might be real. Guan Xinyue's eyes scrutinized me in detail, tracing every part of my figure cautiously. Having spent years in research, she knew better than anyone else that safely unlocking human potential with current technology was nothing short of impossible. There's just too much complexity, too many unknowns. She cast a skeptical glance my way, but I didn't feel even a flicker of irritation. The truth was right in front of her. And someone like her, a scientist with that level of curiosity, couldn't possibly walk away from it. Who said I was joking? I reached out and grabbed a chunk of iron from the lab table, gripping it with just one hand. A sharp crack echoed as the metal twisted into a mangled heap. If you don't believe me, run some tests. I assume you have the equipment here, right? Guan Xinyue stared at the crushed iron, her throat bobbing slightly. She had spent a lifetime exploring human potential and understood deeply just how treacherous this field was. She'd even made up her mind long ago that her entire existence would be dedicated to it. It was precisely because of that conviction that my sheer confidence visibly unsettled her. Follow me, she finally said, her tone clipped. She led us into the room next door. There are only 3 machines here. One measures strength, one speed, and one reaction time. You need to meet the benchmarks for all 3 to prove you've truly unlocked any human potential. Not wasting any effort on a response, I walked straight to the dynamometer. There was no point in saying more. Actions would do all the explaining for me. Honestly, though, I was curious myself. Since consuming the primary genetic enhancer, I had yet to test my full limits. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my right fist. Every ounce of strength coursed through my arm, channeling into my grip. The average human punch generates around 60 kilograms of force, maybe over 100 for a trained fighter. The world record? Only 226 kilograms. Guan Xinyue probably looked at my lean frame and figured she'd be impressed if I even hit the 100 mark. Huh. With all my might, I threw my fist at the machine. Bam! The numbers began to spike wildly. 100 kilos, 500 kilos, 1 ton, 5 tons. Finally, the machine froze at 8.6 tons. Guan Xinyue's expression froze right along with it. This can't be. That kind of force was enough to send a speeding bus flying. Could a human being truly possess such power? Even I was taken aback for a moment. The stats on my status panel only claimed 10 times the strength of a normal person. But the real-world result, the disparity, was overwhelming. Clearly, it wasn't just numbers. We needed hard measurements to shatter preconceptions. That single punch drained a considerable amount of energy from me, and for the first time in a long while, I felt a faint sense of exhaustion ripple through my body. Still, it didn't matter. What's used can always be replenished. Mei Runin and Guan Xinyue stood close on either side of me. each gripping my arm as though they were inspecting whether I was even human. I yanked my arm back with a slight smirk. I'm as human as it gets. If you don't believe me, feel free to run. I cast a quick glance at Mei Runin, my gaze darkening as it shifted downward. She was taken aback at first, then immediately caught on. Pinching my waist, she blurted, "Are you kidding me? How could you say something like that in front of my friends?" Keeping it brief and moving on, I turned to Guanxinhua. "Continue the tests." Her gaze toward me had completely changed, from initial indifference to a blazing intensity. Her eyes were filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The secrets she had studied for years had manifested into a living, breathing reality standing right in front of her. The speed test began. On a treadmill-like piece of equipment, I ran faster and faster. 3 meters, 10 meters. This was the physical limit of a normal human being. But I didn't stop. My legs blurred into afterimages, moving too quickly for the naked eye to follow. Final result, 20.7 meters per second. Next up was the reaction test, which was almost laughable to me. The human genius level limit was 150 milliseconds. I managed to cut mine down to under 100. By the end of all 3 tests, these women's entire understanding of the world lay shattered to pieces. I looked back at Guanxinhua and said calmly, "Do you believe me now?" After the testing, her attitude toward me underwent a complete transformation. Her life's pursuit, something she thought was unattainable, was suddenly right here in front of her, alive, extraordinary, and real. Excitement, obsession, hope, doubt, all of it condensed into one emotion, burning passion. The look in her eyes made my skin crawl. How? How did you do it?" After a long silence, she finally voiced the question she most wanted to ask. Deep down, she probably knew. Power like this, the kind that turns a person into something akin to a god, isn't the sort of thing anyone would share lightly. But she was prepared to risk everything just for the chance to know. "As long as I can achieve it, I'm willing to pay any price," she said with unwavering determination. It was the purest form of scientific curiosity and commitment. To be honest, it moved me, even though I couldn't help her. My power came from the beginner's genetic enhancer serum. I didn't have any other means or methods to offer. Of course, she didn't know that. "This is my most closely guarded secret," I replied, choosing my words carefully. "I can't share it with outsiders. Unless—" "Unless what?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with hope. "Just tell me your conditions." I knew then and there. She'd walked right into my trap. "Unless you become my woman," I said straightforwardly. "Only my woman can share this secret. And in the future, I'll help her unlock her own potential too." I wasn't bluffing. My plan was simple. One day, when I had enough resources, I intended to give every member of my sanctuary a vial of the beginner's genetic enhancer serum. I wanted the people closest to me to survive and thrive alongside me. Mei Runin, who had long since understood my ambitions, initially sought to bring Guanxinhua into our fold. But I could tell she hadn't expected me to possess the ability to help others awaken their potential. She hesitated, genuinely tempted by the possibilities. After all, these tests had demonstrated the truth. Unlocking one's potential was like becoming superhuman. Who wouldn't be tempted by such power? Guanxinhua stood there, completely stunned. The condition was so simple. All she had to do was become my woman, and she could acquire the very thing she'd spent her entire life chasing. Who could resist such an offer? "Is it really that easy?" she asked cautiously, still processing everything. "Activated." I nodded slightly, a smug smile on my face. "I'll agree to it," she blurted out without hesitation, as though afraid I'd take back my offer. "From today on, I'm yours." She stepped forward, taking my hand and pressing it gently against her cheek. I coughed twice. Being the pure, relentless researcher she was willing to cast everything aside. And ironically, that made her more captivating than ever. I pulled out the soul contract. After a brief explanation, she didn't even glance at the contents before decisively signing her name. The eerie yet mesmerizing phenomenon that occurred the moment the contract took effect only seemed to deepen the mysterious aura I held in her eyes. "Done. Now, hurry up and tell me, how exactly are you unlocking human potential?" Half amused, half exasperated, I decided to explain honestly. "Beginner-grade genetic serum." "Genetic serum?" Her expression was a whirlwind of shock. yet it also made complete sense to her. Tapping into human potential demanded an enormous amount of energy. Throughout the process, a colossal burden would be placed on the cells, even down to the genes. Without precise control, genetic collapse and inevitable death would be the result. But a genetic serum, capable of enhancing without any damage, was the ideal method. You have more, right? Could you give me a dose? A torrent of questions seemed to explode within her mind. Numerous scientists had confidently asserted that creating something like this would require humanity to evolve into a Tier 2 civilization, at the very least. The soul contract, the genetic serum, and my space ring. She was beginning to suspect I was backed by some advanced civilization. Given the world's current apocalyptic state, that theory seemed plausible enough to her. I don't have any more serum right now. But don't worry, I'll get you some when the opportunity arises. For my own woman, my promises hold weight. I had enough points to exchange for it, but I wasn't planning to hand it over just yet. Things that come too easily are rarely cherished. Besides, what she wanted wasn't for consumption, it was for research. I wasn't exactly rolling in resources as it was. Upgrading the shelter and stockpiling supplies required points at every turn. She understood the rarity of the serum and nodded. So, where are we heading next? She had already resolved to follow me, but still lingered longingly on the assortment of instruments and equipment around the room. Back to my shelter, I said, reading her thoughts effortlessly. Don't worry about leaving this behind. Once we're back, I'll set you up with a brand new lab, better gear, way more advanced than any of this. Really? Her eyes lit up immediately. If I could get my hands on something as miraculous as genetic serum, what were a few high-end machines to me? What are we waiting for, then? Let's move. Her sudden shift in tone was so comical that both I and Mei Runin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Guan Xinyue was becoming more and more endearing. Xinyue only took the essential data and key instruments, leaving the rest behind without hesitation. Once out of the library, I wasted no time leading the two women to the vehicle. From the moment I set out to rescue Runin, about 3 or 4 hours had passed. It was already night. The three girls waiting inside the war vehicle, who had only remained calm thanks to my regular updates, might have thought something had gone horribly wrong. Seeing the group of us return, all eyes naturally turned to one another for introductions. I realized something. Li Tingting and the group had only heard of Guan Xinyue by name. Meeting her in person for the first time left them stunned. They were shocked that not only had I saved someone, but I also managed to bring her back with me, just like that. Things felt a little awkward at first, but luckily, Mei Runin stepped in to smooth things over. Before long, everyone was getting along well. However, there was one thing that annoyed me to no end. 5 women sitting together, chatting away about skincare and fashion, completely leaving me out of the conversation. I let out a little huff in frustration. Just wait until we get back to the shelter. I'll make sure to remind them of what I bring to the table. Sliding back into the driver's seat, I fired up the war vehicle. This run had been way more fruitful than I'd anticipated, and it was time to head back. I could refuel along the way as needed. Most of the zombies in the area had already been taken care of, probably the ones I had run over earlier. I wasn't in the mood to waste my energy hunting any stragglers right now. We hadn't driven far from Haicheng University when I spotted a commercial street up ahead, a cluster of luxury stores, untouched and seemingly intact. Usually, I focused on stockpiling food and supplies and hadn't given much thought to clothing. But now, with so many women joining my group, I realized I didn't have any proper outfits for them. Since they're with me now, I can't have them dressing shabbily. And, with the opportunity staring me right in the face, why not take advantage of it? When I brought it up, the women cheered. Before the apocalypse, they could only window shop in places like this. But now, everything was free for the taking, $0 shopping. Who could resist that? I pulled into the biggest mall and parked. This place catered to the rich, and because it wasn't a target for looters when the outbreak started, it was still in great shape. On regular days, this street would have been swarming with tens of thousands of shoppers, the density of zombies matching the crowd at its peak. Even for me, that kind of horde would have been too much to handle. But today was different. Scanning with my detector, I found that only a dozen or so zombies lingered in the mall, drawn now by the sound of the engine. I grabbed my blade and stepped out of the vehicle, waiting for them to come to me. Several burly zombies charged towards me like sharks sensing blood, throwing themselves forward without hesitation. I'd seen this scene more times than I could count, so my mind stayed calm and collected. Draw the blade. Swing. Decapitate. Clean and efficient. Ordinary zombies are nothing more than walking meat to me. If it weren't for the point system tied to killing them, I wouldn't even bother. The more I fought, the more refined my control over my strength became. At this point, I still hadn't encountered any opponent who could force me to truly go all out. Once the area was clear and I confirmed the mall was safe with the detector, I signaled the women to get out of the vehicle. They wasted no time, practically sprinting into the luxury stores. In this massive mall, there was no one but them. Designer clothes, bags, accessories. They dove right in without a care for the price tags. Bags and similar impractical items were passed over quickly. Their main focus was on clothing. Business attire, sailor uniforms, stockings. They left no stone unturned. I stood off to the side, watching. Not only was I not annoyed, but I was actually kind of thrilled. They really get me. Truthfully, they weren't trying to cater to me. Instead, they deeply understood men in general. Men's preferences are simple and timeless. After all, I couldn't help but grin as I carefully stowed the items into my storage ring, already toying with the idea of hosting a costume party when we got back. At first, they seemed hesitant while picking out the bolder pieces. But once someone broke the ice, it devolved into a full-on competition, each trying to one-up the other. And who benefited in the end? Me, of course. Nothing fosters camaraderie better than healthy competition. All right, here's the translation in American-styled English. Okay, this momentum, they've got to keep it up. Who knows? There might be an even bigger surprise waiting for us. And as for the surprise, well, some things only men understand. Clears throat anyway, back on track. We've got most of what we need now. It's time to head out. But the ladies? Oh no, they're not nearly done yet. They've clearly fallen in love with this whole shopping spree for free thing. See something you like? Just take it. That kind of temptation? Not many people can resist it. Just as we finished sweeping through the mall and were about to head back to the vehicle, the scanner suddenly started going off. A group of people headed straight for the mall. There wasn't enough time to get everyone back in the truck. I pulled a handgun out of my inventory ring and handed it to May Runin. Someone's coming. Keep this on you. Don't let anyone get close. And if it comes down to it, I added, use it to save your life. She nodded solemnly. We had just made it downstairs to the first floor as the group came through the entrance. There was no way to avoid them. Face-to-face confrontation. They froze. I mean, let's be honest. A guy with an armored vehicle surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women? It was bound to catch anyone's eye. Sure enough, their gazes lingered on the truck at the center of it all. They'd figured out it was ours. I sized them up too. Machetes, axes, patched up scraps of metal for makeshift armor. Just a bunch of locals coming to loot. A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, gripping his axe tightly. Who the hell are you? Who said you could be here? That armored truck outside, yours? Speak. What's your deal? He wanted to intimidate me. Typical tactic. Try to assert dominance right out of the gate. I chuckled. You don't get to question me. This isn't your turf. I come and go as I please. That set them all off. Arrogant. That was their first impression of me. One of his lackeys immediately hissed. Hey, punk. You're talking to Wang here. If Wang asks you something, you better answer. If it were up to me, you wouldn't even be standing here right now. He was the classic lapdog type, but his eyes, they kept darting to the women behind me, full of greed. Some of the others started trying to talk me into backing down, acting like they were being all reasonable. Before the apocalypse, maybe I'd have shrugged off guys like Wang. But now, in this world, power rules. And there's nothing I hate more than bullies throwing their weight around. Yeah, I said it like that. So what? Got a problem with it. The more aggressive I got, the calmer Wang's expression became. He raised a hand to stop his lackey from stepping forward again. Young man, he said slowly, don't get cocky. This world isn't what it used to be. Something happens to you, no one's gonna have your back. There was a thinly veiled thread in his tone. His eyes flicked briefly to the women again. I had zero patience left. Yeah, I'm cocky. What's the big deal? Isn't that what being young is about? I rested a hand on the hilt of my Tang Dao. Here's how it's gonna go. Either we stay out of each other's way, or we settle this right here. Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to fight, no doubt. But his crew? They were a ragtag bunch thrown together at the last minute. If it came down to a real brawl, Would they actually fight for him? Life? Impossible. The only one who could follow orders is the lackey. But he can't figure me out, so he wouldn't dare make a reckless move. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. The lackey, however, is eager to prove himself. He's been annoyed by me for a while now. Before Brother Wong could even give the order, he swung his axe at me, aiming for the kill with every strike. Kid, I'll show you. You're nothing in this post-apocalyptic world. Clang. I swung my Tang's sword, deflecting the force of his axe. With my left fist, I punched him square in the chest. I don't hold back against those who want me dead. One punch. He collapsed onto the ground, severely injured and wailing in pain. Want to kill me? I looked down at him coldly. Then don't expect to leave here alive. Brother Wong's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected me to take down his lackey with just one move. Thinking on his feet, he quickly lowered his head and gave a nervous laugh. Hey, buddy, I got a little carried away earlier. My bad. You've got a magnanimous heart, right? Let's not make this a big deal. Strength is all that matters. He was only backing down because he was no match for me. Preserve his life first. Revenge could wait. I could see right through his calculation. Guys like him, you can't let them walk away. If you've become enemies, you finish the job. My gaze shifted slightly, and I spoke in a calm tone. I might consider letting you two go. Hope flickered in their eyes. But only one of you is walking out alive. Their hearts immediately sank. You brought this on yourselves, insisted on making a move. I'm no saint. Either both of you die, or you pick one to live. Brother Wong's pupils shrank in fear. Self-inflicted betrayal, to force them into killing each other. He hadn't thought I'd be this ruthless. The bystanders couldn't take it any longer and started protesting, saying my demands were too extreme. I chuckled bitterly. Where were they when Brother Wong was threatening me? Or when they attacked? Shut up. Want to play hero? Then trade your lives to save theirs. If you can't do that, don't waste my time with your whining. A few short words, and they were all silenced. They weren't stupid. Sacrificing themselves for someone else's life? Not a chance. The scene quieted. People are selfish, especially when it comes to strangers. I turned back to the now regretful Brother Wong. No more distractions. Make your choice. Brother Wong's expression twisted with frustration. He wanted to curse, but didn't dare. He looked at the severely injured lackey on the ground, his gaze a mix of emotions. In the end, his will to survive outweighed everything else. The intent to kill surfaced in his eyes. Little Zhang, don't hold it against me. I'll take care of your family. Rest in peace. The axe came down. It happened so fast. No one besides me had time to react, not even little Zhang. Everything he'd done to earn Brother Wong's favor, and in the end, Wong turned on him to save his own skin. Already gravely injured, blindsided by the attack, he stood no chance. The axe buried itself in his chest, blood splattering everywhere. Little Zhang coughed up blood, his eyes wide open with disbelief and regret as life abandoned him. Silence hung in the aftermath of betrayal. Brother Wong let out a breath of relief after confirming the guy was definitively dead. Then he turned to me with a fierce glare. Happy now? Just pray you don't go back on your word. If you do, I'll put my life on the line, but I won't let you off. So decisive, so ruthless. I had underestimated him, I'll admit. With that kind of ruthless determination, he could have had the makings of a warlord in this apocalyptic world. Too bad for him, he crossed me. Of course, you did your part. I won't come after you, I said. I stick to my promises. However, my hand staying clean doesn't mean someone else's will. I gave Mei Runin a subtle look, the signal we'd arranged when Brother Wong and his people started tearing each other apart. Bang! He hadn't made it but a couple of steps before a gunshot shattered the silence. Sharp, searing pain bloomed in his chest. Looking down in confusion, he saw the blood welling out of a hole. A gun. You lied, he rasped, his voice strained and trembling with disbelief as he staggered to turn back. His eyes locked with mine with his last bit of strength before he collapsed, his breath fading. The others, terrified by the gunfire, froze like cornered animals. Staring at Brother Wong's lifeless body, not one dared utter a word. You're free to go, I told them. I don't have a habit of killing the innocent. They took off towards the door as if mercy had suddenly bestowed them wings, until the chill of cold steel kissed their necks. Several heads tumbled to the floor in unison. One swift draw of the tang blade. Flawless, deadly. Too naive. Not one of them had even thought to stay wary around me. When it was all over, Mei Runen's knees buckled, and Guan Xinhua rushed to prop her up. That was her first kill. I walked over, patting her gently on the shoulder. Don't let it weigh you down too much. This is just the world we live in now. Killing. It's as regular as breathing in the apocalypse, I said. I knew how heavy it all felt for them. They weren't used to having blood on their hands, but I had to reframe their thinking. You'll have to toughen up anyway, I continued. Out here, human nature's often darker and deadlier than any zombie. Show mercy to the wrong person, and one day, the one suffering won't just be you, it'll be worse. You'll wish you were dead. Compassion can be the sharpest blade, especially when it turns on you. Heading back to the armored vehicle, we continued down the road. I stopped at a gas station to load up on fuel, then turned onto the route leading toward our refuge. The closer we got to the sanctuary, the more visibly relieved the ladies became. Since the world fell apart, they hadn't even taken a proper shower once. At this moment, you could see the light in their eyes, the hope growing at the thought of finding safety. Bringing the vehicle to a stop in the garage above the underground shelter, I turned and motioned to the group. We're here. Step on out. They hopped out eagerly, but all they saw was an empty warehouse. Wide, confused eyes darted toward me. It was as if they wanted to ask, did we take a wrong turn? I smiled. I'd be confused, too. After all, there wasn't even so much as an entryway in sight. Hold your horses. I did say this place is secure. That's partly due to the fact it's buried 100 meters underground, but mainly because the entrance is hidden in such a way that no one would ever find it unless they knew where to look. I stepped ahead of them, raised my hand, and snapped my fingers. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, the ground cracked open with a deep fissure, and a lift platform slowly rose into view. Ah, I see now. I stored the war machine into my spatial ring and walked up to the lift. The artificial intelligence instantly verified my identity, and the door slid open. Welcome home, Master, came the voice of Xiao AI. Head on in. I gestured to the group. That voice you just heard belongs to Xiao AI, my AI assistant. It manages every function of the shelter. If you need anything in the future, just call for it. The lift began its descent. 100 meters, reached in the blink of an eye. The ride was so smooth, it felt as stable as standing on solid ground. Li Yingying couldn't help but exclaim, "That's so fast." As the massive doors of the shelter detected my presence, they began to open slowly. Welcome. From now on, this is where you'll be living, I smiled. I'd wager there's hardly anyone in the entire world with a shelter that even comes close to this one. And this is just the first level. Once upgraded, nothing on Earth will compare. Swish. The lights switched on, revealing the full view. Luxurious. Even Mei Runen, who was well-versed in the world, stood frozen, speechless. This is your shelter? It's magnificent. Photos couldn't possibly compare to the impact of seeing it in person. Don't just stand there, come in. I led them on a tour. Xiao AI provided commentary along the way, and the place was brimming with advanced technology. Many of the devices stretched far beyond their imagination. When we reached the storage room, their jaws dropped. So much food, enough to feed a group of people for years. Watching their surprised expressions, I found it amusing. It was time to assign them rooms. I retrieved their personal belongings and motioned toward the rooms behind me. Pick one for yourself. Once you've decided, have Xiao AI register your biometric information. I've already delegated access rights to you. Moving forward, you are all the lady masters of this shelter. We're a family now. Their cheeks flushed, and they lowered their heads shyly. Looking at their expressions, I couldn't help but smile. A real home has to feel alive, with people around. The five quickly chose their rooms and hurried inside to settle in. This was likely to become their permanent residence for the rest of their lives. While they busied themselves, I didn't remain idle either. With their formal move-in, I earned a total of 5,000 points, 1,000 per person, much easier than fighting zombies. My current total points were nearing 13,000. The shelter upgrade required 10,000, which was more than covered. I could even afford the temporary storage expansion for a mere 800 points. But there was no rush. First, I needed to ensure they were fully settled. Xiao AI prepared dinner. The day was coming to an end. Though this trip had been taxing, the rewards far exceeded my expectations. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't had a proper meal. Tonight marked their first day in the shelter, and I wanted them to have a feast, to leave the past behind. The difficult days. A sumptuous dinner quickly filled the table. The girls, having finished tidying up, couldn't help but stare at the feast in front of them as their stomachs growled in hunger, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't mind at all. I understood they had been through too much hardship. I raised my glass of red wine. Today marks the day you officially become the leading ladies of this refuge. Let's celebrate. I smiled gently. From now on, your lives will no longer be filled with pain. The five of them, cheeks slightly flushed, shyly clinked their glasses with mine. Together, we drank, not only to celebrate the present, but also to solemnly bid farewell to the past. All right, hold still, everyone. I held up my phone. Let's take a photo to commemorate this moment. After the meal, the five stunning beauties gathered around the table, which was still filled with leftovers from a lavish meal. It had been a long day. Saving people had kept me busy. Meanwhile, I still hadn't gotten around to harvesting the followers in the group chat. Even the smallest effort adds value. And with the refuge about to level up, every bit of points counts. The moment I posted the photo in the group chat, it blew up. Especially my old classmates' group chat. They all instantly recognized the five faces in the picture. Wu Tao, holy crap. Su Chun is living the dream over here. Lili, aren't those the girls who were trapped at school? How the heck is Su Chun hanging out with them? Li Wei, dude's been silent all day. Turns out he went on a rescue mission to the school. Talk about fast moves. Wang Wu Wa. Su bro, please take me in too. The screen filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. To be honest, it felt pretty damn good to be the center of attention. Over these past 10-odd days, I'd slowly grown fond of it. I tapped out a message with a smirk. Su Chun, everyone. The chat instantly quieted down, like a crowd falling silent as a leader steps onto the stage. Su Chun, that's right. I rescued them from the school today. From now on, they're with me. One single line announced their allegiance. The women in the group chat? Oh, they were already green with envy. They'd been willing to give up anything just for a bite of food, but I had rejected them without remorse. Sticking with me meant food and shelter for life. Going with someone else, well, nothing but a death sentence. Curse me all they want, it won't work. I have the system. My life is only going to get better. Meanwhile, the five ladies' phones were also blowing up, messages pouring in. Congratulations, attempts to curry favor, requests for refuge, and even people fishing for the location of the shelter. Too bad for them. These girls had seen humans' darkest sides. Anyone trying to pry information or get close was politely refused, or simply blocked. No need to save face for anyone. Ding! The system notification rang. The sudden spike in points was like an overflow, almost 300 more than usual. I was in a fantastic mood. Those who'd been singing my praises day in and day out. Time to toss them a little reward. I privately messaged Wu Tao and a couple of the guys in the group, asking them to share their locations. In the future, when I'm out doing missions and happen to pass by, I'll drop off some supplies. They can live a little longer and keep happily being my loyal supporters. The moment they got my messages, they were ecstatic, falling over themselves to sing my praises in the group chat. Meanwhile, the rest of the members were left completely confused and totally in the dark, wondering what was going on. I thought these guys might have been possessed by some spirit or something. But the moment they heard the promises I made, every single one of them was practically falling over themselves to kiss up to me. Overnight, the entire group morphed into my personal lapdogs. And that's exactly the effect I was going for, making sure everyone knew that following me meant there'd be plenty of food on the table. With that reputation spreading, everything's just going to run smoother in the future. When the shelter gets upgraded and has enough space to fit more people, it'll be even better. I'm hoping quality gals will come knocking voluntarily when they hear about it. Ahem, it's all about collecting points. Definitely not because of any ulterior motives. Nope, not at all. Amid all the over-the-top praise, we finished a lavish dinner. Afterwards, the shelter was buzzing with life. Since the apocalypse hit, it had been ages since I felt this kind of warm, lively atmosphere. The five ladies had crammed themselves onto the sofa, going on and on about skincare, fashion, their favorite shows, and random gossip. I didn't even bother trying to jump into the conversation. I mean, it's the freaking apocalypse. How are they still so excited about this stuff? Still, watching them banter and laugh together, I felt this strange sense of calm wash over me. Humans are social creatures, after all. Back when I was surviving alone in the shelter, no matter how many supplies I had stockpiled, that crushing loneliness was unbearable. I'm not sure how much time passed, but then Mei Runin suddenly made a suggestion. Let's all take a bath together. The other four girls' eyes instantly lit up. They'd already heard from Xiao AI that my bedroom had this massive jacuzzi, 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and complete with skin-repairing features. They'd been itching to try it out forever. 5 sets of eyes turned to me in unison. Yikes, they've got their sights set on my tub. Su-chun, we heard you've got a fancy massage jacuzzi in your room. We want to give it a try, Mei Runin said straight to the point. Yeah, please. The other four chimed in hurriedly, their voices practically dripping with charm, as if afraid I might say no. Facing a lineup like this, what could I even do? All right, go ahead. It's all yours, I relented. Their faces lit up with sheer delight. Half jokingly, I added, if you don't mind, I could always join you guys. A flush instantly spread across all their faces. Pervert. Mei Runin rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. This bath is just for us 5. No room for you, someone shouted. Out of nowhere, a pillow came flying my way. Let's go, ladies. Quick, before the creep follows us. Amid bursts of silvery laughter, they scampered off to grab their robes. A group of adorable troublemakers, honestly. Once their laughter faded into the distance, my smile gradually disappeared. Time to get serious. I'd been back at the shelter for a while now. It was time for an upgrade. But before I could move forward, I had to confirm something important. System. Ding. What are your instructions, host? When upgrading, does everyone in the shelter need to leave? Upgrading to level 3 and below only involves expanding new areas onto the existing structure and doesn't require large-scale modifications, so no evacuation is necessary. The upgrades to the existing functions weren't all that impressive. Stronger signals, reinforced defenses, that kind of thing. Better than nothing, I guess. I was more concerned about the new additions to the base. What does level 2 add? 3 new features. First, a vehicle-specific exit. Finally, a designated spot for vehicles. No more stuffing them into the space ring. Plus, the separate exit makes it much harder for anyone to pinpoint the real location of the shelter. Second, an industrialized planting zone with soil-less cultivation and intelligent controls, capable of growing all kinds of fruits and vegetables. My eyes lit up. This is insanely useful. Fresh produce from now on. Good thing I stocked up on seeds during my earlier runs. Third, a medical room equipped with a medical pod that can heal severe injuries and even cure terminal illnesses. A literal lifesaver. In a post-apocalyptic world where medicine is scarce, a medical pod capable of curing almost anything, even terminal conditions, is a game changer. With this, severe injuries are no longer a death sentence. Just having these upgrades at level 2 is incredible. I can't wait for them. The sooner, the better. System, upgrade now. Ding. Upgrading to level 2 requires 10,000 points. Are you sure? Confirm. Points deducted. Upgrade in progress. Please select the location for the new exit, within 1 kilometer of the shelter. Please select the location for the planting zone. Please select the location for the medical room. The new exit needs to be covert. My mind quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. Got it. 900 meters northwest, there's a hill at Zeshan Park, about 100 meters tall. Hiding the exit within the hillside would be seamless. New exit goes in Zeshan Park. Planting zone next to the storeroom on the left. Medical pod in the southern part of the living quarters. Ding. Locations confirmed. Upgrade commencing. Estimated time, 1 hour. Watching my points plummet from a 5-digit number to 4 hurt. Really hurt. But it's worth every bit. This shelter is my lifeline. With the upgrade underway, I took the chance to buy out the temporary storage space, spending another 1,000 points. The more I spend, the faster my points deplete. Upgrades only get more expensive in the later stages. Looks like I'll need to go out and complete a few more side missions soon. Some of those have absolutely insane rewards. I didn't waste that hour sitting idle. With more people in the shelter, there's a growing list of tasks that need doing. Sure, Xiao AI can control the equipment, but it doesn't have a physical form. Planting, harvesting, cleaning, moving stuff. I can't do everything myself. Time for bots. I opened the system store and went on a shopping spree, cooking bots, cleaning bots, general housekeeping bots, and bot 7 in one go. On top of that, there were two key purchases, all-purpose bots. Humanoid, standing at 6 feet 0 inches, 183 centimeters. They combined the functions of guards, scouts, and combat units, complete with weapon systems. At 1,000 points each, they cost 10 times more than the other robots, but they're worth it. These two. They're for the 5 women in the shelter. Once I start heading out more, the bots will act as their bodyguards. And if danger ever arises, they'll take the hit for them. 9 robots appeared in front of me. First, I focus on getting the all-purpose bots set up. Ko awaited orders while the rest was left to Xiao AI for unified management. An hour flew by. Ding. Upgrade complete. The shelter has reached level 2. Please check your rewards. New areas constructed. Map updated. I pulled up the map. The total space had expanded by roughly 2/3, with the new planting zone taking up 70% of the newly added space. A large new exit had also been built, leading to a spacious tunnel where even armored vehicles could move through effortlessly. My first stop was the planting zone. The moment I stepped inside, I was stunned. The entire area was divided into neatly organized grids. Vegetables and fruits each had their designated sections. All I had to do was place the seeds. Everything else would be taken care of by the automated system. Harvesting? That was a job for the robots to handle. Kicking back and enjoying the fruits of your labor without lifting a finger, this was the life. When it's made by the system, it's always top-notch. I summoned the robots and had them plant the seeds one by one. While they busied themselves, I moved on to the medical chamber. At the center, there stood a medical pod that exuded cutting-edge, futuristic vibes. Lay inside, and the pod would perform a full-body scan, read your DNA, and automatically treat you. Even if you were hanging by a thread, you'd come out fully healed. I had already taken the primary gene enhancer, so I didn't need the pod for now. But having this thing, it was a literal lifesaver, ready for use anytime. After that, I sped through the upgraded shelter to explore every new nook and cranny. By the time I finished, the girls had all come out from their baths, wrapped in fluffy robes. They spotted the newly added robots roaming the shelter right away and looked at me in confusion. I casually introduced the robots and their functions without mentioning where they came from. The system was my biggest secret. Even though the soul contract prevented these women from ever betraying me, I had no intention of spilling the details. A few quick words, and I skillfully steered the conversation elsewhere. The girls were already used to me pulling out all sorts of strange gadgets from seemingly nowhere. Since I didn't bother explaining, they didn't press for answers. After all, everything I unveiled always worked to their benefit. Well, since the shelter just opened up a new area, let me give you all a tour. First stop, the planting zone. When I explained that it wouldn't be long before they'd have fresh fruits and vegetables to eat, their faces lit up with joy. In the apocalypse, they had never been picky about food. Simply having enough to eat was a luxury. The thought of having fresh produce now was enough to make them genuinely happy. At that moment, they were grateful for choosing me. Next, we headed to the medical chamber. Most of the girls weren't particularly moved, except for Guanxinhua. When she saw the medical pod, her expression changed instantly, like a devout believer catching their first glimpse of a deity. The others didn't understand its worth, but she did. This wasn't just some advanced invention. It was a groundbreaking, epic-defining technology. If she could decode the genetic mechanics behind it, unlocking the full potential of the human body would be within reach. Turning to me, her eyes revealed an unmistakable hunger. I want it. Can I have it? The room froze immediately. Mei Runan stared at her best friend in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. I was also taken aback. Xinhua, who was usually so quiet and reserved. Quan Xinhua just so direct? Quan Xinhua noticed everyone's expressions and suddenly realized there was a misunderstanding. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she stomped her foot and hurriedly said, "Oh my gosh, that's not what I meant. You've all got it wrong. I just wanted to borrow the medical pod for a few days to study it. It could really help with my research." Only then did everyone understand. I cleared my throat a couple of times to cover my embarrassment. Honestly, for a moment there, I was tempted. If there weren't others around, who knows, I might have just gone along with the situation. Sure, feel free to research. I paused for a moment. But I've only got one at the moment, so don't break it. This thing could save lives. Quan Xinhua froze, surprised. She'd expected me to refuse. After all, a medical pod was 100 times more valuable than a genetic serum. She didn't expect me to say yes so easily. Bit by bit, I won her over. To a researcher like her, how could she resist a man who could casually produce futuristic tech and was so generous to her? Then it seemed she remembered she hadn't brought back most of her experimental equipment. Her expression darkened briefly, but she quickly walked over to my side. Under Mei Runen's astonished gaze, she clasped my right hand in both of hers and, for the first time, acted a little coquettish. You promised to rebuild my lab. Can you help me set it up now? Seeing the icy goddess acting cute was such a stark contrast that it gave me a real sense of accomplishment. All right. I chuckled. Give me a list, and I'll get everything for you in a few days. Truly, who could say no to a stunning beauty acting coy? Great. Wait for me. I'll go make the list right now. She dashed off to her room to write up the list, and for some reason, I found her hurried demeanor a little adorable. The remaining 4 women went to contact their families. Once they learned that the bunker's network wasn't restricted, they couldn't wait to let their loved ones know they were safe. Luck was on their side. Aside from Mei Runen, the other women's families had all survived the apocalypse. Unfortunately, they were far away in places like the imperial capital or Xijing, so there was no hope of reuniting anytime soon. Over the network, they shared their concerns and love. They didn't disclose any details about the bunker, only mentioning that the place they were in was safe and had plenty of food. What I had control over was far too incredible to explain to anyone outside. Watching them video call their families, I sat silently to the side, feeling relieved that none of their loved ones were in Haiching. Otherwise, how would I handle it? Allowing outsiders into the bunker was absolutely out of the question. Luckily, that was a problem I didn't have to face for now. When they finished their calls, I smiled and spoke up. To celebrate your joining us, let's play a game, something with punishments. The next day, I rubbed my lower back. The game last night had gone on far too long. While it didn't progress to that point, we explored quite a bit. The reason we stopped where we did was that they'd gone hungry for too long. Their bodies were still too weak. After giving them some basic recuperation, genetic serums that enhance strength and endurance to absurd levels. If this kept up, people would probably end up broken, not strengthened. What I need are people, not toys. So, I left them safely inside the shelter to rest while I drove the battle vehicle out alone. With my points nearly at 0, I picked a few side quests from the task list. This outing had one main goal: kill zombies, complete missions, and rack up points. If you want to grow stronger, you can't avoid relying on points. This time, I chose a new exit. As I approached, it looked like the path ahead was blocked by a solid wall. I didn't stop the vehicle, just drove straight towards it. Crack! The wall split down the middle, the gap widening steadily as light from the outside poured into the tunnel. The battle vehicle shot out into the open, and the entrance behind me sealed back up, becoming one seamless wall again. No one would ever suspect that a passage to the shelter hid behind it. I pulled up the system interface and looked at the 3 side missions I had selected. Side Quest 7. Collect crystal cores, 5,000 points. Side Quest 11. Gather bio-origin samples, 3,000 points each. Side Quest 12. Investigate strange activity at the Jinning River, for 1,000 points. The rewards were tempting, which meant the difficulty would match. But I wasn't worried. If the danger ever became too overwhelming, I wouldn't force it. Staying alive is always my top priority. Mission 12 was the closest, just 7 or 8 kilometers away. I floored the accelerator, and the battle vehicle roared forward. The car's sound system blasted rock music as I bobbed along to the beat, completely unafraid of drawing zombies with the noise. In fact, I hoped more of them would show up to die. Up against the battle vehicle, zombies had 0 chance of resistance. All they were good for was contributing points. In the entire Shanghai city, I was probably the only one brash enough to act like this. Mowing down hordes of zombies along the way, I finally arrived at the riverbank. I stretched as I got out of the vehicle, the cool breeze hitting my face. The Jinning River is the largest river in the country, flowing directly into the sea. Shanghai City sits right at its estuary. Looking out over the vast stretch of water, I suddenly realized I had no idea where to even begin investigating. If I had to check point by point, it could take years. After thinking for a moment, I smacked myself on the forehead, nearly groaning. How could I forget this? From my space ring, I retrieved a detection device. My guess was that the anomaly here likely had some link to zombies, so I decided to give it a shot. As the screen blinked to life, my brows furrowed. Yellow blips for animals, red for zombies. Not a single dot appeared. This was the Jining River. How could there not even be a single fish? There was only one explanation. Something had gone completely wrong in the river. Either the fish had fled, or they had all died out. Only able to scan the area nearby from the shore, I realized I would need a boat to search further. I scanned the area, remembering that there were usually boats docked here. After some searching, I finally found a speedboat with the keys still in the ignition. Starting it up, I steered toward the center of the river. After circling around a few times, the detection device still showed nothing. I began to wonder if it was broken, but the system assured me that everything was functioning perfectly. Just as I was about to give up, while heading to the next mission point, the screen suddenly changed. A white blur, rushing toward me at breakneck speed. White blur. Not human, not a zombie, and certainly not an ordinary animal. My heart sank. Could this be some mutant beast spawned by the post-apocalyptic world? So fast. Before I could blink, it was dangerously close. Just from its speed, I could tell it was far beyond anything a zombie could ever hope to achieve. The fish in the Ningjiang River disappearing completely? Yeah, I'd bet this thing was the reason. There was no way I wanted to fight in the water. The environment was definitely not in my favor. I couldn't even use my full strength here. I slammed the throttle forward, sending the speedboat racing toward the shore. Just as it almost caught up to me, the water rippled just enough for me to catch a glimpse of its shape. Its body was pitch black, over 7 meters long, and including the tail, nearly 10. It looked like a fish, but with 4 sturdy limbs. An amphibian. Fortunately, the speedboat wasn't slow. For now, I was able to keep pace with it, barely holding my ground. I exhaled quietly, trying to stay calm. Fighting this thing in the water? That'd be asking for death. Making it to land, that was all that mattered to me right now. Splash. A sharp turn saved me just in time from a strike of its claws. There was still some distance to cover before I reached the shore, and I couldn't help but feel tense. As its attacks kept missing, the creature grew even more furious, and its swings became faster, wilder, more relentless. I knew it. The speedboat wouldn't make it all the way to land. I had to buy myself some time. Reaching into my spatial ring, I pulled out a grenade, the one Mei Runin had given me. Time to give you a little surprise. I hadn't expected to need it so soon, but here we were. I might not be able to kill this thing, but if I could slow it down long enough to make it to shore, that would be enough. Once I was on land, the balance of power would shift. I'd make this creature understand one thing. Messing with me comes at a price. A price in blood. Whoosh. This swipe was too calculated. There was no way to dodge it in time. I'd already prepared for this scenario. If I couldn't avoid it, then I'd abandon ship. The shore was only 10 meters away, after all. Right at the moment its claws slashed at me, I yanked the pin from the grenade, left it on the boat, and dived headfirst into the water. A split second later, the boat was obliterated by the creature's colossal strike. Enjoy the ride. I smirked and swam toward the shore, not sparing it another glance. Barely 2 or 3 meters away, the water behind me erupted with 2 deafening explosions. The grenades detonated on its claws, sending blood spraying across the surface. Unfortunately, the blast only managed to wound its forelimbs, missing any vital spots. But that would do just fine. With injuries like that, its speed was bound to drop sharply. I just needed enough of a head start to escape. I scrambled onto the shore. Sure enough, the creature didn't manage to catch up. Clang. I unsheathed my tang blade, staring intently at the water. It climbed onto the riverbank shortly after, and for the first time, I got a good look at it. It resembled an oversized salamander, but its mouth split into 4 grotesque segments, with a mosquito-like feeding proboscis in the center. Paired with its massive size, the sheer sense of dread it radiated was suffocating. This thing was far stronger than any second-tier zombie I'd ever encountered. Its pitch-black eyes locked onto me, its left forelimb still bleeding profusely from the grenade injury. It knew that I was the one responsible. Its massive maw split wide open, letting out a thunderous roar. Come on. I stood my ground, unwavering. This was it, a fight to the death. A piercing roar shattered the air. It lunged first, faster than I could have anticipated for something so injured, charging like a speeding freight truck bearing down. I couldn't gauge its limits yet and had no intention of meeting brute force with brute force. Recklessness is the first mistake in battle. I had to test it, find its weakness, and plan my moves. As the collision loomed, I pivoted sharply. My left foot pressed hard against the ground, propelling me sideways as my blade, a well-worn Tang Dao, slashed mercilessly at its wounded front limb. Just as I calculated, attack the old wound first, disable one leg. Roar! It let out a blood-curdling scream, the added pain ripping through the air. I seized the opportunity and closed the distance for another strike. Agony overtook it, and its opposite claw came sweeping toward me ferociously, but I avoided it with ease. After a series of exchanges, I had a measure of the beast. Its raw strength outmatched mine, but it was slower, much slower, especially with the injured leg. The odds of it landing a fatal blow on me were slim. The problem? Its sheer size. My strikes so far had only left shallow wounds on its surface. Killing it outright would require precision, a single, decisive hit to its most vulnerable point, the brain. Whether it's zombies, creatures, or humans, the rule remains the same. I tried several times to aim for its head, but each attempt was thwarted. Landing the killing blow was going to take planning, patience. It seemed to sense my intentions, and its attacks suddenly came faster, heavier. Each strike brought a deafening crack to the ground and sent shards of stone flying in every direction. Still, I didn't panic. I shifted my strategy, focusing on defense, waiting for the perfect moment to end this once and for all. Then, an idea sparked. My eyes locked onto a spot in the distance. Feigning exhaustion, I dashed to my left. That side was cluttered with market stalls and banners, remnants of some long-forgotten event before the world fell apart. I led it into the maze of debris, weaving between toppled stands and tangled tarps. Its gargantuan size backfired as it smashed through everything haphazardly, with cloth banners latching onto its body, tangling like a web. The more it crashed, the tighter the fabrics clung, suffocating its view and slowing its movement further. It came to a halt, swiping wildly to rip the banners off its body. This was my moment. Gripping the hilt of my Tang Dao, I channeled every last ounce of strength into myself. Time to die. With a sharp cry, I launched myself into the air. The blade gleamed as it cut through the madness, hurtling straight toward its head. Only at the last second did it notice the blade rushing for its face. Too late. No time to react. Shriyipe Ruea. The blade tore deep into its eye. Its body convulsed violently, a beast consumed by its final throes of agony. I didn't stick around to celebrate. I yanked the blade free and leaped back to safety several meters away. The creature flailed uncontrollably, swiping at the air and ground in vain attempts to end me. But its strength waned rapidly. Once its desperate movements slowed to weakness, I advanced again. This next strike would seal the deal. It felt my intent, as if my killing aura had become physically tangible. It hesitated, then abruptly abandoned its aggression and made a final effort to flee back to the water. Running? Not a chance. A wounded predator doesn't get to walk away, not while it's already in my sights. It surged toward the river in desperation, using every shred of remaining energy, its enormous frame bounding through the air. I was hot on its tail. Just a few meters stood between it and the water's edge. My focus never wavered. My blade thirsted for the decisive blow. The arc of its body tensed, letting out a sneer. Trying to run? I swung the iron chain in my hand twice, before letting it fly. The metal looped with precision around its left hind leg. Thud! The heavy impact of flesh and earth reverberated. It had already lost, though it hadn't realized it yet. It scrambled back to its feet, desperately lunging towards the river. I planted my feet firmly into the muddy ground, gripping the chain tight in my hands. Thud! It hit the ground again, its front half touching the cold river water, but its back leg was bound, immobilized in place. Roar! The ear-splitting cry tore through the air. It refused to surrender, thrashing wildly, the chain biting deeper into its flesh, carving gruesome wounds. Yet, it felt no pain, only relentless determination. The force on the other end of the chain grew stronger, nearly dragging me forward with it. So, we're going on brute strength now, huh? I growled through clenched teeth. You? A crippled half-thing? Think you can beat me? The veins on my arms bulged as I gripped tighter. Come back here. My roar erupted, the sound fueling a rush of power. Remarkably, I managed to drag it back a few steps. Its claws dug into the earth in fury, carving deep trenches into the mud. But this was the crucial moment. The imbalance tipped. In tug-of-war, once one side falters, the other capitalizes. Victory slips out of reach, and there's no recovering from it. Its enormous body was being pulled toward me, inch by inch. Roar! This time, despair soaked its cry. The sound felt like resignation. Despite its efforts, there was no undoing the inevitable outcome. Closer, closer. Yet suddenly, its strength surged again, fighting harder, dragging me to another stalemate. Crack! The chain shuddered, a hairline fracture subtly glinting along its surface. Not good. The chain was failing. I had to finish this before the chain gave out. Scanning the area, my eyes landed on a large tree nearby. I moved, hauling the creature with me step by step, until I could lash the chain tightly around the thick trunk. The bark creaked under the strain, already bowing inward. The tree wouldn't hold for long either. Time was slipping away. Gripping my Tangdao sword, I steadied myself, the way a lion zeroes in on prey. In a breath, I closed the remaining distance. Channeling every ounce of strength into my right arm, I leapt into the air, bringing the blade down on its neck. Arg! Flash! The blade bit deep into its flesh, an arc of red spraying up, coating me with its blood. The creature let out an anguished cry, flailing wildly on the ground. I'd hit a vital spot. Its resistance was immediately halved. No mercy for the fallen. I swung again, driving my weapon into the same wound. Did I know its specific weakness? No, but I did know this. Nothing in this world could live without its head. Die! With one final blow, the blade severed its spinal column. Its massive head toppled to the ground with a hollow thump. The gargantuan body collapsed, lifeless, blood flooding the earth beneath it. Huff, huff. Plunging the Tangdao into the mud, I hunched over, drawing in ragged breaths. The apocalypse could wait. Today was the hardest battle I've ever fought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the mutant creature. Would you like to submit its source? I froze for a moment. Mutant creature? Does that mean it wasn't the reason behind the anomaly in the river? I fought tooth and nail only to realize I was targeting the wrong threat. At least it wasn't all for nothing. I could still trade it in for some points. Otherwise, I'd probably feel like coughing up blood in frustration. Submit. 3,000 points. No wonder that thing was such a pain to deal with. Looks like earning 4,000 points from this side mission won't come easy. As soon as I agreed, the creature's body rapidly shriveled up, as if it had been dead for years. I wasn't entirely sure what source was, but based on the system's generous reward, it must be extremely valuable. After catching my breath, I continued my journey. The true source of the problem hadn't been found yet, and I wasn't about to give up halfway. The fish population had been completely wiped out, so whatever caused this mess was likely further upstream. Back in my vehicle, I headed north along the river. The scenery along the way was unexpectedly beautiful. Strangely enough, the waters of the Jinning River, post-apocalypse, seemed even clearer than they were before. My brows furrowed. Something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It's too quiet. That casual remark sent a chill down my back. Quiet. That's it. The problem lay in the silence. Normally, there should have been zombies wandering throughout the area, but as I drove along my route, I didn't encounter a single one. Even earlier, when I was locked in battle with the river monster, causing a racket loud enough to wake the dead, not a single zombie showed up. Eerie. Could it be the zombies are afraid of something in the Jinning River? The moment that thought emerged, I couldn't shake it. What could possibly terrify creatures that know no fear? As I neared a bridge spanning the river, I stumbled upon a scene that almost took my breath away. Hanging beneath the bridge was a massive, pitch-black tumor of flesh, roughly the size of a compact car. From its surface dangled fleshy tendrils, dripping with a dark green liquid that dissolved and spread rapidly upon touching the water. This was it, the culprit behind the downstream devastation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for locating the source. Reward for 1,000 points. Ding. Side mission complete. Special mission triggered. Eliminate the devil fungus. Reward 30,000 points. Warning 1. The fully formed devil fungus contains lethal toxins. If released, these toxins could kill hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Extreme caution must be exercised to prevent contamination during elimination. Warning 2. The devil fungus is highly explosive when exposed to fire. Any detonation would scatter its toxins across a 10-kilometer radius. Warning 3. The devil fungus boasts astonishing vitality. Even its fragments can continue to grow when dispersed. My pupils contracted sharply. 30,000 points. Now it made sense why the initial investigation mission alone was worth 4,000 points. A creature capable of killing millions with its mere existence. This kind of monstrosity actually exists. So, this is what poisoned all the fish downstream. There are no zombies nearby. They must have been scared off by it. The reward is tempting, but the risk is equally deadly. One wrong move, and it'll cost me my life. My body has undergone basic enhancement from the potions, but that doesn't make me immune to lethal toxins, especially one so potent it could wipe out an entire city. Suddenly, I thought back to that creature earlier. Why wasn't it killed by the poison? I have no idea. What I do know for certain is that I can't survive it. I must prepare thoroughly. I parked my vehicle 100 meters from the bridge, not too close, not too far. This felt like a safe distance. Getting out of the car, I stood there staring at that foul mass under the bridge, lost in thought. The most straightforward approach would be to douse it in gasoline and burn it down. But it explodes on contact with fire. Cutting it apart isn't an option either. Its fragments regenerate like some invincible entity. Touching it? Out of the question. Burning it? Nope. Slicing through it? Not gonna work. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? If the points reward wasn't so high, I would have bailed on this mission long ago. Just then, I spotted someone approaching the bridge from the opposite side, heading straight my way. When they reached the middle of the bridge, they suddenly collapsed like they'd been struck down. I raised my binoculars. Their face was purplish red, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. Poison, without a doubt. Moments later, they lay completely still. Then, the demon fungus's tendrils stretched up onto the bridge, curling around the corpse and dragging it back into its body. A chill ran down my spine. The bridge was poisoned. Good thing I kept my distance and didn't rush in recklessly. If I want to destroy it, the very first step, and the most critical one, is ensuring I don't get poisoned. Staying alive is kind of the bare minimum for pulling this off. I don't have protective gear on me, but the system shop does. The Super Biochemical Protection Suit, a marvel of technology. Resistant to nuclear radiation and biochemical viruses, while still allowing the wearer full mobility. With this, the demon fungus's toxins won't be able to touch me. The only downside, it costs 500 points. Yeesh, that stings. Screw it. If I succeed, the rewards will be worth 100 times more. Now, how to eliminate it? After some intense brainstorming, a light bulb went off in my head. Got it. If fire's a no-go, then I'll use ice. Freeze the entire fungus to death. Once it's frozen solid, it can't release any toxins, and I'll be able to handle it however I want. Afterward, I'd seal it in a container and subject it to high-temperature incineration. Even if it explodes, the toxins will be trapped inside. Prolonged heat will completely obliterate both the fungus and its poisons. And conveniently, there happens to be one of the nation's largest virus research labs nearby. A place like that is bound to have fully secure, airtight facilities for handling something like this with zero risk. How to get into the lab? That's the least of my concerns. I've got little AI with me, a highly advanced artificial intelligence in a portable module. Cracking tech from this era is child's play for it, like smashing open a cookie jar. There's no door it can't open. With the plan in place, I return to the system shop. Next up, a cryogun, capable of freezing any target to as cold as -50 degrees Celsius. Cost, 1,000 points. Points. A sealed container, only 50 points. Got it all. Time to take action. What's that sound? Just as I finished paying, a strange noise caught my attention. I turned around. A gang of bikers had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Hair dyed in all sorts of flashy colors, brandishing steel pipes and machetes, yelling and making a ruckus as they sped down the street. Bikers, a menace from the pre-apocalypse, roaring through the night, causing trouble. The authorities had cracked down on them before, nearly wiping them out. But with the end of the world that came knocking, they slithered back out from wherever they'd been hiding. And now they'd fixed their gaze on me. Howling as they sped toward me, they circled around, like predators sizing up prey. Arrogant expressions plastered across their faces, as though I was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Well, fair enough. I mean, there were no zombies here. If there had been, all this noise would have drawn them in a long time ago. The 6 bikes finally came to a stop after making their rounds. Yo, kid, you out here all by yourself? One of them, a blonde with an air of cockiness, eyed my vehicle. Nice ride. Where'd you score that? Another one, sporting a rooster-red mohawk, leaned closer. This is biker turf. Who the hell said you could come here? He sneered, flashing a smug grin. Wanna live? Leave your stuff behind, or we'll bust your legs and toss you off the bridge. He chuckled, nodding toward the bridge in the distance. See that big ol' thing down there? That's our baby. Fed well, with anyone who dared resist us. Got digested real good. Now, I'm in a good mood today. Leave your stuff, then crawl under my crotch, and I might just let you walk away. Their laughter erupted, loud, mocking, grating. These thugs had made a game out of tormenting loners. And if they got bored, off you went, straight down to feed whatever horror lurked below the bridge. They didn't understand what they were dealing with. To them, the devil's fungus, no zombies here, after all, was just some miraculous gift from God, a weapon to maintain their turf. But I knew better. I stayed silent. My expression didn't falter. In my mind, though, they were already dead. Every one of them. Killing people was bad enough. Using live bait to feed the devil's fungus? Unforgivable. They had no idea the monster they were nurturing could poison millions in a heartbeat. When I didn't beg or plead like they expected, the blonde grew impatient. Seeing others cry for mercy, well, that was their real source of amusement. With a sneer, he rolled up his sleeves and raised his steel pipe. What? Trying to play tough? Let me help you loosen up a bit. The rest of the gang stood back, eager to watch the show. I was scrawny to them, not remotely threatening. Time for you to see what Blondie here can do. He swung his pipe straight for my chest. Humph. I countered with a single backhand slap, striking him squarely across the face. The force spun him clean around before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His face immediately swelled to the size of a watermelon, leaving him dazed and groaning. The gang froze in stunned disbelief, dumbfounded. They hadn't even processed what had just happened. Too fast. You bastard. You dare jump my boy. The Mohawk biker snapped out of it first, roaring as he raised his machete and charged at me in fury. I grabbed the blade mid-swing, yanked it free, and sent him flying backward with a powerful kick. He skidded back several meters before crumpling to his knees, clutching his abdomen and clearly on the verge of bawling. I stepped forward, my eyes steeled. With a flick of my wrist, the steel blade snapped in two. The remaining 4 turned pale as ghosts. One slap, one kick, and their 2 toughest guys were down, barehandedly snapping a steel rod in half. Was that even humanly possible? I was just about to deal with the rest when all 4 of them dropped to their knees in unison, as synchronized as if they had rehearsed it. We were wrong. They blurted out in unison, loud and clear. For a moment, I was stunned. I hadn't even started yet, and they just surrendered? Slightly annoyed, I kicked the blonde one again. Spineless fools, I sneered. Where's all that cocky attitude from earlier? Honestly, I preferred it when you acted defiant. Makes the fight much more satisfying. Blondie and the Mohawk guy scrambled forward on their knees, joining the others. They were also pleading for forgiveness, switching gears faster than flipping a light switch. Cowards who only bully the weak. Exactly the kind of people they are. Weren't you all so loudmouthed just a second ago? I said, half amused. What's got you so scared now? Boss, it was all just talk. Blondie sobbed, tears streaming. I swear, we've never hurt anyone. All of that was just to scare people away. This place doesn't have any zombies. It's safer than outside. We just didn't want anyone taking over our territory. The worst we've ever done is rough someone up. Never killed anyone, I swear. The others nodded frantically in agreement, terrified I might not believe them. I stared at Blondie's face. He didn't seem to be lying. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Here they were, looking tough as nails, but as soft-hearted as noodles deep down. The world's a big place, and it sure takes all kinds. What they didn't know was that the thing they were fostering, the real treacherous threat, it wasn't me. It was that thing growing under the bridge. And I was here to end it. Stop crying. Shut up, all of you. Their wailing was starting to get on my nerves, so I barked at them sharply. All six immediately went silent, huddling on the ground like frightened dogs. The Mohawk guy spoke up, his voice trembling. Boss, ask anything you want. W will tell you everything we know. Is it just the six of you here? I asked, scanning the area. A zombie-free sanctuary. It was like heaven for those fleeing the apocalypse. There was no way only 6 people would be here. Boss, you're sharp, Mohawk said, nodding quickly. This place is unique. We've settled quite a few people here, but we have limited supplies and can't accommodate that many. To keep outsiders from discovering this zombie-free zone, the 6 of us patrol the perimeter, scaring off anyone who stumbles too close. Didn't expect we'd run into someone like you. I stayed silent, my gaze fixed on the massive fungal mass growing beneath the bridge. My mind was racing, calculating my next move. The 6 stayed frozen in their kneeling positions, not daring to so much as breathe heavily. Leave, I finally said. Their hearts practically leapt into their throats. Was I really letting them go? But then my next words stopped them dead in their tracks. Go back, I continued, and tell everyone to prepare to fight. Against zombies. I pointed at the grotesque growth beneath the bridge. Because that thing, I'm going to destroy it completely. Up tightly, I moved towards the devil fungus with determined steps. The area around it was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the chaos that was surely unfolding back at their settlement. I knew the stakes were high, and hesitation could spell disaster, not just for me, but for everyone within hundreds of kilometers. That fungus was a ticking time bomb, and the people pleading to protect it were too blinded by their immediate survival to see the long-term consequences. With a deep breath, I steadied myself. This wasn't about being a hero or saving the world. It was about safeguarding my interests. If the entire region became a barren wasteland, it would destroy the sanctuary I had painstakingly built. No way was I going to let that happen. As I approached the fungus, I could feel the tension in the air. The system had warned me about its toxicity, so even in full protective gear, I remained cautious. One wrong move, one mistake, and it could release its deadly spores prematurely. Let's finish this, I muttered under my breath, gripping the tools I had brought for the task. Just as I began to work, I heard the distant roar of engines. They were coming back, and they weren't alone. The low rumble quickly grew louder, a small army of motorcycles kicking up a dust cloud in the distance. They must have brought every able-bodied person they could muster. I sighed, a mix of frustration and resignation washing over me. Negotiation had already failed. They wouldn't listen to reason, and I didn't have time to waste convincing them otherwise. All right then, I said to myself, planting my feet firmly on the ground. If it's a fight they want, a fight they'll get. I turned to face the approaching horde, my fists clenched and my resolve unshaken. Sometimes, the only way to make people see the bigger picture is by reminding them who they're dealing with. Gotta seal this tightly. I drove the armored vehicle onto the bridge spanning the river, parked directly above the devil mold. What comes next is a battle, just me and it. Not long ago, I'd seen a corpse dragged off and devoured, and it taught me one thing. This thing has intelligence. I don't know how sharp it is, but it definitely won't go down easy. The Tang sword will have to sit this one out for now. Gripping the cryo gun in my right hand, I stepped out of the vehicle. I walked to the edge of the bridge and immediately aimed down at the water, firing off an ice round. Whoosh! Instantly, a surface area of 5 or 6 square meters froze solid, creating a landing zone for me. With the cryo gun in my left hand and a containment canister in my right, I leapt down. The height was manageable. My boots landed firmly on the frozen surface. Taking no chances, I fired a couple more rounds to freeze the water around me, expanding my platform. I was ready. I raised the gun and fired an ice round directly at the devil mold's main body. The massive, hulking organism seemed to sense the threat. Its bloated form squirmed violently, and a whip-like tendril lashed out, just fast enough to block the ice round. Frost spread swiftly along that tendril, freezing it solid. That shot, however, only made it angry. The other tendrils whipped about crazily and started coming at me wildly, aiming to bludgeon me from all sides. No way I was going to tank those hits. I wasn't even sure the protective suit could withstand them. I pushed hard off the frozen ground, retreating swiftly. Boom! Several tendrils slammed into the ice where I'd been standing, smashing deep craters and exposing the inky black water underneath. I quickly fired a couple more rounds at the tendrils protruding through the ice. Two more froze solid, and the shattered spots refroze. This terrain gave me a serious advantage. The devil mold seemed to realize it couldn't hit me with its tendrils. Feeling cornered, it switched tactics. The unfrozen tendrils recoiled, and their tips started oozing green slime. My pupils tightened. I knew what it was: deadly poison. Shit, it can do that. The tendrils flicked violently, flinging the venom at me like projectile weapons. I stepped back again. The poison splattered on the ice just ahead of me. SSSSSS. Even a single drop melted a large portion of the ice. Cracks spread rapidly. The footing was on the verge of collapse. Damn, that's potent. I muttered under my breath, cold sweat forming beneath the protective gear. Anything organic caught by that toxic sludge wouldn't stand a chance. I raised the gun and reinforced the decaying ice beneath me, freezing it back solid. I couldn't afford to lose my footing here. Without it, I had no chance of taking this thing down. More poison came flying in, dense and relentless, leaving almost no room to evade. No matter, if needed, I'd just keep reinforcing the ice. Whoosh whoosh. Ice rounds collided with poison midair, turning into a swirl of white and green mist that neutralized both substances. I couldn't help but grin. The ice rounds could neutralize the poison. That discovery just became the key to turning the tide. This time, I took the initiative. Raising the cryo gun, I unleashed a barrage of ice rounds, a relentless rainstorm aimed directly at the devil mold's main body. It reacted. The venom sprayed out, trying to intercept, but the speed at which it could produce poison couldn't keep up with the rate I was firing. Some of my ice bullets breached its defense, striking its tendrils and torso. About 1/5 of its body was frozen solid, severely reducing its offensive and defensive capabilities. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. Without my cryo gun, this monster would have been an unbeatable bug. But as fate would have it, it met me, its natural predator. Time to press the advantage. I kept firing while using my superior speed to nimbly dodge its increasingly erratic attacks. It couldn't land a single hit on me. Meanwhile, it was rendered immobile, forced to watch as more and more of its body was encased in ice. The more frozen it got, the weaker its resistance became. Until finally, it stood frozen in place, a lifeless ice sculpture. Phase 1, complete. Phase 2, cut, contain. I placed the prepared containment unit beneath it and climbed up to carefully slice it apart, ensuring not even the smallest fragment was left behind. Plop! The monstrous spores tumbled into the container. I filled it with water and solidified everything with the cryogun. Damn, this is heavy. Even for me, lifting the container was a struggle. For an ordinary person, moving it would have been impossible. I attempted to store it in my spatial ring, but failed. It was still alive, and the ring doesn't accept living things. Only option was to manually haul it onto the bridge and secure it onto the top of my combat vehicle. The battle, combined with the transportation effort, was exhausting. Without the enhancements from a basic gene mod serum, the task would have been insurmountable. Taking out a high-grade antitoxin from the system store, I thoroughly disinfected myself and the entire vehicle, eliminating any remnants of its venom. The air became filled with a sharp, acrid smell. With everything finally in order, I removed my protective suit and prepared to drive toward the nearby Virology Research Center to fulfill the final containment task. Just as I was about to depart the bridge, I spotted a dense crowd blocking the exit. Expressionless, I got out and looked at them. It seemed they wouldn't let this go without bloodshed. Well, that's their choice. At the far end of the bridge, 2 buses rolled in and were parked horizontally, fully sealing off any route forward. A quick scan showed a group of 40 or 50 individuals, most of them sturdy young men. One of them raised a megaphone, his voice loud and commanding. "You at the front. You have 10 minutes to put down what you're carrying and walk away. Do as you're told, and we'll let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next." They thought their numbers were enough to overpower me. To them, this was their sacred protector, crucial to the survival of their families. They couldn't afford to let it go. This time, they had gone all in, leaving nothing in reserve. Cut the crap. I said, standing firm, my tone icy. If you want to fight, bring it. But as for this thing, forget it. Go home and think about how you're going to survive the aftermath. Bastard. The man with the megaphone turned red with fury. In their eyes, I wasn't just some intruder. I was a thief who'd plundered their home of its most valuable treasure and then dared to taunt them about it. Arrogant prick. You're pushing your luck, aren't you? Boys, let's gang up and teach him a lesson. The flash of blades filled the air. These oversized machetes were far more extravagant than any I'd encountered before. The leader, gripping a megaphone, howled. He's trying to take our guardian. If he insists on defying us, don't hold back. Kill him. Kill. 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 I couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. Drawing my tang blade, I stepped forward. Their fate was their own choice. Anyone who opposes me gets no mercy. When words fail, there's only room for violence. In a world where rules have collapsed, the fist is the only truth. Kill. They roared, dozens of men charging at me with a deafening fury. Their numbers and momentum would terrorize any normal man, leaving him frozen with fear. But to me, they were nothing. I stood still, waiting for them to come to me. He's given up? The man in the front hesitated, mistaking my composure for regret. Too late. The glint of my blade met flesh. The first few attackers hadn't even registered what happened as blood burst forth from their chests, their bodies collapsing in unison. I didn't stop. My body moved like a phantom, weaving into the mob. The tang blade danced effortlessly. Each strike painted the ground crimson. He's a demon. A voice stammered as the bravado drained from their faces, replaced by unfiltered terror. They had heard tales of my strength, but no one had grasped the extent of it. Against their numbers, I was untouchable, invincible, as one by one, their comrades were reduced to lifeless husks. What kind of monster is this? I'm out of here. Is he even human? If someone said he's a beast in disguise, I'd believe it. Those who had yet to even step into the fight were now paralyzed with fear. The sight of their fallen comrades, lives snuffed out in mere moments, was paralyzing. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. In the face of death, all courage evaporates. That ironclad belief in victory they had moments ago vanished without a trace. Run. He's coming this way. A devil. He's worse than the zombies. Screw the guardian. We've got to save ourselves. The mob descended into chaos. As expected, strike hard enough, and this ragtag bunch of cowards falls apart immediately. They were untrained, an uncoordinated mess, and once the fear set in, they trampled each other in their desperation to flee. Stop running. We've got the numbers. If we stick together, we'll win. For our future. The leader's words were futile. Screaming through his megaphone, his voice cracked as he strained to rally his crumbling forces. But no one listened. He hadn't expected me to be this much of a deadly force. The tides had turned so rapidly that his mind barely processed it. Thunk! A long blade flew through the air with precision, piercing his megaphone clean through. He gasped, sucking in a sharp breath as cold sweat drenched his skin. Another inch, and it wouldn't be the megaphone, it'd be his skull. He looked up, eyes locking with my cold smile. His scalp prickled as fear gripped him from the inside out. He knew that was a warning. Whatever courage remained in him shattered instantly. Turning without hesitation, he bolted. I raised my blade. Run if you want, but I warned you. It's done. They didn't believe me, so I fought until they did. Especially those 6 I once let go. They dared to come back to court death. No mercy this time. I chased them down over 100 meters, until the last one fell. Only when the final breath left his body did I stop. Behind me, the ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood turning the scene into a living hell. Clearing out these obstacles, I returned to my war vehicle. The priority now was to eliminate the frozen devil fungus. The only thing that truly mattered was racking up points. Following Xiao AI's guidance, I drove toward the virus research facility. The journey was eerily calm. When I arrived, the gates were locked tight. Every entrance sealed shut. A quick scan revealed there were survivors inside. I changed plans. The research facility was run by the most advanced AI system in the world. Its gates were no exception. For any hacker to breach this system, it would be borderline impossible. But me? I was different. I wasn't merely a hacker. I had something far more terrifying at my disposal. Xiao AI, a cutting-edge AI, light years ahead of its time. Hacking? A mere snap of the fingers. Shall AI do it? I spoke calmly. At my command, Shall AI began the intrusion. In an instant, alarms went off throughout the facility. The people inside realized someone was taking control of the system and were thrown into a desperate panic. Most of them were researchers, clueless about cybersecurity, forced to watch helplessly as the system was overtaken piece by piece. Through the surveillance monitors, they saw me standing at the gates. They knew exactly who was behind it. What do we do now, Professor Wong? A bespectacled man in a white lab coat turned to an elderly figure in the crowd, his voice trembling. Fear spread across their faces. They couldn't predict my motives and had no choice but to place their hopes in someone else. Professor Wong wasn't just a respected figure in virology. He was their mentor, the anchor of their dwindling hope. On the day the apocalypse began, it was Wong who used his clearance authority to seal all exits, saving the lives of unarmed researchers cowering inside. What was strange, though, was that none of the researchers had turned into zombies. Instead, the security guards outside the lab had succumbed completely. Over the past days, using the facility's systems and their brilliant minds, the researchers had gradually cleared the zombies. They even uncovered shocking discoveries from the bodies they studied. But now, even the legendary Professor Wong was out of options. He silently sighed. Let's hope this one isn't here with evil intentions. Within minutes, Master, control acquired. Shao AI's voice updated me. There are only a dozen researchers inside, all unarmed. All data has been extracted and sent to your phone. Good work. I skimmed through the data, pausing when I spotted some familiar names. Seen prominent figures on the news before. After confirming that the place was filled with unarmed researchers, I finally felt at ease. I unloaded the container holding the devil's bacteria from the roof of the vehicle, hoisted it onto my shoulder, and walked toward the research facility. Under Shao AI's control, the entrance slowly opened. No obstacles stood in my way. As I reached the doorway of the innermost lab, I set down the container. Who are you? What do you want? A group of lab coats turned to look at me in unison. I offered a slight smile, signaling goodwill. I wasn't here for bloodshed. There was no need to make enemies of them. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just need to borrow your lab for a bit. Once I'm done, I'll leave and restore all access permissions. The tension in their faces eased slightly. Call me Wong Ku. An elder among them spoke up. May I ask what you need our lab for? We're familiar with the equipment. It might save you some time. He had no idea who I was, but clearly wanted me gone as quickly as possible. So it's Elder Wong. I'm Su Chun. Wong Ku was someone I deeply respected. Years ago, during the outbreak of a devastating virus that claimed countless lives, he had risked his safety despite his advanced age. Diving deep into the epidemic zones, he endured untold dangers to discover a remedy. Someone like him deserved admiration. Rest assured, Elder Wong. As long as no one here harbors ill intent, I won't harm any of you. This promise extended only to respected figures like him. Wong Ku read the sincerity in my expression and seemed slightly more at ease. What exactly do you plan to do in the lab? To eliminate a strain of bacteria capable of killing millions of people, I replied, gesturing to the frozen container outside. The crowd followed my gesture. Their faces soon filled with incredulous disbelief. Bacteria capable of killing millions? Who'd believe it? I couldn't be bothered to explain further. As long as they agreed to help, they could interpret everything however they wanted. You're surely joking, young man? Wonka scoffed as well, not buying my claim. His extensive experience had never encountered something so terrifying. But the situation left him no choice. He refrained from probing too deeply. If you insist, I won't press the matter. He gave me a long, discerning look, his brow slightly furrowed. This young man was no ordinary person. Elder Wong, I said, I need a completely sealed lab. Enough said. Follow me. I picked up the container and followed him. The others, once more awed by the effortless demonstration of strength, were rendered speechless. Wonka led me to an alloy door. This place meets your requirements. Once the door is shut, it's completely sealed. We handle the most dangerous viruses in here. The entire room is built from special aluminum alloy, indestructible, even against explosions. Better yet, it featured an incineration system designed specifically to prevent any potential viral outbreak. I felt reassured. This was the ideal location. Under Shao AI's control, The process began. I moved the frozen devil fungus into the room, placing it squarely in the center, and then instructed everyone to leave. Despite their curiosity, the researchers reluctantly exited at my insistence. I then had Xiao AI shut down all surveillance entirely. I didn't trust the incineration system to eradicate it completely, so I pulled out a large amount of gasoline and flammable materials from my spatial ring, piling them around the devil fungus. Once everything was in place, I exited the lab, sealed the door behind me, and moved to the adjacent observation room. From there, I had an unobstructed view through the thick glass. I fixated on the grotesque creature and issued the command. Begin. The incineration system sprang to life in an instant, and flames engulfed the room. The gasoline caused the fire to surge violently. In mere moments, the freezing containment was undone, but what greeted the devil fungus was not freedom, it was an inferno. Just as the system described, everywhere the fire touched, it burst apart in explosions. Severed appendages coated in green toxic liquid flew in all directions. The scorching heat pierced it, driving it into a frenzy. Trapped within a raging sea of flames, it thrashed around, desperate to escape. Furious tentacles whipped against the walls with immense force, yet they left no mark. It was trapped. The flames grew fiercer, consuming its entire body. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air as the creature was blown into grotesque chunks. Its green toxic liquid sprayed across the room, thick fumes of poison filling the space. Thankfully, the walls were strong enough. The corrosive poison had no effect on them. Instead of dying down, the fire burned even hotter. Even through the tempered glass, the wave of heat radiating outward was palpable. The temperature in the room had climbed to several thousand degrees. No living thing could survive in such extreme heat. The toxic fluids writhed, unable to withstand the flames. Slowly but surely, they disintegrated, while instruments and equipment inside melted into molten slag. The fire burned for over 10 minutes until the toxins were fully neutralized. The devil fungus had been reduced to ashes. The lab was completely purified. Nothing remained but scorched emptiness. At that precise moment, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, successfully exterminating the devil fungus without causing viral contamination. Reward, 30,000 points. I couldn't help but laugh. Another hefty payout. My total points had surpassed 40,000, just a step away from 50,000. At this pace, completing a few more missions would eventually earn me the coveted intermediate genetic serum worth 500,000 points. But just then, Xiao AI's voice came through, slightly different this time. Master, I've discovered something. The researchers here seem to have isolated something significant from the zombies. While infiltrating their server, I intercepted a fragment of residual data, something potentially linked to human evolution. Once they realized my breach, they immediately transferred the core files, so I wasn't able to retrieve the complete information. However, based on their reactions, this discovery is no small matter. I wiped the amused smile off my face. What had simply been a place to take care of unfinished business unexpectedly led to an intriguing discovery. Zombies related to human evolution? Xiao AI's tone suddenly shifted. Her next sentence came as a warning. Warning, Master, be careful. A large group of armed personnel is approaching the research institute, heavily equipped with weapons and ammunition. My expression darkened. Have you identified them? Yes. Someone inside the research institute sent a signal to the outside world while I was infiltrating. The content matches the data I uncovered. Analysis indicates there's a traitor among the researchers who leaked the findings to the Wu family of Zhanghai City. These armed personnel are working for the Wu family. Artificial intelligence never ceases to amaze me. It pieced everything together from barely any evidence. And now I understand. Before, all access was controlled by Wang Ku, leaving no room for anyone to communicate outside. But my intrusion conveniently gave the spy a chance to act. The Wu family is a powerful clan in Zhanghai, second only to Wang Yuning's Wang family. Interesting. For them to mobilize such a force means the research held here must be invaluable. I can bet they won't let me off that easily. I know all too well how these powerful families operate. Before Doomsday, they already acted with impunity. Now, unrestrained by any authority, they've only grown bolder. To protect their secrets, killing to silence witnesses is just their daily routine. I paused, lost in thought. Those guns are still a threat to me. I'm not invincible yet. Facing heavily armed enemies requires caution. Shao AI, lock the institute doors. The main doors shut with a resounding thud. Trapping them inside cuts off their support. Now, with full access to the institute's systems, I'll deal with them one by one. Meanwhile, a fully armed team stormed into the institute. Move faster. The family head is waiting for us to retrieve the item. The captain barked in a hushed tone. We have orders, spare the researchers. But as for anyone else, kill on sight. Leave no witnesses. Once the mission's done, the family head promised a slave girl reward for every single one of us. The team's eyes lit up. Ever since the apocalypse, they've been bottled up for too long. Each one of them was eager to finish the task quickly and return to the Wu estate to claim their reward. Nothing fuels ambition more than personal gain. According to intelligence, apart from the researchers, there's only one outsider inside, a stray wanderer. With their superior numbers and equipment, the odds were in their favor. But as they advanced just a few steps, the doors behind them suddenly sealed shut. Stay alert. At the captain's command, every weapon was aimed forward, the team moving like a single well-oiled machine. Minutes passed in tense standoff, with no one in sight. Only then did the team cautiously rise, forming a tight formation to move forward. Proceed. They remained on edge, stepping carefully. I watched everything through the monitor, every movement as clear as day. What's your plan, Mr. Wong? I turned to the visibly enraged Wong Ke beside me. Upon hearing about the breach, he rushed to the surveillance room, clearly alarmed. Who leaked the information? Wong Ke's fury was palpable, and he looked as if he could kill the traitor with his bare hands. He knew all too well how these powerful families operated. It's all over. If we really fall into their hands, the rest of our lives would be spent as little more than cattle, stripped of dignity and humanity. Behind me, the researchers exchanged uneasy glances, clearly trying to root out the traitor among them. But whoever it was, they hid their tracks well, keeping a perfectly calm and composed facade. Looking at his students, Wong Ke's eyes were filled with a deep, sorrowful resignation. Unless something miraculous happened, they would all be exploited by the Wu family until their very last ounce of value was wrung dry. Finally, his gaze settled on me. The lab was now under my command, and naturally, I knew who the traitor was. You know there's a mole among us, Wong Ke said, his voice heavy. Then surely, you must know who it is. I smiled faintly. Professor Wong, I replied calmly. The identity of the traitor can wait. Right now, I think there's something far more urgent to discuss, don't you? Surely you know why these people are here. I wasn't in a rush to make a move. Not yet. I needed these researchers to do me a favor first, to give me the leverage I needed to deal with our armed assailants more securely. After all, this was going to be my very first time facing off against fully armed humans. Caution was key. Give me what I need, I said plainly, and I'll have absolute confidence in taking them down. Wong Ke's eyes sharpened. What exactly are you asking for? I have no idea what they're after, and I don't know what you're talking about. As expected, he was stonewalling me. I stayed composed and said, Zombies. Human evolution. Professor Wong, you can't hide the truth from me. The room fell silent, shocked. After all, the data had supposedly been moved entirely off-site. How could I possibly know about it? You acted too hastily, I explained, and you left traces behind. So don't waste time playing dumb with me. You don't want to be captured by the Wu family, do you? You know far better than I do what's waiting for you if that happens. Give me a copy of the data, and I'll handle this fight for you. A fair trade, don't you think? Getting the one original copy of their research would have been near impossible. But asking for a duplicate? That was an entirely different story. Wong Ke's eyes flickered with hesitation. He didn't want to be captured, but at the same time, he didn't want to hand over the precious data. Unfortunately for him, the situation gave him little choice. His only doubt was whether I could actually pull off what I was promising. I saw right through his hesitation and reassured him. Professor, trust me just this once. If I fail, you lose nothing. But if I succeed, you, and everyone else here, will evade capture and enslavement under the Wu family. Isn't that worth the risk? After weighing his options, he finally relented. He retrieved a hard drive from the safe and handed it to me. All the data is in here. Copy it quickly, he said. I took the hard drive and connected it to my laptop, leaving the rest to Xiao AI, my digital assistant. It copied the data while simultaneously verifying its integrity. Once confirmed, I had what I needed. I turned to leave with the copied data in hand. It was time to take action. The moment I stepped out of their sight, I made my real move. I stowed the authentic hard drive into my spatial ring and pulled out a backup decoy. The switch was deliberate. I needed to get close to our enemies, and pretending to protect the data would serve as the perfect excuse. A long-range firefight wouldn't work in my favor, but as long as I could get close enough, victory would be mine. Of course, I could have just used an ordinary, random drive to trick them, but I had no intention of letting those researchers get off scot-free. If I was going to stick my neck out for them, they owed me something in return. At the end of the day, that data was the only thing of value they had. So, that research about human evolution, right? Perfect timing. I'll take it back and have Guan Xinhua dive into it. Who knows, maybe she'll get so excited that she'll… Ah, never mind. That's talk for another time. I hadn't gone far before I ran into a group of armed personnel. Don't shoot. I raised the hard drive in my hand. This? It's exactly what you're looking for, the only copy of the data. If it gets destroyed, how do you think you'll explain that to the Wu family? That made them pause. Not only did I claim to hold something crucial to their boss, but I had also straight up revealed their affiliation. The squad leader barked, "Cut the act. How can you prove it's real?" I stayed calm and remarked, "Don't believe me? Go ahead, shoot. Test your luck." That put him in a tough spot. The way I remained so composed had him half believing me already. And he couldn't take the risk. If I was telling the truth and he destroyed it, well, the head of the Wu family wouldn't let him off easy. So he decided to play it safe, bide his time, and seize the hard drive first to confirm its authenticity. You showed up willingly. What's your angle? The squad leader fixed me with a sharp look, searching for any cracks in my facade. I smiled. Let's make a deal. Oh, I'm listening, he replied, expressionless. But I could tell. He was already scheming. Pretend to agree, grab the drive, then silence me. I want to use this as my ticket into the Wu family. You agree, and I hand it over. As soon as I said that, mocking glances flickered in every pair of eyes. Joining the Wu family? What a joke. Still, I could see it. They'd already come up with their guaranteed safe plan. Fake acceptance, snatch the hard drive, and kill me off after. The squad leader feigned hesitation, deliberating for a moment before leisurely responding. I can't say yes right away. But if you're serious about joining, I can put in a good word with the head of the family. He paused, a veiled threat behind his smirk. But first, you'll have to hand over the drive so I can verify it's real. What a scumbag. He thought he could just take it without giving me anything in return. I sneered internally but pasted on a wide-eyed, naive expression. Really? Wow, thanks. But you won't go back on your word, right? Seeing my interest, he barely contained his excitement. He plastered on a benevolent smile. Of course not. The Wu family is one of the biggest names in Shanghai City. We always mean what we say. Fighting the urge to roll my eyes, I nodded. All right then, I trust you. Here, you can check the drive. He gestured for his men to lower their weapons. To them, I must have looked like nothing more than a scrawny nobody, an easy target who couldn't possibly fight back. But as I eyed my overconfident enemies, I inwardly smirked. This was almost too easy. All the backup plans I'd made. A waste at this rate. Feigning wariness, I cautiously stepped forward, giving them zero reason to be suspicious. They had no idea. To them, I was a harmless ant they could crush at will. But in reality, I was the predator, biding my time as my prey stepped closer. Stopping just short of them, I held out the drive. Here, take it. The stuff you wanted. The moment the hard drive was in their hands, the captain's face lit up with a triumphant grin. The other squad members were beaming too, as if they could already see themselves back at Wu's place, savoring the rewards. But in the next second, the captain's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. All right, my young brother. From now on, we're family, he said with a friendly tone, extending his right hand as if to pat my shoulder. Out of nowhere, a knife appeared in his hand, aiming straight for my neck. The scene of blood splatter never materialized. I caught his wrist in one swift motion. Hell, why so hasty? With a flick of my right hand, a tang blade materialized out of thin air, plunging straight into his heart. You cheated, he croaked. Before he could finish his sentence, blood exploded from the wound, and he collapsed on the spot, lifeless. He could hardly believe, even in death, how swiftly he had been outmatched. Too fast. The others hadn't even processed what had happened, and their captain was already lying in a pool of his own blood. "Captain!" came the enraged cries, as guns were raised across the room. But closing in this close? Did they really think I'd give them a chance to fire? I rushed forward, my tang blade slashing like a streak of light. The closest gunman screamed as his hand, still clutching his weapon, was severed cleanly. The gun clattered to the ground alongside the dismembered hand. He fell back, howling in agony. With a powerful kick, I sent the disarmed man crashing into two of his comrades, disrupting their aim. They couldn't take the shot. The next stroke of my blade swept across another's throat in a flash of silver, and blood sprayed like a fountain. By now, only 3 remained, their eyes wide with utter terror. In mere seconds, most of their squad was wiped out. Their panic gave them speed. A desperate, synchronized attack with 3 guns firing at once, bullets tearing through the air toward me. They didn't believe it. Didn't think anyone could move faster than a bullet. Too late, I murmured softly. If this were at a longer range, perhaps I'd have had no choice but to retreat. But at this distance, it was all the time I needed. I launched myself forward, kicking off the ground with explosive force, bouncing between the walls on either side. Bullets whizzed past me, missing every single time. In a blink, I closed the distance between us. The blade danced through the air, cutting down all 3 of them where they stood. Blood soaked the space around us. Less than 3 minutes had passed. An entire squad of armed and trained fighters, completely obliterated. "Come out," I called out, feeling the presence behind me. "They're all dealt with. There's nothing left to fear." A group of onlookers emerged hesitantly from the shadows. The moment they laid eyes on the carnage, their faces turned ghostly pale. One man, alone, taking out a unit of heavily armed combatants. Could a person even be capable of such a feat? If someone told them I was a superhuman, they might just believe it. "Young friend, what will you do next?" Wong Ke stepped forward from the back of the crowd, his expression calm, but his intentions unmistakable. "If you have no place to stay, why not remain at the research facility for the time being?" I could hear the veiled meaning behind his words. He wanted me to stick around as their personal guard. "Thank you for the offer, Elder Wong, but I have a safe haven of my own." I declined without hesitation. Wong Ke sighed deeply. "Alas, I suppose we lack the fortune to keep you with us." He could tell there was no persuading me. "That said, can you at least tell me who the traitor is? Since you were able to anticipate the Wu family's moves, surely you've uncovered this as well." For me, it was a trivial matter. Xiao Ai had already done all the necessary digging. As I pondered, my gaze landed on someone within the crowd, a man wearing. A young researcher wearing glasses briefly displayed a flash of fear on his face. It was him, the one who sold information to the Wu family. He had thought of using this to switch sides, living an untethered life afterward. But his dream had crumbled because of me. Now his eyes were filled with despair. He made up his mind. If he were to die, he would ensure someone came down with him. Taking advantage of the crowd's attention being on me, he pulled out a hidden dagger and lunged at me. "It's all your fault. You ruined everything for me." "Go to hell," he roared. "Watch out." Wong Ke cried out in alarm, though he was powerless to help. An unarmed and defenseless researcher trying to hurt me with just a dagger? Ridiculous. Looking to die? I sneered coldly. I had initially planned to use his position to get something useful, but since he's decided to show his true colors. With a flick of my right hand, the dagger flew out of his hand. I grabbed him by the neck, lifting his entire frame off the ground. "You've come seeking death before I even decided your fate. So don't blame me for being merciless." With a single motion, I clenched my hand, and his neck snapped with a resounding crack. It all happened in a flash. Wong Ke had wanted to plead for him, but by the time he found the words, the man was already dead. Alas, Wong Ke let out a long sigh. Young Li brought this upon himself. Once a rising talent, how could he have gone down this path? The others around me stared, their eyes filled with dread. For many of them, this was the first time they saw me kill someone, and it was done so effortlessly, like squashing an ant. "A god of death," they repeated silently in their hearts. I tossed the lifeless body aside. "Elder Wong, This man practically delivered himself to us. He's the mole you've been looking for. Cough, cough. Wang Ke's emotions were evident as he began coughing. Don't fault yourself, young one. He brought this upon himself. He was once one of my most promising students. What a misfortune for the teacher's lineage. Amid the comforting words of the crowd, Wang Ke steadied himself. Young man, how old are you now? I have a grandniece, Wang Yuning, who's gained some fame in Shanghai City. Perhaps you've heard of her. I could introduce you to sometime, Wang Ke offered. The name caught me off guard. I quickly clarified. Elder Wang. Would this be Wang Yuning from Haicheng University? The daughter of the Wang family. Wang Ke seemed surprised. You're acquainted with my grandniece? Too familiar, actually. What a small world. Wang Ke turned out to be a part of the Wang family, and of considerable seniority at that. It's such a coincidence. I'm classmates with Ms. Wang. My name is Su Chan, I answered, before pausing briefly. Elder Wang, since you're part of the Wang family, why aren't you staying with them? Why guard the research institute instead? His tone turned serious. The family is filled with scheming and deceit. It's much more peaceful out here. Without the politics and backstabbing, I can focus on pure research. Turns out, Wang Ke was the epitome of a dedicated scholar. No wonder his achievements were so remarkable. Since you're a classmate of Yuning, I'll call you Xiao Su then, he said warmly. After some small talk, I stood to take my leave. If fate wills it, let's keep in touch. I'm feeling tired and won't hold you up any longer, he said. With that, Wang Ke led his people deeper into the research institute. Turning away, I made my own exit. There was still. The task isn't over. After stepping out, I had Xiao AI return the authority to Wang Ke. Being targeted by the Wu family, he's most likely already made contact with the Wang family. As for the standoff between the two clans, I have no interest in the outcome. Behind the wheel of my war vehicle, the target ahead, the crystal core. I'm truly curious about this thing. What exactly is it to warrant a bounty of 5,000 points from the system? It's even more valuable than the essence of the monsters. The map shows the crystal core's location, Shanghai City Sports Arena. I floored the gas pedal. The war vehicle roared down the highway like a steel beast, crushing every zombie blocking the road into pulp. But as I approached the sports arena, the sight before me made my heart skip a beat. Zombies, swarming everywhere, crowding around the sports arena with no gaps in sight. A rough estimate? At least tens of thousands. Among them were a few particularly massive ones whose sheer physique betrayed their higher levels, at least tier 3 or above. Taking them all out in one go would be a jackpot of 1,000,000 points. But that's just wishful thinking. Without a weapon capable of dealing widespread damage, trying to take them down with just a blade, I'd collapse from exhaustion before finishing them off. Why were so many zombies besieging the sports arena? I already had a hunch. They were drawn to the crystal core, and it only deepened my intrigue. What secret could the crystal core hold to simultaneously attract both zombies and the system? The sheer numbers made it impossible to charge in head-on, especially with the high-level threats mixed in. Acting recklessly would be a fast track to failure. I parked the vehicle some distance away, found a hidden vantage point, and launched a drone to scout inside. Through the camera, the closer it flew, the higher the level of zombies it captured. At the center of the sports arena stood 4 gargantuan zombies, each towering 4 or 5 meters tall. Their exposed muscles alone were enough to send chills down the spine. Against opponents of that size, even I couldn't guarantee victory. Amidst the zombie horde was a cleared 10 square meter space. Floating there, suspended in midair, was a glowing crystalline object radiating an enigmatic light. That was my target, the crystal core. Every zombie's eyes were fixated on it, especially the 4 giants. They kept edging closer, but were repeatedly driven back by the radiance emanating from it. Unusually, I could sense an emotion from those 4, desire. Their longing for the crystal core surpassed even their hunger for flesh and blood. The more intriguing it became, the clearer it was that the crystal core's value was extraordinary. I had to obtain it and uncover its secrets. Initially, I considered using the drone to grab the core and escape. Flying high into the air would render the zombies helpless. But the results were disappointing. As the drone approached the crystal core, the video feed began to blur, and its body started to shake violently, like it was being disrupted by some kind of electromagnetic field. The closer it got, the stronger the interference became. Apparently, The radiance wasn't just harmful to zombies. It could also disrupt electronic devices. To avoid losing my only drone, I withdrew it. The moment it moved away from the core, the signal immediately stabilized. It could only hover at a distance to continue remote observation. Facing such overwhelming opposition, I found myself momentarily at an impasse. After contemplating for a while, I decided to try an old trick, the one I'd used back at Haicheng University, using blood to lure them away. Once the plan was set, it was time to act. I attached a blood bag to the drone and let it hover over the zombie horde. The result? Disappointment. Only a small number on the outer edges were lured away. The majority didn't budge an inch. I wasn't ready to give up. I decided to up the ante. This time, I added a speaker. 2 senses engaged, smell and sound. Still useless. To walk away empty-handed? Unacceptable. My mind raced. Got it. A smile crept back on my face. I remembered something XINU had discovered not long ago. Infrasound was capable of driving away zombies. Would it work? There was only one way to find out. I didn't have the necessary equipment on me, which meant I'd have to buy it from the system store. Moments like this made me appreciate its existence. Finding such equipment in the real world would be nearly impossible. After a quick search, I located it. Infrasound emitter. Emits infrasound waves to a target. Price, 500 points. Only 500 points? That's a breeze for me now. Without hesitation, I made the purchase. In the next second, a device resembling a speaker materialized in my hand. This thing couldn't be operated by the drone, though. It needed someone to handle it personally. Stepping out there myself would be far too dangerous, which left me with one option, a decoy. With a wave of my right hand, an all-purpose robot appeared out of nowhere. The other women were safe back at the shelter, so I tucked one of these robots in my spatial ring, just in case. Never thought it'd come in handy at a time like this. I handed the infrasound emitter to the robot, letting it take the risk for me. Even if it went wrong, I wouldn't lose a hair on my head. At worst, I'd lose the robot and the emitter, an acceptable price to pay for my safety. Squelch. Squelch. The robot stepped through puddles, gripping the infrasound emitter, heading toward the sports arena. It was under little AI's control. The moment it neared the zombies, I gave the signal to turn it on. Ruhur. The zombies in front of the robot twitched violently, then turned tail and walked away, clearing out of its path. A wide-open space emerged right in front of it. Regular zombies had no resistance to the infrasound and were forced to back down. The robot forged ahead, advancing toward the sports arena. Now came the real test. Could the infrasound drive off higher-level zombies? The results didn't disappoint me. Level 2 zombies backed away soon enough as well. The robot moved unhindered, entering the arena. But inside, the zombies there were leagues above the ones outside. The infrasound began to lose efficacy. It still had an effect, but not as smoothly. Pushing those zombies back took much more time. The deeper it went, the longer it took to clear the way. I got the picture. Against the 4 massive apex zombies at the very center, the infrasound likely wouldn't work at all. Still, this outcome had already exceeded my expectations. The distance cleared was enough for me to pull off a lot. The sonic device cleared the way, and the energy core drew their attention. I could enter safely without risking an attack. Time to act. I had the robot come to escort me as I personally stepped into the stadium. As expected, hordes of zombies snarled and growled from a distance, but not a single one approached. Tens of thousands of the undead surrounded me, yet I walked through them unharmed. If someone else had witnessed this, their jaw would have hit the floor in disbelief. How was it possible for a human to move so safely through an ocean of zombies? Soon, I reached the core of the stadium. The moment I laid eyes on the crystal core, I was transfixed. A surge of greed welled up inside me. I wanted to seize it, make it mine. Wait. Just as I took a step forward, I snapped back to awareness. Cold sweat drenched my back. That was close. Too close. I realized the core had tried to manipulate me somehow. If not for my recently enhanced mental strength, I would have foolishly rushed in to grab it. Straight into an ambush by the 4 colossal creatures watching over it. That jolt of realization made me even more cautious. I retreated to a corner to bide my time. Slowly but surely, the clock ticked on. The core's glow began to dim, while the nearby zombies grew increasingly restless. If not for some kind of suppressive force, they would have already swarmed. I wasn't about to make the first move. Whoever struck first would become the target of everything in the stadium. Instead, I'd let them tear each other apart, then swoop in when the moment was right, grab the core, and escape before anyone could chase me. It didn't take long. The light of the core dimmed entirely. At that moment, its allure reached its peak. Even I, prepared as I was, almost succumbed to its pull. Grinding my teeth, I fought down the overwhelming urge. The zombies could no longer resist. They were completely possessed. In indescribable frenzy, they charged toward the center. Roar, roar, roar. Their deafening howls filled the stadium as chaos erupted. Every last one of them had entered a berserk state. The scene was utterly horrifying. My scalp crawled as I watched. Had I not climbed to higher ground beforehand, a melee would have been unavoidable. That's when I noticed something strange. Those four massive zombies near the center, their actions weren't like the others. They didn't rush toward the core. No, they formed a protective perimeter around it, ensuring no other zombie got within arm's reach. Any that dared approach were torn apart on the spot. It hit me instantly. Before the strong face off against each other, they're clearing the field. They didn't want anyone else sneaking in and stealing the prize. Could it really be? Did higher-level zombies grow more intelligent the stronger they got? A roar loud enough to shake the very walls interrupted my thoughts. Those four were monsters, each of them with overwhelming size and strength. Regular zombies were dispatched with a single blow. Even advanced ones didn't last more than a few moments. But there were just too many. Hordes of zombies continued swarming them, tearing countless wounds across their massive frames. No matter how powerful they couldn't take on the entire horde. Quantity was overwhelming quality. I thought they would be drowned, but fate has struck again. Roar. For colossal beasts roared in unison. A tremendous wave of power erupted in the air. Even from my distant position, the sheer pressure felt like a hammer to my chest, making it hard to breathe. What was even more astonishing, the frenzied zombies around me all froze in place. Their movement halted as if gripped by an innate fear. Could this be the so-called king's dominance of zombies? Roar. Another deafening roar echoed through the space. The remaining zombies, as if driven by an invisible force, retreated from the sports arena in hasty panic. Moments ago, the place had been a chaotic battlefield. Now, silence fell abruptly. Inside the arena, only the four towering beasts, myself, and strewn body parts remained, looking every bit like the depths of hell. With no distractions left, the final showdown was imminent. The four beasts were eyeing the crystal core, their intent unmistakable. This fight would be ruthless and inevitable. I stayed low, kept to the shadows, stowing away my robot and infrasound emitter. Holding my breath, I waited for the perfect moment. The decisive battle at the center was about to begin. From observing their previous engagements, I was sure I could take on any one of them in a one-on-one match. But against all four at once? No chance. I'd be crushed. So, my plan was simple. Let them tear each other apart, and I'd snatch the prize when they were at their weakest. This is the greatest difference between humans and zombies. Humans have intelligence. Roar. A thunderous roar signaled the start. One beast lunged aggressively, clawing toward the crystal core. The other three would never allow this to go unchecked. The clash of their colossal claws echoed like a trumpet announcing war. Despite being of the same kind, they fought with savagery and zero restraint. One blow shattered a shoulder. Another punctured a gut. The scene was horrifically brutal. This wasn't a fight for survival. It was a fight to the death. From the shadows, I watched, overjoyed. The fiercer they fought, the cleaner my job would be in the end. After a gruesome brawl, all four beasts were severely injured, their bodies battered and broken. They were almost at their limits, shadows of their once mighty selves. The time had come. Their strength had waned, miles away from their peak condition. Suddenly, one of the beasts rose with a guttural eruption of fury, delivering a blow that sent the other three collapsing to the ground. It roared triumphantly, as if declaring its victory to the world. It turned to claim the crystal core it had so desperately fought for. If it weren't for me, it might very well have been the final winner. Unfortunately for it, it celebrated too soon. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is my moment. After waiting so long, the opportunity was finally mine. Blasting out from the shadows like an arrow loosed from its bow, my figure blurred into a flicker, the cold sheen of my tang blade gleaming brilliantly as it aimed straight for the beast's heart. In the instant I revealed myself, the beast noticed my unwelcome presence. Its scarred body seethed with fury, its expression a mask of rage, promising pure destruction. The other three beasts, still sprawled on the ground, seemed startled. Where had this human come from? For me, though, there was only one thought burning in my mind. Kill it and claim the crystal core. Roar! It bellowed, dragging its massive and bloodied frame as it charged at me, intent on smashing me into pulp. Its shadow loomed over me as it bore down. But my face remained calm. Just a desperate struggle. With the faintest tap of my toes, I retreated several steps, easily evading its attack. It charged forward with a force so immense the ground trembled beneath its weight. Ferocious as it seemed, my eyes saw nothing but flaws in its form. The tang saber came out of its sheath like a dragon surfacing from the sea, slicing directly toward the wound on its chest. I couldn't deliver a killing blow just yet. Fine. I'd deepen its injuries, weaken it further, and reduce my own risks. Steady and cautious wins the day. The razor-sharp blade cut through, spraying black blood into the air, exposing jagged white bone underneath. It bellowed, raising its massive arm to crush me with one overwhelming blow. Too slow, like an old, dying man grasping at youth. Sidestepping repeatedly, I avoided each strike with ease. Its massive fists collided with the ground, sending debris flying. As I weaved around its attacks, my saber never stopped slashing. Several strikes later, its arm fell cleanly to the ground, severed at the base. Missing a limb, it no longer stood a chance against me. This was my opening. Let this blade deliver your end. I stopped holding back, pouring my strength into my right arm. I gripped the saber tightly and charged, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing wail. Blissfully unaware of its impending demise, it swung its lone remaining arm in desperation. But it was too injured, its coordination too far gone, and my speed. No, even in its prime, it couldn't have evaded me. SCHHHK. In a flash, the blade sheared through its neck. Its giant head flew into the air. The colossal zombie fell instantly, lifeless. I sheathed my saber as its massive body collapsed with a deafening thud, its head rolling to a stop after a few lazy rotations. Ding! You've killed a level 4 strength-type zombie. Reward: 500 points. I froze briefly, a bit surprised. This level 4 zombie was stronger than that strange beast I fought by Jining River before. Yet its point value was noticeably lower. It must have been that essence within the beast's body that had boosted its worth. Seems like that thing is a rare treasure indeed. I didn't stop to rest. There were still 3 more left on the field, knocked over but not yet dead. Their injuries were worse. It'd be easier to finish the job. I lunged toward the nearest one, leaped into the air, and brought my saber down on its head with precision. Another head hit the ground. With newfound familiarity, I honed in on the weak points of these giant beasts. The remaining 2 fell to my blade moments later. At the center of the gymnasium, I stood alone, the only living figure. Amidst the sea of shattered corpses, I might as well have been a god of war descended on earth. Another 1,500 points in the bag. As the oppressive aura of the fallen beasts dissipated, the zombie horde forced back earlier began flooding into the gym once more. This place was no longer safe. Time to move. First, though, the crystal cores. As my fingers closed around one, a wave of warmth surged from my palm, enveloping my entire body. The sensation was so comforting, I nearly let out a sound of pleasure. Snapping back to my senses, I stuffed the crystal core into my spatial ring. Then, pulling out the infrasound emitter, I forced back the encroaching zombies, carving myself a path. Unhindered, I made my way out of the gymnasium. Back at my war vehicle, I didn't drive off just yet. After all, the gym was still packed with tens of thousands of zombies. That's a massive fortune. Obliterate them all, and it's tens of thousands of points. I'm not about to pass up on a chance to get rich quick. I took out the crystal core and examined it closely. Its swirling brilliance was mesmerizing, almost impossibly beautiful. Quietly, I called out in my heart, "System, tell me, what is this crystal core?" What's it for? Why are zombies so obsessed with it? And why are you willing to offer so many points as a bounty for it? The system quickly responded. The crystal core is composed of mysterious cosmic material and emerged on this planet in the wake of the apocalypse. It has the power to alter essence and accelerate evolution. When obtained by zombies, it upgrades their level, effective for zombies below level 5, enabling them to rapidly ascend to level 5. Its effects are similar to the primary genetic serum you've consumed. I was stunned. I never expected this little thing to be so overpowered. No wonder it drives hordes of zombies into a frenzy. A level 5 zombie. With my current strength, I'd probably stand no chance against one. No wonder the system offers a reward equivalent to the primary genetic serum for it. I hurriedly asked, can humans use the crystal core to enhance themselves? If they can, I'm not turning it in. It was as if the system had seen right through me. Its next response left me cold. Humans can use it and may also gain enhancements. However, unlike the serum, using a crystal core is extremely risky for humans. It results in excruciating pain, and failure to withstand it can lead to dire consequences. At best, severe injury or near death. At worst, instant death. The genetic serum is more aligned with human genetic structure. The apocalypse is so harsh on humanity. The few opportunities we have to grow stronger come with such deadly risks. I gave up the thought. I'm not going to risk my life just to gain strength. Patiently saving points to buy the intermediate genetic serum is the smarter choice. As for why the system wants the crystal core, it didn't explain. I asked again, are you telling me there's no safe way for humans to grow stronger? At this rate, with zombies getting stronger and stronger, how are humans supposed to survive? The system went silent for a while before finally answering. The apocalypse is both a punishment for the life on this planet and a trial. Only by advancing to the next stage of the apocalypse will humanity gain a genuine opportunity for growth. For now, your only task is to survive at all costs, because survival is hope. Those few sentences carried an overwhelming amount of information. There are secrets hidden behind this apocalypse, secrets no one seems to know, especially that one word, trial. It stirred countless suspicions and questions in my mind. But when I tried probing further, the system fell silent again. The more silent it became, the more certain I was. The secrets must run deep, perhaps even tied to the system's own origins. Forget it. I buried my questions deep within. When I'm strong enough, I'll dig deeper. For now, the most important thing is to survive, and not just survive, but live well. According to the system, turning in the crystal core is the most profitable option, 5,000 points. I quickly made up my mind, but I wasn't in a rush to act. After all, the thought of those tens of thousands of zombies in the stadium still weighed on me. There's nothing in this world that lures them more effectively than crystal cores. How could I take care of all of them in one go? I thought long and hard. I've got it. I couldn't do it alone, but I could use tools. This area is packed with high-rises. They're the perfect weapons. Blow up the buildings. Draw the zombies to one spot. Collapse the surrounding towers, and the falling debris should be enough to crush tens of thousands of them to death. There were a few challenges. I needed a vast amount of explosives and, more importantly, precise calculations. Where should the bombs go? How much power was needed? And how could I get out safely? An average person might not figure this out in a lifetime. But I had Xiao AI, my AI assistant. When it comes to calculations, nothing beats artificial intelligence. Before long, she provided me with a complete plan. Follow it step by step, and those tens of thousands of zombies wouldn't stand a chance. I purchased the explosives from the system marketplace. After a busy stretch, with the help of my robots, every bomb was securely planted in its designated spot. Now, all that was left was to draw the prey in. I held the crystal core and charged into the stadium, immediately luring out all the zombies inside. I ran like hell, leading the massive horde straight into the trap. Once I reached the designated spot, I swiftly stored the crystal core back into my ring, leaving the zombies stranded, aimlessly lingering in place. Without a second look, I bolted toward the safe zone, pulled out the detonator, and pressed the button. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from every direction as the surrounding high-rises came crashing inward. Tens of thousands of zombies stood no chance against the onslaught of rubble, crushed instantly into a pulp. A massive plume of dust shot into the air, engulfing several kilometers. Nothing could be seen through the chaos. As for me, I had already taken shelter in a nearby underground parking lot, unharmed. The moment the buildings collapsed, the system's notification sounds began ringing nonstop. Level 1 zombie killed, plus 5 points. Level 2 zombie killed, plus 50 points. Level 1 zombie killed, plus 5 points. The notifications poured in like torrential rain, leaving my head spinning. System, temporarily mute the notifications. The silence was instant and blissful. Any longer, and I would have felt like my head might explode. With the zombies eradicated, the crystal core was of no use to me anymore. I handed it over to the system to complete a side mission. 5,000 points deposited. Satisfied, I returned to my battle vehicle. Outside the underground parking lot, the air was thick with dust and debris, making it impossible to drive until the dust settled. As I waited, I chatted idly with the women from the shelter. They hinted mysteriously that they had prepared a surprise for me. I pressed for more, but they kept evading my questions. Li Tingting even blushed slightly at the mention of the surprise. I was left scratching my head. Oh well, I'd find out once I got back. A few hours later, the dust outside had mostly settled. At last, I could clearly see the spoils from this endeavor. 204,035 points. Way beyond what I expected, breaking the 200,000 mark in one go. My total score now hovered around 260,000. Damn, that felt good. With that many points, not only could I afford the mid-tier genetic serum, I could go straight for the high-tier one. Unfortunately, it's not like this amount of zombies can be herded together so easily anytime soon. Opportunities like this are rare. Suppressing the excitement bubbling in my chest, I started the engine of my battle vehicle and rolled out of the parking garage. The moment I surfaced, the sight before me made me pause. A wasteland of broken walls and shattered buildings piled onto countless torn limbs. Blood flooded the streets, a scene straight out of hell. I quickly calmed myself, accelerating away from the grotesque carnage. It took quite a while before I escaped the layers of dust that choked the air. As I moved further, the air grew clearer, cleaner. I stopped at a nearby gas station and pulled in to refuel. As fuel pumped into the tank, I suddenly noticed. Ahead, there was a group of people. Knives, axes, iron rods. Various makeshift weapons gripped in their hands. Their vital areas were wrapped in metal plates or wooden boards, clearly meant to guard against zombie scratches and infection. But what caught my eye was their leader, striding at the front. Wearing a uniform, she was obviously part of the Stability Enforcement Squad. Her curvy physique confirmed it was a woman. In one hand, she carried a firearm. In the other, a standard-issue long blade. My battle vehicle stood out too much, and they noticed me almost instantly. Instead of hiding or retreating, the woman broke into a wide grin and started walking toward me. It was obvious. She thought I was part of the military. I had the brief thought of driving off after finishing up with the gas, but after getting a closer look at her face, I was intrigued. I decided to stay put and wait. Hi, are you here to help with the rescue efforts? Her voice was clear and sharp, completely different from the soft, timid tones of others I've met. No, I shook my head. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a normal civilian. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she scanned me again, confirming I wasn't military after all. Hello, I'm Tong Huishue, a stability enforcer, she said, pausing briefly. Are you alone? If you don't mind, you're welcome to travel with us. I can ensure your safety. The apocalypse had turned the world into chaos, yet there she stood, still fulfilling her duty to protect strangers. Her sense of justice deserved a nod of respect. If it were me, I could never do what she's doing. But admiration is one thing. Rejecting her was another. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. I've got my own shelter and don't currently plan to travel with anyone. Disappointment flitted briefly across her face. She had every reason to want the firepower of my battle vehicle. It would have significantly increased her team's safety on the road. But desire was one thing. She wasn't the kind of person to resort to robbery. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her team members caught sight of the vehicle as well. Their excitement was palpable as they began crowding around. Sister Tong, is he joining us? That's incredible. With this baby, we won't even have to fear zombies on the road. With this beast, we can handle anything. They all started talking at once, as if the armored vehicle was already theirs, completely ignoring me. Tong Hueshua looked a little embarrassed and glanced at me apologetically. I just smirked coldly. Anyone who didn't know better might think the vehicle was theirs. Ridiculous. In the end, Tong Hueshua mustered her courage and spoke up. This vehicle belongs to Mr. Su. I asked him, and he has his own shelter. He has no intention of joining us. So this vehicle has nothing to do with us. The group went silent, as if someone had grabbed them by the neck. Just moments ago, they had been fervently discussing how to use the vehicle, but now they were as quiet as the grave, staring at me with accusatory eyes, puzzled as to why I wouldn't join them. I watched coldly, curious to see what these clowns would try next. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense and eerie. After a long stretch of silence, it was Tong Hueshua who finally broke it. All right, since Mr. Su doesn't want to join us, let's continue searching for food, she said. But she couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping in. Something felt off, especially as she noticed subtle shifts in her team members. She couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed, but I could see it all too clearly. In their eyes were emotions so thick you could cut them with a knife. Envy and hostility, growing stronger by the second. If it weren't for Tong Hueshua holding them in check, these people would have torn each other apart over that vehicle already. The darker side of human nature lies dormant in most people, waiting for the right excuse to emerge. People like Tong Hueshua, with a strong moral compass, are rare, exceedingly rare in an apocalyptic world. Why should we have to put up with this? A middle-aged woman suddenly shouted from the crowd, pointing her finger at me accusingly. He probably stole that vehicle. Why does it belong to him alone? We should take it and use it to protect more people. Commander Tong, he's probably a criminal. You should arrest him. Tong Hueshua froze for a moment, stunned. She wasn't naive. She could tell the woman was just trying to justify taking my vehicle. What chilled her more was the fact that other team members started chiming in to support the idea, greed plastered plainly across their faces. In that instant, Tong Hueshua felt like she was seeing these people for the first time. Enough, she snapped sharply. All of you are just trying to take Mr. Su's vehicle, aren't you? Theft. Criminal. You have no evidence to back any of this up, yet you shamelessly accuse him. You talk about protecting others, but all I see is selfishness. I absolutely will not allow you to stoop to robbery, and if you try, I'll stop you myself. She made her stance crystal clear. She would not let her team lay a finger on me or my vehicle. In her mind, I was a lone individual and would never stand a chance against these people if they turned on me. But that tiny sliver of justice in her wouldn't allow her to stand by and let it happen. I felt a slight sense of admiration for her. Her character? Impeccable. Except I didn't have much faith in her odds. She underestimated how far human nature could sink when order collapsed. The group, chastised and scolded, now wore sour, tense expressions. They had assumed Tong Hueshua would side with them, only to be met with fierce rejection instead. A grain of kindness brings gratitude. A bushel brings resentment. Helping too much on a daily basis, they've long since taken it for granted. Now that she refuses for once, resentment arises instead. The discontent, even hatred in their eyes, makes me laugh. Some people truly don't deserve help. I'm in no rush to intervene. I want to see how things play out. Maybe, just maybe, it'll help Tong Hueshua see reality and stop being so naive. Those people initially intended to resist, but seeing the gun in her hand, their arrogance immediately deflated. Yet a few were still unwilling to give in. They exchanged furtive glances, hatching a plan in silence. A young woman stepped up to Tong Hueshua, her voice soft and coaxing. Big Sister Tong, don't get angry. They just had a moment of confusion. After your scolding, they know they were wrong. Tong Hueshua's anger slightly subsided. She had a good relationship with this woman. The woman's life had literally been snatched back from a zombie's grasp by Tong herself. But the next moment caught her off guard. The young woman suddenly lunged, snatched the gun from Tong Hueshua's hand, and swiftly tossed it to a burly man behind her. Xiaoming, you. Tong Hueshua's face filled with disbelief. Sister Tong, don't blame me, Xiaoming said softly. You're too kind for your own good. Your kindness has made our lives unbearably difficult in this apocalypse. How many times have we found food, only for you to give it to other survivors just because they showed up first? Did you even stop to think about how he felt? Brother Zhang is different. He can ensure we have enough to eat. He won't be as foolish as you are." The crowd nodded in agreement. Their dissatisfaction with Tong Huishue had been brewing for a while, but they had kept quiet, fearing her strength and her firearm. "You? How could you do this?" Tong Huishue's face flushed with anger. "I saved your lives. Every piece of food I brought back. I risked my life to get it." The very people she had saved were now betraying her. In that moment, her worldview was utterly shattered. "We never asked you to do that. It was all your choice." "Yeah, it was your choice. Don't push your decisions onto us." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, shouting. Her words quickly gained a chorus of echoes, as if the group had found their justification. Only a handful of people, those slightly more shamefaced, averted their eyes, unable to meet Tong Huishue's gaze. They were grateful to her, but they still chose to silently condone the group's actions. The fable of the farmer and the snake was playing out in vivid detail right before my eyes. I clapped my hands together. Bravo! Truly spectacular. A fine display of backstabbing from this pack of ingrates. Even I hadn't expected such a dramatic turn of events. Indeed, kindness in the apocalypse only gets you killed. Hearing my mockery, Tong Huishue's eyes sparkled faintly with light, a sliver of admiration for me stirring within her. Meanwhile, the group, previously busy rationalizing their actions in their own minds, suddenly found my words striking a nerve. A dozen pairs of glaring, hostile eyes turned to face me. As I watched them, the expressions on their faces, as if they wanted to devour me alive, only made me laugh harder. "Oh, really? So it's fine for you to act, but not for me to speak? Thick-skinned much." I shook my head mockingly. Then again, anyone who can betray their own savior wouldn't care about something like dignity, right? Deep down, I looked down on people like them with utter disdain. The middle-aged woman couldn't hold back and jumped out again, pointing at me while hurling insults, accusing me of being disrespectful to the elderly, ruthless, sharp-tongued. She threw every label she could think of onto me. When it came to unreasonable behavior, no one here could outmatch her. "Shut your mouth, old hag," I said coldly, my voice carrying a cutting edge of menace. "Say one more word, and I'll make sure you regret it." She froze as if a hand had wrapped itself around her throat, silencing her curses instantly. For the first time, she saw a look in someone's eyes that sent a chill straight to her bones, like a blade pressed to her neck, leaving her too afraid to even breathe loudly. At that moment, Zhang Hongquan stepped out from the crowd, holding a gun. This was the same Brother Zhang that Xiaoming had mentioned, the puppet master pulling the strings and riling everyone up. With a gun in hand, his confidence surged. He couldn't fathom how that brash woman had been cowed by a single sentence from me, and his face showed nothing but disdain. "Kid, you've got quite the mouth on you." He raised his hand, pointing the gun at me. "You were running your mouth earlier, huh? Aren't you afraid of eating a bullet?" His sneer deepened. "Let's see what's faster, your sharp tongue or my trigger finger." The threat was clear: apologize now, or get shot. The crowd held their breath, waiting to see how I would grovel and beg for mercy. But unfortunately for them, I'd disappoint their expectations. "A clown is still a clown," I scoffed. "Even with a weapon in hand, you're still just a joke. Do you really think that thing in your hand could harm me? What an absolute joke. A mere handgun. With my current skills, dodging a bullet was child's play. These average people, just because they had a firearm, thought they could rule the world. Pathetic and laughable." Tong Huishua froze, caught off guard. There wasn't an ounce of fear on my face, and a flicker of curiosity ignited in her heart. "Brother Zhang, this kid's looking down on you. You should send him straight to hell," one young man with glasses whispered into Zhang Hanquan's ear. "Take him out, and the car is ours. With the car, we won't have to worry about zombies anymore." He's right. Zhang Hanquan was tempered. From the moment he'd laid eyes on that armored vehicle, he'd been itching to get his hands on it. Earlier, Xiaoming had effortlessly snatched a gun away, but now he believed the tables had turned. With a gun in hand, he saw himself as the master of everyone's fate. The car had to be his. And Tong Huishua? She wasn't getting away either. He had been drooling over her for a long time. Back then, he hadn't been strong enough to act on it. But now he was determined to turn her into his plaything. That twisted glint in his eyes was impossible to miss, for either me or Tong Huishua. Her chest heaved with fury, to the point that the movement caught the attention of the surrounding men, their gazes glued to her. Zhang Hanquan, on the other hand, could barely hold back his drool. Finally, he couldn't suppress himself any longer. He resolved to deal with me first. "Kid, you're as good as dead," he said, stepping forward, gun raised. "Guess you can just blame your bad luck." The muzzle of the gun lifted, aiming straight at the center of my forehead. Bang! At the exact moment the shot rang out, Tong Huishue cried out in distress. No. She couldn't stomach the thought of someone losing their life because of her mistake. But just when she thought I was doomed, crushed by her regret for saving these ungrateful souls, the scene before her eyes froze her in place. She wasn't the only one. Everyone was stunned speechless. I dodged the bullet. In plain sight, under the watchful gazes of all. Impossible. Zhang Hanquan's face turned ashen. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots fired in quick succession. The result was the same. I sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding each bullet. What's more, I advanced toward him with every evasion, closing the distance step by calculated step. Who are you?" His voice trembled, teetering on the edge of panic. "Are you human? Or a ghost?" His fear was palpable, almost tangible. How could he have dreamt of encountering someone capable of dodging bullets? The others were in no better state, their faces pale as death. Even Tong Huishue stood there, stunned. She understood better than anyone how unreal it was to dodge bullets like that. Seeing me approach, Zhang Hanquan, out of desperation, lifted his gun for another shot. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. His right hand was clutching his wrist in agony, the gun slipping from his grasp and hitting the ground. Somehow, somewhere, a knife had appeared in my hand. I'd flung it before anyone could react, embedding it squarely in his wrist. Everything happened so fast, no one had time to process it. Within a matter of moments, the tables had turned completely. I strolled over nonchalantly and crouched down to pick up the fallen firearm, without sparing him so much as a chance to beg for mercy. Bang! A single shot right between his eyes. Instant kill. The crowd was paralyzed by fear, too dazed and horrified by my decisiveness to muster any resistance. The way I killed, it was without hesitation, without remorse. It terrified them. One by one, they shrank back, hoping to disappear altogether, lest they wind up like Zhang Hanquan. But against everyone's expectations, I ignored them completely. Instead, I turned and made my way straight to Tong Huishue, stretching out a hand to her. "Miss Tong, these people," I said, my voice calm yet cutting. "Surely they've disillusioned you entirely." My gaze pierced into her. "They don't deserve your life, nor your sacrifices to protect them. So, why not come with me? Back to my sanctuary. What do you say?"